I used to be respected, people took me at my word. Then I became a lawyer representing Amber Heard. Objection, hearsay. Oh my God, I don't have a case. Objection, hearsay. Now I'm ashamed to show my face.
Well, I'm a famous movie star, yeah, life is always fine. I sit down at my penthouse drinking mega pints of wine.
Objection, hearsay.
I don't know why we ever wed.
Objection, hearsay.
Who the hell poops in someone's bed?
I object to everything. I may have an infection. Cause I say I object, the judge says
That was your own question.
objection, hearsay. Court isn't supposed to be this hard. Objection, hearsay. How did I ever pass the bar? Well, just one final question, sir, and this one has been prepped. What is your name?
My name is Johnny Depp.
Objection, hearsay. How can you prove that that's your name? Objection, hearsay. Looks like we win and you are lame. Objection, hearsay. Objection, hearsay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Megan Fox. I write with PJ Media, and I have moved the studio out to the porch today. So you're going to have to put up with some birds chirping and probably some traffic going by because it's too hot in my house. We have not put up the air conditioners yet. So I'm sitting out on the porch. And if you hear traffic going by, it just is what it is. Hopefully there won't be too many trucks. So Stephanie was just in here, but she dropped out. I don't know what happened to her. Hopefully she'll come back on. I was late. I was 1 minute late. I always tell you guys I'm never late, but I was 1 minute late. I had a good reason. I was doing my journalism work. I got a call this morning out of Alexandria Prison in Virginia because one of the January 6th protesters who's being held in several different prisons around the United States. He's been moved around like crazy. He's been sitting in jail for 2 years without a trial. He gave me a call this morning to give me an update on what's going on with his case. And so I was speaking with him. His name is Jacob Lang. If you want to see his story, it's on j6truth.org. Now, I'm not taking a position on his case at all. I am listening to him. And I will say this. The conditions that he and other J6 prisoners have been held in are unbelievable. In the DC prison was very bad, and they're all being held without a trial. They're all being held without due process at this point. Stephanie got to hear some of that conversation. She was sitting on with me listening. Steph, no matter what people did, whatever anyone does, what are they entitled to in our justice system if they're accused of a crime?
Well, they're entitled to be innocent until proven guilty. They're entitled to a speedy trial. They're entitled to competent representation.
What about conditions while they're being held in jail pre-trial?
Say that again. What about what?
Prison conditions while they're being held pre-trial.
Well, they're supposed to be treated decently. I mean, I worked for a little while as an administrative law judge for the state of Maryland. And in Maryland, prisoners have a right to complain to the agency that runs the prisons if they don't like what's going on. And I remember hearing cases involving complaints as minimal as, I don't like the tuna. One guy was complaining because he got mad because they moved him to a different cell and they lost his porn collection.
Oh,
now, I mean, that's ridiculous,
that
right?
Is ridiculous.
Like you're in jail
you just heard Jake complaining about his conditions where he says he doesn't
he
have a chair
he has to eat
in
his
his
meals
cell.
on the floor.
Yeah, he's eating on the floor, no chair in his cell, no desk, nowhere for him to sit.
No access to any books or Bible or religious services. No
religious services.
Wrong there.
No law library, no access to his discovery to work on his case.
Not allowed to ever see the sun? Did he say he has not been outside? And
he only gets 2 hours a day out of his cell, and that's inside, not outside.
Oh, that's inside, not outside. Well, when I did hearings at Supermax in Baltimore, which I think is closed now, but that place was horrible. That was the worst of the worst. Supposedly, the defendants who were there, the convicted criminals who were there, had committed really heinous crimes. They were allowed outside for 1 hour a day.
Yeah, Michelle, I want to address this comment. She says, "Are you shocked by this, Megan? This has been going on all over the country, supposedly due to COVID. This Depp trial exemplifies that there are two justice systems, one for the rich and one for the poor." Michelle, no, I'm not shocked. I've been covering this justice system corruption for a long time. I've been speaking to Jacob Lang for the last year and a half, and I'm very well aware of what our prison conditions are, and they're bad. They're bad. And there's no excuse for it in the richest country on earth. There's no excuse for treating anyone, even convicted prisoners, the way that they have been treating the J6 prisoners. And they brought huge attention to what was going on in the DC jail. And because they complained and they got congressmen interested, the DC jail was inspected. Hold on, truck. The DC jail was then, an inspector went and found horrible conditions, including feces on the walls and toilets that don't work and rats and moldy food.
That's disgusting.
Horrific. There are horrific conditions in our jails and in our prisons, and that needs to stop. And that's something that I'm interested in, that I'm covering.
That absolutely needs to stop. Even if the people there have done horrible, horrible things, it says a lot of terrible things about us if we treat our prisoners that way.
Penguin, damn, that Constitution really works. Yeah, it's a problem, Penguin. Okay, the piece of paper is only effective if people uphold it, if the government upholds it, and there are plenty of instances I can give you where that's not happening, and it's very sad. And many of us who love the Constitution are extremely upset about it, and that was one of the reasons why those protesters were down there. I mean, let's be completely honest about this. That's one of the reasons why the J6 thing happened in the first place, because people felt that our constitutional rights of voting were being completely stomped on. They didn't believe the vote. So for whatever, and if you've gotten to a point where people are so upset that they do not believe that we have a fair election, we have a problem, and it's not the people who are the problem. It's the system. But I am very interested in what's going on with the prison conditions for J6 prisoners and other prisoners, all other prisoners as well. Here, see, Sarge, I'm sure some of you have these same experiences. See, Sarge says, "My brother Cash Jackson is being held in an Illinois jail for allegedly making a threatening phone call, $500,000 bail, and he's been in for 6 months with no due process." These are things that cannot happen here, but they happen every day. And that's what makes me so mad. Stephanie, I know you get upset about this stuff.
I get really mad. I obviously, I don't want anyone committing crimes. And if someone is found after a fair trial to have committed a heinous crime and they need to be locked up, then they need to be locked up. But you can't circumvent the process. Due process is required. You have to have it. And if you don't give every person accused of a heinous crime a really good and vigorous and competent defense, you offend the entire system. You endanger the entire system, because one day there will be an innocent person charged with a crime. And so at that point, the system that we have set up to protect the rights of people is crucial. It must work. It must come into play, and it must work. So that's why every accused person has to be given a defense and has to be given due process. You cannot short circuit it. You can't take shortcuts. You have to do what the rules require for every accused person, or it doesn't work for any accused person, even the innocent, who sometimes are accused wrongly. I mean, that does happen. Innocent people are put in jail. That does happen. And it's a shame.
Yeah, and I've been covering it, and I will be covering it on PJ Media. I have several actually podcasts that I made with Jacob Lang about the conditions in the DC jail when that happened. I wrote about the inspection that found the horrendous conditions as well. So if you're not following me over on pjmedia.com, you really should be. Now, I've written something about this trial, the one that we're watching today. We're on Verdict Watch for Johnny Depp v. Amber Heard. And you can help me out by, let me go over there. Oh, the birds are just going crazy right now. They're upset at the trucks going by. They don't like that. Every time a truck goes by, they all start screaming. I have written, let me share this with, well, I can't share it with you. I'll share the link with you because I've got the court stream up. I don't want to miss court today like we did yesterday because I'm getting sidetracked. But I wrote an article. It's in the VIP section on pjmedia.com. Now, what is VIP? It is our exclusive content for our subscribers. It helps us stay away from big tech censorship. And it's not a bad subscription price at all. It's affordable. And if you use my promo code FOX, you will get a discount. I wrote an article called As Johnny Depp Jurors Keep World Waiting for Verdict, Mock Jury Decides. Now, this was so much fun, Stephanie. Remember yesterday when we were looking at the verdict sheet? Where did she go? She disappeared on me. Yesterday,
Here I am.
We were looking at the verdict sheet yesterday. Well,
I filled mine out. Did you fill yours out?
Not yet. I printed it out, but I forgot to grab it off the printer. So the verdict sheet. So Nate, the lawyer on YouTube, he's part of LawTube. Let me address this real quick. You guys in the chat, today is technically, I know it's technically day 3, but to me it's day 2 because nothing got done on Friday. So do you want me to change it to day 2? I mean, day 3. I mean, does it really matter?
Change to day 3 because technically it is. You should be accurate.
I guess, but I don't know. I can't change the title, so it is what it is. All right. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So Nate, the lawyer on YouTube, he is part of LawTube, and he did a mock jury verdict. He invited like 1,000 people to fill out the verdict sheet, submit their answers, and then he did graphs and stuff to show which answers won. So it was really fun, and that was kind of what we were planning on doing here yesterday, where we wanted you guys to fill out your own verdict sheets. Now, if you're looking for that verdict sheet, I put the link in the description of this video on both YouTube and Facebook. You can find it if you just go up to the description and click on it, or I will drop it in the chat. But this is the verdict sheet that the jury is looking at. Now, Nate's mock jury, you want to hear what they found?
Yeah.
So out of 1,000 people, these are the results. Johnny Depp wins on count 1, loses 2 and 3. Amber loses all. JD awarded damages between $7 million and $25 million.
Yeah, but here's the problem with those results. Those people didn't read this verdict sheet.
No, they didn't. Because if they had number 1 and they said yes, then number 2 and 3 must absolutely be false, right?
No. How they didn't read is number 1. So if you skip over to, and I think this is going to be a problem for the jury because it's confusing. Complete questions 4 to 5 only if you answered yes to all of questions 1, 2, or 3. What does that mean?
Oh, so they're not allowed to give damages if they only found for him on 1?
Well, it's ambiguous, and I blame the lawyers for letting this get by. Somebody should have complained about this to the judge. This kind of makes it sound like unless they find yes to 1, 2, and 3, because it says all, but then it also says 1, 2, or 3. Complete 4 and 5 only if you answered yes to all of questions.
Is so confusing.
1, 2, or 3. This is terrible. This is confusing.
Here, I can fix this. They should have voted yes on all 3 for him. And I'll tell you why.
That's how my verdict sheet came out.
It has to be yes on all three, and this is why. Now, listen, I'll give you here's how I would have done it. Count one is the headline of Heard's Washington Post article that contained the phrase, "I spoke up against sexual violence."
Right.
That clearly is false, and okay, he wins on that one.
Well, no, she did speak up against sexual violence, but what's false is her implication that it was about Johnny and her.
The implication is that she was a victim of sexual violence, which
right.
is the implication that you get. I'm sorry,
Yes.
any reasonable person gets that implication.
And that's what's false.
Now, the second one, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. My argument is this. This must be false, since no evidence of abuse was presented. Unless you believe that Depp kicking his own cabinets is somehow abusive to Heard, which I don't. How could she represent domestic violence if she hasn't experienced it? So I say that one's false.
So this one is interesting because she did become a public figure representing domestic abuse, but she became that by false pretenses.
And also 2 years ago references her divorce. So everyone knows by implication that she is speaking about divorcing this man. And then she became a figure representing domestic abuse because he clearly abused her according to her.
Yeah, I
find that false as well. And I find it implicates him. And so it's defamatory. Also, the third statement, count three, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Now, this statement might not be technically false, but it sure is proof of malice. And I would break from the mock jury on this because Depp clearly lost 2 huge franchises, and he lost them after this statement called out Hollywood specifically to do something. Heard was clearly sending a message to those institutions that she said protected her abuser. Then Depp lost huge deals. In my opinion,
it's not even true.
All 3 statements rise to the level of defamation that negatively impacted his reputation and career.
Yeah, because the institutions didn't rise up to protect him. They rose up and fired him. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they fired him.
And yeah, so this is not even true. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men. That's not right.
So I'm not sure how 1,000 people came to the conclusion that those 2 statements didn't implicate him and weren't defamatory to him. I say all 3. And then I would have given him $7 million to get his money back from the divorce.
Why not give him what he lost from the 2 franchises?
Well, because she doesn't have it. He's never going to get it. I would make her pay the $7 million though that he gave her.
For sure.
And I would. Can the jury order her to pay the Children's Hospital the $3.5 million she owes them?
No,
because that's what I would do. I would want to do that.
No, they can't. They can only order that she pay him the money.
And then in my fantasy world, a Virginia prosecutor comes riding in on the last day and saying he's charging her with multiple counts of perjury.
That would be cool.
Yeah, that's in my
All right, I have to step out for a sec. I'll be back.
Okay. All right, so folks, I have more to show you. So remember yesterday when there was a motion that was put forward by Johnny's team, and I didn't know what it was or what it was about, but the judge said, no, it's already in the jury's hand. I'm not going to hear it. Well, that motion, I know what it was now. So Runkle of the Bailey yesterday during his live stream explained that motion, and I want to play that for you. So let me go over and share screen so that you can understand what happened with Ben Chu's motion yesterday. All right, let me make sure. I don't know if I'm on the right spot.
That's actually a quote from another decision. That's
all right. We're going to go back a little bit.
The highlighter tool.
Here it is. This is him
looks like that's
describing Ben Chu's motion.
And so counsel for Ms. Heard also stated that a ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to document more. No matter whom you tell, you always have to tell more people. No matter how honest you are about your own imperfections and shortcomings in a relationship, you have to be perfect in order for people to believe you. Don't send that message. That's what Mr. Depp wants you to send. So that was the line, and I'm pretty sure that was from Rottenborn. It's a powerful line, right? It's compelling. It's something that is gripping. It moves the heartstrings as to this. But that's kind of that's a problem. And they say the remarks made by Ms. Heard's counsel to the jury improperly invite the jury to focus on a larger social objective beyond the case. And they quote that. And the reason why they quote that is that that's actually a quote from another decision. That's the Plymale and Morandi case, which I have not read because it's out of my jurisdiction. But they're saying the jury is not permitted to ask the juror, the counsel's not permitted to ask the jury in order to basically rule this for reasons outside of the four corners of the case. And that's really what this is asking the jury to do, right? You need to do this to send a message, not just about, not just about this case, but about domestic violence in general and about what victims, should be believed in general. Well, this case is about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. So let's not have it decided based on, on these larger issues. So they say prosecutors violate this edict when they stray beyond the defendant's crimes and ask the jury to convict in order to send a message to the community. That's quoting another decision. And so that is, and there's some additional stuff here that says, indeed, an attorney must not ask a jury. And that's must not. That's pretty strong argument, right? To send a message to anyone. Juries are not in the message sending business. Their sole duty is to return a verdict based on the facts before them. Urging a jury to send a message is impermissible because it implies that there's a reason to find the defendant guilty other than what the evidence has shown. Now, this, of course, isn't a criminal trial. This is a civil trial. But essentially, they're asking the jury to find Mr. Depp liable for comments and to reject his claims, and therefore find Ms. Heard, not liable based on reasons other than what the evidence has shown. So they say such argument by Ms. Heard's counsel improperly invites the jury to decide the case based on passion and prejudice, and a specific jury instruction is necessary to cure this impropriety. So that is also some strong language on this. So they say Bracey does not compel the conclusion that a generalized jury instruction that the statements of counsel are not evidence is sufficient to dispel the level and type of prejudice generated by the prosecutor in this case, and accordingly that the general instructions district court gave to the jury were insufficient to mitigate the prejudice of the send a memo statement. And so that was, basically saying send a memo to this to the world. And somebody saying, why didn't you object during the closing then? I mean, maybe that was a time to do it. And he may have missed it. Objections are hard. Objections are very difficult because you've got to be on your feet and you got to be on the ball. And sometimes you just miss it. So somebody's saying, why didn't they do it when they heard it? Again, they might have missed it and then realized how serious it was a little later on. So that's sort of why we're doing this here. So Mr. Depp hereby requests that the court instruct the jury to disregard this argument. Ben Chu is an excellent lawyer, and his legal writing is actually pretty good. But I really hate the herewith and wherewithin and,
Okay, so that was Runkle of the Bailey just, describing why this motion was written. It's possible they missed this objection during closing arguments.
Meg, what was the motion? What did they?
Motion was to basically strike Rottenborn's argument to the jury during his closing. That said,
Which argument?
The one that said you need to send a message to all abuse victims. Don't send and he found case law that said, jury, this is not a jury's job to send a message to anyone. This is about this case and this case only. And he found very good case law that said juries must not.
But Judge Penny said she's not going to tell the jury.
She said too late. Too late. It's in the jury's hands. Too late. You should have objected when he was saying it. And
well, he probably should have objected when he was saying
but he missed it. He missed it. And for whatever, how it is. You're on the fly. You're there. Maybe they just didn't hear it. Who knows?
Yeah.
No, the verdict is not in, people. We are waiting to hear, and it's probably not going to be in first thing this morning. The jury hasn't even convened yet. So calm
When
down.
do they have to be in court today?
I think, or maybe they did at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, I think. So
Are there still people hanging out outside the court in Fairfax, or have all the people gone home?
oh no, they're still there. It's incredible.
Really?
Oh,
What
yeah.
are they doing out there?
I don't know. I guess they think Johnny's going to come back. You know, they've been kind of cagey about whether Johnny's going to come back or not.
They have?
Yeah, I read yesterday his lawyers won't comment on whether he'll be there for the reading of the verdict. So it's possible that he will show up.
Can you think of any better drama? He has to come back.
has
If he
to
thinks
show
he's
up.
going to win, he
know.
really has to come back, because
He really does.
you want that courtroom scene
Yeah,
of,
you do.
Jury finds for the plaintiff.
Yeah.
He has to come back.
I can't imagine that he wouldn't want that moment. But now that I've seen the lawyers, because they did petition for him to not be there.
Well, maybe they wanted the flexibility, just because they know he's traveling and whatever.
Right. But man, yeah, he's in the UK and he's been touring around with a guitarist from the Rolling Stones. Apparently, that guy that he's touring with, I should have known. I'm like, his name sounds familiar. He was a guitarist with the Rolling Stones, which is why he's so famous.
That was sad testimony that came out, that Amber was like, she was bored being around him and all of his old fat friends who like to play the guitar.
That was the worst.
I mean, why did you marry an older man if you were going to be making fun of how old he is?
And not to mention, how dare you call Keith Richards and Alice Cooper old and boring? Like, excuse me? People would pay really good money to sit in a room and listen to Keith Richards play the guitar. Hello?
This is the ignorance of youth.
Ignorance of youth. God. So I like to think that I was never that stupid.
No respect.
None. Zero.
I mean, have some respect, and don't marry a man twice your age if you're planning on making fun of him for being old.
No joke. I mean,
just don't do that.
Yeah. But I mean, that was her go-to. Old and fat. That was her go-to.
So cruel. Those recordings of her taunting him are just so gross.
Christina says, I'll clean for free. I'll hold the ashtray. Yeah, I mean, I think many people, men and women alike, would love to sit in a room with Johnny and all his old friends, listening to them play music and jam out. I mean,
she must just not be a person who even appreciates music. Because
yeah.
Who would complain? Would you complain? Do you complain when you hear somebody in our family pick up a guitar and sit down and play it, or a ukulele?
Whenever we're in Hawaii and I wake up to the sounds of Uncle Rob,
it's the best,
on the guitar, Hawaiian guitar. I mean, you could just die. My Uncle Rob in Hawaii, he's running for lieutenant governor of Hawaii right now, Rob Burns.
Yeah, go look him up. He's so awesome.
Go look him up. But he is an incredible musician, and he has all these Hawaiian friends. He's Hawaiian. He has all these Hawaiian friends who play music, and they have jam sessions at his house all the time. And
so
I mean,
wonderful.
if you get the chance to listen to these men play, it is like heaven on earth.
It's so beautiful.
So beautiful. So wonderful. Music is the stuff of life. How on earth does she hate this?
Why would she complain about that? It's weird. It's just weird.
Because, like you said, the ignorance of youth. The ignorance of youth. So
yeah,
go ahead.
But it's not just ignorance. It's ignorance plus hubris. It's so distasteful. It's like, show some humility. Try to show some little tiny bit of humility.
Nikki Dunlop says Jeff Beck is not Rolling Stones, the Yardbirds. Sorry, I don't know. I don't know these things. Jeff Beck Group and other groups, one of the best guitarists on the planet. Facts matter. I agree. If I'm giving you fake news, definitely correct me. I read someone must have been wrong then yesterday, the article that I read. Because
Megan, purveyor of fake news.
Yeah, fake news. I'm fake news. Don't listen to me. Listen to Nikki Dunlop. I'm sure Nikki knows Jeff Beck better than I do. So anyway, but yeah, some some news station said he had played with the Rolling Stones. Maybe they meant he had played with them once or twice. All right. I'm just looking at your comments. Yeah. Jay Lucero says, then don't marry them. Yeah, like don't marry a guy
Right.
who is old and fat, if that's what you're going to say. And
You know
anyway,
what? That's why I kind of think she never really loved him to begin with. If that's what she thinks of him, that he's old and fat, well, then the whole thing was a mercenary operation from day one. She really is a gold digger, and she just planned that whole thing and pretended to read the books he read and pretended to like the music he liked.
Listen, I've got proof of that.
And it was all lies.
Oh, it was all lies.
It was mercenary from day one.
So she was in an interview and they asked her, how did you meet Johnny, or when did you guys start talking or whatever? And she says, we were interested in the same things and the same music and the same books. And then the interviewer says, what book? And she says, we were talking about East of Eden, and he wanted me to read it again. And I'm thinking, oh, so you started reading it again because you never read it in the first place. And here he's trying to have a conversation with you about East of Eden, which you told him you read, but he can tell that you don't remember anything about it. So he told you to read it again. That's so funny.
Which probably isn't even an easy book to discuss, even if you have read it.
I haven't read it. I'm not a Steinbeck fan.
I'm not a Steinbeck fan either.
But I have read Of Mice and Men and The Grapes of Wrath, and they make you read that in school. In fact, my daughter's reading Of Mice and Men now, and I was like, oh, good luck.
Oh,
good luck. Good luck with that. Yeah.
Good luck with that. Yes. Have fun.
You'll need antidepressants when it's over.
Ooh.
I hate that.
Yeah, I don't read stuff like that. I don't like stuff like that. Real life is hard enough. There's enough grief in it that I just don't want to read stuff that makes you feel worse.
Right.
I mean, what is the point of that?
Yeah, Stacy, thank you for sending that to me. Stacy sent me a video of Johnny playing in England. And we can pull that up. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find that again. But yeah, I think the chat's agreeing with you, Stephanie, that life is sad enough. The jury is back for deliberations, by the way.
Life is sad enough. Go read Jane Austen. It will make you laugh.
Right.
Read Mark Twain.
Read things that make you happy and make you laugh.
Of course,
Mark
I say
Twain,
that.
Great.
I say that, but I love Dickens books, and they are about very sad things, but they usually have really good endings.
And they also have like uplifting themes.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
Yes, but yes.
Steinbeck was just like a slog through
just gray fog for the whole thing.
Yes.
No sunshine whatsoever. Who wants to read that? I just can't get into it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I prefer books that make me laugh, or that, I'm out on the porch today, by the way, because it's too hot in my office. But of course, as soon as I sit down to do this, the sun is now beaming directly on me, and I'm just as hot as I was in my office. All right, I found it, so I can share this with you. Let's see what Johnny's up to, shall we?
People say we got it made. Don't they know we're so afraid? Isolation. We're afraid to be alone. Everybody got to have a home. Isolation. Just a boy and a little girl trying to change the whole wide world. Isolation. The world is just a little town. Everybody trying to put us down. So lay
Get it, Johnny.
So much pain. Then again, you're not to blame. You're just a human, a victim of the insane. We're afraid of everyone, afraid of the sun. Isolation. The sun will never disappear, but the world may not have many years. Isolation. I don't expect you to understand after you've caused so much pain. But then again, you're not to blame. You're just a human, a victim of the insane.
Helen, I'd crawl over Ryan Gosling to get to Johnny Depp.
That's hilarious.
The simping for Johnny is off the charts in the chat right now.
Well, I will say this. Who in their right mind would complain about listening to this?
I mean, this is fun, isn't it?
I mean, especially the first part where he was singing and playing his guitar. Come on. Like, what? Who's going to complain about that? He sings well.
I'd listen to this all day.
He plays well.
He plays well, yeah. And we both know how hard it is to play live and sing live and sound
Very
good.
hard. Very hard.
It's good stuff. I mean, right? All right, so here's the thing. Oh, wait, it's still going on. Wait. All right, thank you for sending that. And by the way, that's not a new recording. That's an older recording, but it was better than the one in the UK because somebody was just filming on their phone. So I just wanted to play that version of him with Jeff Beck playing that song with better sound, because the one that is being recorded on people's cell phones, it's just the sound's not good. So I really enjoyed that, actually. I mean, and everybody in the chat's like, man, I would pay good money to sit and in a room with Johnny and listen to those guys play that kind of music. I mean, of course. So listening to her complain about it is just, it's a killer. All right. So I've got, what the heck happened in the chat? Like, how did 1,000 people drop off at once? Something happened. That's not normal. That was weird. I wonder if something happened to the stream. Let me check YouTube. Looks like it's okay. Don't forget to hit that like button. If you're on Facebook, make sure you share and like and share. Whoa. Motorcycles. All right. something went wrong with the Facebook feed. What's going on with the Facebook feed? I think everyone on did Facebook drop off? That's weird. What happened? I wonder if the Facebook feed
They probably copyrighted you because that went on for too long.
Why would they just take it down like that? I know YouTube is all still here, but Facebook is not. So let me remove it and I'll set it up again. Something, it must have been because of the music, but you know what? Who cares? I don't care. So I'm going to get copyrighted for that, but I just wanted you guys to see it. And so this is a good time to remind you that you can send super chats. You can send super stickers. You can visit the merch store. You can send a super thanks. And that way, I don't have to worry about copyrights and stupid things like that because then we can just keep on going. So let's see if Facebook came back yet. It should be back up. Are they blocking it? Did they seriously block my stream on Facebook?
Do they do that if they think you're breaking the rules or something?
I have no idea. Facebook is so weird. Allison said, yeah, it went down as you started talking after the video. It's not back up. It's back. Now it's back. Okay. All right, we're back. I'm not sure what happened. I think it probably had something to do with playing the music, but whatever. Again, if you want to support the show, and regardless of what Facebook and YouTube does to me, you can send super chats on YouTube and you can send super stickers. You can go to the merch store and Christine says, yeah, you're not allowed to play music. Okay, well, you know.
You could play your own music, Meg. You could get your guitar out.
No, I'm not going to do that. I haven't played in a long time. I don't play anymore. Well, you need
to start playing again.
And that means I have to build up calluses on my fingers. I'm not into it. All right,
let's get like those little things, like those little, I don't know. You can get some little things to put on your fingers.
No, you can't. You just have to build up your calluses.
You just have to suffer.
Yeah, you just have to suffer. All right, so that was fun though, and I'm glad I played it. And I think that more people should hear Johnny's music. Tammy, thanks so much for the super sticker. I sure appreciate that. That helps us keep going, regardless of what YouTube and Facebook does to take the stream down. C. Sarge says Facebook does not allow music. Like if you're at a concert, you can't stream some music to Facebook. I mean, what's wrong with them? Why not? Yeah, Tish says the callus buildup time can be rough. It is. It's terrible. It makes your fingers hurt. All right. Hello from Germany. Well, hello, Miku. Eliana sent a super sticker with foreign money that I don't understand, but that's okay. Thank you so much, Eliana. I don't know what to call that. It's not dollars. I know it's not dollars, but I'm not caught up on. Like I said, I can't even do the metric system. So expecting me to know the money systems around the world is too much. Tina says she keeps getting booted off of Facebook, but keeps coming back. Gadfly's coming. I think I sent him the link. Oh my God, maybe I didn't send him the link. That would be terrible. He is traveling today. So hold on, let me go and send him the link.
I have a client coming in a few minutes, so I'm going to be off again.
Yeah, what's your case? What's going on?
I can't talk about it.
Oh, okay. Well, what time is that?
Supposed to be here at 10 and probably will be a bit of a long conference. So I might have to, I'll be off for a while, but please send me a text if anything's breaking, okay? And I'll try to take a break and find out.
I'll try to remember that while I'm working the board here and trying to get videos up. But
all
I will
right,
try to remember.
I'll try to keep track too, but I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Twitter, because Twitter,
is faster.
It's usually faster than anything else. I'm looking at DUI Guy's stream.
Yeah.
I would look at him. He's at KYDUI Guy.
Okay.
And he is, last tweet from him was 27 minutes ago when he said the jury is back for deliberations. So they're in the room and that's happening. All right. Well, we'll talk to you later then.
Okay. See you.
See ya. Okay. So what else is going on? Yeah. Okay. So Betty, I can get the stars on Facebook, but I tried to set it up because I can, I tried to set it up. And as soon as it got to the PayPal option where you set it up for them to send the money to your PayPal, it said, try again later. All right. So there's rumors going around that Johnny is in Spain. I don't know if that's true, but here you want some tea? I've got some tea. What happened? We need to build this audience back up. Keep sharing because a bunch of you dropped off when Facebook shut down the stream, and we need to get it back out there. So make sure that you share this stream, and that way we can get our chat going back up here. All right, I've got some tea. It's about Johnny and Kate Moss. Hold on, let me pull it up. So this is pretty interesting, and I don't think it really means anything necessarily. And I hope, like I've said before, that Johnny stays away from women and for a while. I think he needs to get healthy and get back to himself. However, exclusive, the Daily Mail is reporting Johnny Depp parties backstage with ex-girlfriend Kate Moss. Man, these pop-ups are terrible. Hold on. I'm not putting up with this. I'm going to the archive. I'm not putting up with trying to read over pop-ups. This is stupid. Let's archive this. All right, here we go. Johnny Depp parties backstage with ex-girlfriend Kate Moss after performing with Jeff Beck in London, and days after she told U.S. court he didn't push her down the stairs. British supermodel 48 last week gave evidence in Depp's defamation trial against another of his exes, Amber Heard, rejecting claims that she'd ever been assaulted by the Pirates of the Caribbean actor during their high-profile 4-year relationship in the 90s. And Miss Moss this evening again publicly showed her support for her former flame, with whom she remains on good terms, by heading to London's prestigious Royal Albert Hall venue to watch him perform covers of John Lennon, Marvin Gaye, and Jimi Hendrix alongside Beck. 77. The fashion icon was joined inside by former TV personality Sharon Osbourne, who arrived for an after-party following the end of the concert. Ms. Moss, who last week gave evidence to the U.S. court via video link, arrived at the venue early, around 8 p.m., 90 minutes before Depp was due on stage, clambering out of a blue Mercedes. Clambering is a funny word to use there. It makes me think she almost fell out of the car. I don't think that's what they meant. But clambering out of a blue Mercedes and being escorted by security into the stage door entrance. After Beck's set began at 8:40 p.m., Depp headed on stage at 9:23 p.m. to perform several songs with a British music legend considered among the greatest guitar players in history. So there's some pictures of Johnny on stage, and there's also some pictures of Kate Moss coming in. Looking beautiful, looking fierce, as supermodels do. So that's interesting. And, maybe they've just rekindled their friendship. Perhaps he was saying thank you to her for showing up for him. Because, it says fans of Depp speculated. It says fans of Deep. Get your editing on point. What am I reading? The UK Guardian? Fans of Depp speculated on Twitter about why Moss had gone to see her ex perform. One, Karen Hancock, said, could this be why he came to London? The best thing she ever done was to mention Kate Moss in the trial. It brought her back into his life. Yeah, I don't know. I think they're friends, and I think that I would not expect them to start dating or anything. And I actually think, like I've said before, Johnny needs to... He needs to back down from the women at this point in his life and perhaps concentrate on his kids and sobriety. So let me get back over to the chat so I can see you guys. Yeah, Kate is one of his lifelong friends. It's just gossip. The press just cannot stand to let them just be friends, Alicia, I'm glad you like the sound of the birds. I have to be out here today because it's just too hot in my house, and I have to be outside where there's a breeze. Although I'm sitting in the sunlight right now, and it's like burning my arm. Hopefully the sun will be up though above the shade in just a few minutes, so I will be cooler. I'm looking at your comments. Hold on. At least Moss is age appropriate. That's also true. Also true. Yeah, I think they're just two. I think they're just two friends hanging out. That's what I think. And I think after the stressful week he's had, and she's had, because she was also on the testifying. I think it makes sense that they're hanging out. All right, let's see. All right, let me check the verdict stream. See if there's anything going on over there. Okay, so we don't know if Johnny's going to show up for the verdict. They're being kind of cagey about it. His attorneys said they can't comment. They won't comment on that. So I think it's possible. I was actually thinking he wasn't, because they had put in that motion to not be present. And I was thinking that he would not be there. But now that they've said they can't comment on it, I think it's possible that he will show up. Let's see. All right. I need to get something cold to drink. So, you know what we're going to do right now? We're going to play my favorite song while we're waiting for Gadfly to get in here. If he does show up today, I'm not sure, because I know he's traveling. We're going to play my favorite song by Gadfly. It's called Camille. And if you have not subscribed to Gadfly on YouTube, you need to do that. And I'll drop the link as soon as the song is finished playing.
Saw an angel dressed in white in Fairfax, Virginia, and she had to fight a serpent in her sides that was spewing lies. But don't look in his eyes. I know that this is the end. When all the money ran out, so did all the friends. And right away, you're lying on the stand, legend. Not the same, you understand. Camille, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, well girl, you get me, you just don't know. Camille, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Camille, sleepless nights, insomnia, getting killed by all the deposition that's boring you. If you wanna be alright, well think about what a crazy life can make it up. I know, you're all I require. You put the demon flame out while we get gaslit fire. Hope you never retire, 'cause I'll be fine. You're all that I need. Camille, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, well girl, you get me, you just don't know. Camille, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Camille, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, well girl, you get me, you just don't know. Camille, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Camille, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, well girl, you
All right, I love that song. Please subscribe to Gadfly. I've moved on to my morning orange juice and my mocktail. I make like a mock, not Bellini. What do you call them? I'm forgetting. But anyway, it's orange juice and sparkling water. So I get this. I'm not being paid to tell you this. I just want to because it's so good. But I buy this bubbly sparkling water that's caffeinated. And I mix it with orange juice because orange juice is just too sweet. There's too much sugar. But just a splash of orange juice and this yummy, bubbly, sparkling, caffeinated water is the perfect. It's the perfect morning drink if you don't want to drink coffee. And right now I'm not in the mood for coffee because it's too damn hot. It's too damn hot in New York today. Mimosa. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Crystal. Yes, It's like a mocktail mimosa. There's no alcohol in it. And my mega pint is in the dishwasher. So I'm just using one of my wedding glasses. All right. Yeah, no Johnny Walker in the morning. What is my dog's name? This is Archie Ruckus. Archimedes Ruckus. Here he is. There's a big boy, and he's very sweet, and he's very dumb, and he's 2 years old. Okay, buddy. He's almost 2. He's still a puppy, and if I let him, he will climb into the swing with me. So I have to keep. If you hear me going, no, off, that's because like right now he's trying to sit on my lap. His butt is on my knee. Yes, but is it a dog or a cat? Julie, I can't tell. I'm gonna have to double check that. Okay, honey, not with the cords, please. No, buddy, come on now. See, I shouldn't have called him over here. If I call him, he thinks that I'm gonna now pay all the attention. All the attention will be to the puppy. Yes, he loves his mommy. That's very, very true. He's a year and a few months old. He'll be 2 in October, and he is. Oh, good God, he's very, very dumb. That's not true. He's very smart. He knows exactly what I want him to do, but he's very, very stubborn, and it just depends on if he wants to do the thing that I'm asking him to do. He doesn't want his own swing. No, he wants to be in my swing. In my swing. That's what he does. He comes halfway up in the swing if I let him. And he is so big. Yes, he's still technically a baby. He's still learning. He's just a puppy. Shay says it's very hot in Taiwan. Well, can I suggest a mocktail mimosa? Because it helps. It helps with the cooling off. Allison, I'm so sorry that you lost your fur baby 6 weeks ago. That's very sad. I lost my moose, my German Shepherd. He was white. I lost him 2 years ago in October, and it was awful. Actually, no, August. I lost him in August, and we got Archie Ruckus in October that same year. All right, let's see. All right, so let's go over to. Hold on. I got to get over to. So this will be something fun. If the verdict comes down today, you're going to get to watch me submit my article about the verdict, which is already written. I've written 2. One for if he wins and one for if he loses. You'll get to. I'll have to stop what I'm doing. Stop broadcasting. I won't stop broadcasting. I'll let you watch me write it, and then publish it, because that's what I have to do. As soon as the verdict drops, I have to get that in for work. I work at pjmedia.com. I want to show you that website. Hold on. Share screen. All right. So this is where I write. This is my page that has all of my articles on it. Now, I have been covering this trial extensively, and there are many, many articles about this trial. Now, I've told you guys, I know it's a tough economy, and those of you who can send super stickers and super chats, I super appreciate. And those of you who can't can still help me out a great deal. For one, you can go to PJ Media and you can click on my articles. Now, here's one that you might really like to read. It was called, by Nick Ricada, the most important article to come out of this trial. So clickety-click, because it costs you nothing to click on the article and share it on your social media. If you can click and share for me, that would really make my day, and it helps to spread my content and to get some eyeballs on it. I have written this, Why We Can't Let Amber Heard's Melodramatic Whining About Internet Abuse Close American Courtrooms. So I dropped that one in the link if you're interested in reading that. Also, why the heck did Amber Heard's legal team call her back to the stand? I mean, it really was a stunning decision. I have a theory about it. I'm dropping this link in the chat for you. Please clickety-click and share. This article, it's funny because I have a theory about why they did what they did. And it might have been one of you that said it. I believe that the reason why they did this, why they put her back on the stand, I think it was her. I think because, and I think it was a greater strategy by Johnny's lawyers. Now follow this. Johnny's lawyers put Johnny back up on the stand at the end there. Now, why did they do that? Did they do it because new information was coming out of him? Like we got all this new stuff? No, because we didn't. We didn't get new stuff. We got him defending his character about charity, which didn't hurt his case at all. It probably it might have helped. I don't know. I watched his testimony again, the second testimony again, and I came up with, well, we didn't learn a whole lot of new stuff there. But perhaps her attorneys knew that his attorneys knew that by putting him on the stand, she wouldn't be able to resist. She had to get the last word. And so she forced her team to put her back on the stand. And Camille was ready and waiting for her like a snake under a rock. and because that's when she really got railed. I mean, the first cross that Camille did was good, but the second cross was devastating. So don't you think that maybe it was a setup from the beginning? Put Johnny on the stand. We'll talk about, and he'll do fine against Rottenborn because he's great against Rottenborn with his little Mr. Rottenborn. He's great. He makes people laugh. He's not going to piss off the jury. So it doesn't matter if we put him back up there. And they also made them burn their time by cross-examining him the way they did. And then she can't help but want to be back up on the stand to get the last word because she's a narcissist. And then they already knew they wanted to confront her about TMZ and about those other damning testimonies, Morgan Knight. So yeah, I think it was a setup. Yeah, she slipped up good with that bruise kit statement. I totally agree. So clickety click, make sure you visit pjmedia.com. Those of you who have signed up for VIP, and I know there are many of you, my editor told me that she's getting so many signups for VIP from you guys, for my articles. I had the top grossing article as far as VIP signups this month, and that was all because of you. And I appreciate you so much. And I'm just so thankful that you guys have supported me. And so if you are a VIP member, you can read the new one, As Johnny Depp Jurors Keep World Waiting for Verdict, Mock Jury Decides. And I go over Nate, the lawyer's mock jury verdict, and also how I would have answered. Also, if you are not a VIP member and you want to become one, it's really easy. You just go up here to VIP, you click on it, and then you use my promo code FOX, and you will get a discount. Here's another one. Exposed. Amber Heard's terrible, awful, no good day in court revealed 5 more lies. Now, this was the second cross-examination that she just was determined to have. And I'm going to put that one in the chat for you. Clickety click. Doesn't cost you anything. Clickety click. And it helps me to get more eyeballs. And share. Please share, because this is a great one. This article goes over every single lie that was exposed during Camille's devastating second cross. We had Kate Moss wrecks Amber's fake stairs story. We had trucks are going by. Dr. Curry exposes Amber Heard's expert witness as an unprofessional hack. And all of this has video evidence with it. Former TMZ reporter wrecks Amber's claim she didn't alert the press. All kinds of stuff. Photographic forensics expert destroyed Amber's claim that her photographs weren't edited. Whoops, somebody saw Amber hit her ex-wife. So there's lots of good stuff in here. You guys should like and share. These are very popular articles. People like to read them. Your family and friends on Facebook will thank you for sharing it. And I appreciate you doing that. And I just want to say thanks again. You guys have you've really gone over the top, above and beyond. And I appreciate this so much, the support that you've given. And please continue to come and read my articles. Liz Ann says, I got my t-shirt and I love it. I'm so glad. Love to hear that. The merch store is open and anybody can order from the merch store whenever they should choose. And it does ship internationally. Let me see if I can get the, hang on. I'll get the merch store link. Actually, let's show the merch that we have because that's something I could do. Sure. Here's what she's talking about, her t-shirt. So I've got objection hearsay t-shirts. I've got objection hearsay merch that says #men2. I've got justice for Johnny Frosty at the drop of a hat, time for a mega pint, or isn't happy hour any hour? Mega pints, glasses, t-shirts. We've got it all. And one of my favorite set of merch is Make Americans Friends Again, because no matter what all of us here together think about politics or who we voted for, we can certainly come together on when it's time for a mega pint. And that time is any time, isn't it? Thank you, Lisa, for the super sticker. I sure appreciate that. Yeah, there's lots of Amber videos out there. The chat's talking about the videos that Amber has done that are just, there's like interviews that are bizarre. I played one the other day where she can't hold her head up. Her head keeps going like this. And that was during an Aquaman tour. So I'm not sure how happy Warner Brothers was with that one. But, oh, they're in session. Okay, hold on. No, I don't see, they're not. Here, here. I will show you the court stream. Hold on. This is what we have going on right now on Law and Crime.
Believe what she has to say.
They're just talking.
And Matt, I'm glad you explained what the significance of this was.
So I do not see any court going on. If one of you is somewhere else and you see court, you're probably seeing replays, but I am keeping an eye on it. Definitely keeping an eye on it. Okay. Connie says, love your articles. Well thought out and well written. Thanks, Connie. Thank you. Enjoyed watching you and Gadfly live. So glad someone is providing the truth and not the biased slant of the other media. Well, somebody has to tell the truth. Somebody has to tell. And I would like to be that person. I do care about the truth. And I really hate media gaslighting. I'll tell you that much. I hate media gaslighting. I hate it when the media tries to tell me I didn't see what I saw, that my eyes don't work. Thank you for the super sticker, Damitaho. I'm trying. I'm like Elaine. Your Honor, I'm trying. All right, let's see. Megan, did you see the interview Tug did about a certain Aquaman starlet having a nose candy problem before she met JD? I did not see that, but I would not doubt it. Who has a drawer full of tampon applicators to pull out at any given time for nefarious activities? Yeah, I didn't see it, but Tug does some good work, and he's been covering this for a very long time. Elaine is very trying. Yes, Suzanne. Yes, she is. Very trying. So as we await the verdict, what shall we do? Let's see. Let me go over to, I didn't get a ton of stuff together for today, so forgive me. Let me see what's, let me see what's trending. Hold on. Going over to Twitter. Oh, the ACLU. That's what I wanted to tell you about. Okay. Hold on. This is so freaking frustrating. Hold on. All right, here we go. I got to share this with you. The ACLU is now they're now denying what they said in court under penalty of perjury. They are now saying they didn't say what they said. So hold on. Share, stop screen, share. All right, hold on. You guys are going to love this. This is insane. Okay, here's me on Twitter. The ACLU has now written this article, What You Need to Know About ACLU Ambassadors, Including Amber Heard. All right, can you see this? Let me make sure you can see this. Make sure you're not just looking at, no, you're still looking at Twitter. All right, hold on, I have to stop that. Stop screen, share. The ACLU is a fraudulent organization. Thank you, chat, for pointing that out. But I'm not sure that they know that it was a televised trial because they're now claiming they didn't say what they said. What you need to know about ACLU artist ambassadors, including Amber Heard. Now, they just wrote this, yesterday? For over 100 years, the ACLU has fought to protect the constitutional rights and freedoms of all people. We do this through litigation, advocacy, and public education, which is what the ACLU Artist Ambassador Program is all about, working with artists of all disciplines who want to use their platforms for good to put a spotlight on pressing civil liberties and civil rights issues. During the current defamation lawsuit between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, some have claimed that the ACLU made Ms. Heard an ambassador for gender justice and wrote an op-ed on her behalf in exchange for her pledge to donate money to the ACLU. This is wrong. We do not write op-eds or offer ambassadorships in exchange for donations, period. Becoming an ACLU artist ambassador is entirely voluntary. It is a favor to the ACLU and not vice versa. In 2016, Ms. Heard pledged to donate $3.5 million over 10 years to the ACLU. 2 years later, in 2018, the ACLU invited Ms. Heard to become an ambassador and to work with us on an op-ed to bring attention to the issue of sexual assault and domestic violence issues. She agreed. So we're just to believe that it's a coincidence that she pledged to give $3.5 million and then they invited her to become an ambassador? Okay. Through her ambassadorship, Ms. Heard supported our advocacy for gender justice issues, a cause that has long been central to our mission. Now, that's pretty much all they say about her. I want you to remember this part right here. We do not write op-eds or offer ambassadorships in exchange for donations. We do not write op-eds. Okay, remember that. Remember what you just heard. We do not write op-eds. Let's go back to Twitter, shall we? All right, now here's my tweet. And I went back to the ACLU testimony.
We are moving forward with some kind of an op-ed, and that ACLU communications department staff members would be writing the first draft of it.
And Jess refers to Jessica Weiss?
Yes.
Okay, let's please turn to Exhibit 35, please.
We are moving forward with some kind of an op-ed, and that ACLU communications department staff members would be writing the first draft of it.
Did you hear that? ACLU members would be writing the first draft of it. We were going forward with an op-ed, and ACLU members would be writing the first draft of it. Now, you remember what they just said. No, Mary, you're saying that they're splitting hairs by saying in exchange for donations. It isn't saying they don't write op-eds. Let me read it back to you. We do not write op-eds or offer ambassadorships in exchange for donations. Okay, fine. What you're saying is because they're not saying we don't write the op-eds. We just don't write them in exchange for donations. Bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Do you think the ACLU would write an op-ed for me without a donation of $3.5 million? Do you? I don't think so. I realize that that's how they're trying to thread the needle, but it's not working. It's not working for me. Now, look, there's more.
Who drafted, was it your understanding that it was Robin Schulman who prepared the first draft of the op-ed?
Yes.
And Robin.
Okay. So on one hand, they're not in the business of writing op-eds for people. But Robin Schulman, well, she wrote it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. And if we have to, if you want to, you know, we can go back and listen to his whole testimony, because there was all kinds of stuff in there about that pledge and what they did for her. I mean, come on. I'm supposed to believe that they would just write an op-ed and spend all that time and money writing an op-ed for anybody, just anybody, without $3.5 million pledge. Give me a break. Give me a break. ACLU wrote the first draft. They sure did. They wrote it. And now they are claiming that they're not in the business of writing. Yeah, I could try pledging. Let me write them an email. I will write an email to the ACLU. I will pledge them $6 million and see if they'll write an op-ed for me. So yeah, I don't. And now, on top of it, the ACLU wants $86,000 from Johnny for document production they had to do for this lawsuit. You know, I personally think that the ACLU testimony in this trial was one of the most damning testimonies there was. So let's watch it again. Let's watch it. Do you guys want to watch it? I want to watch it. And we can talk about what we hear them say, because now that they have gone on the public record claiming that what we heard is not what we heard, I think we did, and I think we should go back and listen to the whole thing. That's what I think. Hold on. I'm going to pull it up here. Terrence Doherty. Yes. This is who we want to listen to. Terrence Doherty. Let's watch it. Yeah, we've got time. I'll keep an eye on the court stream and everything else, but let's rewatch the ACLU's testimony. And remember, they said they don't do these things in exchange for pledges or donations that had nothing to do with it.
Work specifically relating to her being an ACLU ambassador.
Let's now turn back to the email starting on ACLU 47. Bottom of the page from Gary Johnson to Jody Gottlieb and others.
Yeah.
Reportedly dated November 6, 2018. Who's Jerry Johnson?
Jerry Johnson was a more junior person in our communications department. His title was Communications Department Strategist. And strategists are often communications department associates that have expertise in and do work in a select number of our issue areas.
Okay, he writes, I'd like your and Amber's thoughts on doing an op-ed in which she discusses the ways in which survivors of gender-based violence have been made less safe under the Trump administration and how people can take action. Why was the ACLU recommending that Amber write on that subject?
With Amber agreeing to be an ambassador and to work on women's rights issues and in particular issues of gender-based violence, Jerry was coming up with specific things that were of significant policy importance to the ACLU that could be the subject matter of an op-ed written by Amber.
Directing your attention a few lines down, he uses the acronym GBV. What does that mean?
Gender-based violence.
Then further down, he says, if she feels comfortable, she can interweave her personal story, saying how painful it is as a GBV survivor to witness these setbacks. What is the ACLU referring to when it talks about her personal story?
There were a number of things that Amber had expressed from her personal story about her having been a survivor of gender-based violence And so one of the things that we do with ambassadors is we want them to tell authentic stories about our issues in the public, and to the extent that they have any personal direct experiences, for that to be part of their story for the public.
So the ACLU was not forcing her to relate her own experience with GBV. It was leaving it up to Ms. Heard's discretion, correct?
Correct.
And Exhibit 31 was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
And it was maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
Let's move to Exhibit 33, please. Mr. Doherty, asking you to please look at Exhibit 33 and ask whether you've ever seen this before.
I have.
See the email from Robin Schulman to Jessica Weitz dated November 14th at 10:58 a.m.?
Yes.
Who is Jessica Schulman?
Robin Schulman is a person in the communications department who is no longer with us, but who had expertise in issues involving gender issues.
Well, you anticipated my next question. Is Robin Schulman still at the ACLU?
No.
And is she an attorney?
I don't know whether she's an attorney. A number of our communications department staff members are, but I don't know. She wasn't working as an attorney.
Ms. Schulman is asking Ms. Weitz, what's the status of this situation? What situation was she referring to?
The situation is whether we are going to be doing an op-ed with Amber.
Okay, and moving up on the page, there's an email from Jerry Johnson who says, quote, Jess had drinks with Amber last night, and it sounds like she was able to confirm with her that we'll be doing the first draft.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
It is often a decision has to be made when we're working with ambassadors or with other people who are speaking to the public, who does the first draft of the document. So it sounds here that Jerry is saying that that from Jess's conversation with Amber, we are moving forward with some kind of an op-ed, and that ACLU communications department staff members would be writing the first draft of it.
And Jess refers to Jessica Weitz?
Yes.
Okay, let's please turn to Exhibit 35, please. Have you ever seen this document before, Mr. Doherty?
And yes, I have seen this document. Thanks, Michael. I didn't.
And what is it?
This is a series of communications about the, it's the result of a series of communications about the op-ed that Amber, under Amber's name, took place with a media outlet. And so this is Jessica Weitz sending a draft of that to Amber.
Great, and let's go to the first email first. The email that starts in the second half of ACLU 185. It purports to be from Robin Schulman to Jessica Weitz on November 29. Do you see that?
I do.
And is she attaching the first draft of the op-ed to that email?
So I assumed that it was not an attachment, but it was just pasted into an email, but I can't tell from this. I don't see anybody saying attached. So it could be either, but what I see this as is Robin sending a note to Jess Weitz for Jess Weitz to then forward to Amber.
Understood. Robin says, I tried to gather your fire and rage and really interesting analysis and shape that into an op-ed form. What does that refer to?
That refers to the effort for our ACLU ambassadors to speak publicly in a way that is impactful, that is shows the importance of the issues.
My favorite part of this is that Amber had nothing to do with writing it. And then she gets on Twitter and says, I published this article. I wrote these words. And clearly she didn't write any of them.
And how important they are personally to individuals.
But because she put her name on it, she's being held legally responsible. It's a lesson to be learned here, kids. Don't put your name on something if you didn't write it.
And in this case, therefore, Amber's passion for working on gender-based violence issues and speaking about it, and that she has an analysis that is one that Robin finds interesting.
And so when she's referring to fire and rage, that's Ms. Heard's fire and rage, correct?
Yeah, that's my read of this, even though I recognize that it is confusing because it's an email from Robin to Jess.
And the rage would be directed against Johnny Depp, who purportedly abused her, correct?
I didn't take it to mean that. I took it to mean fire and rage about gender-based violence issues.
Was it your understanding that it was Robin Schulman who prepared the first draft of the op-ed?
Yes.
Okay. And Robin says to Jessica, your lawyers should review this for the way I skirted around talking about your marriage. Whose lawyers is she referring to there?
I believe these are Amber's regular advisors or who were involved in the review negotiation of the NDA between Amber and Johnny Depp.
And then if you look at, direct your attention to the top email from Jessica White's to Amber Heard. She says to Amber, apologies for the delay, but we have needed to pass this through quite a few lawyers. What lawyers did Jessica White's pass the op-ed through?
These were lawyers in the Women's Rights Project of the ACLU, plus the director of the Center for Liberty, the deputy legal director of the ACLU who runs the Center for Liberty, within which is the Women's Rights Project, and even the legal director of the ACLU who runs the whole legal department, our programmatic litigation work on behalf of civil liberties, David Cole.
But it never got to your level, correct?
Well, David Cole is at my level, just to be clear. He also reports to the executive director, but it never got to me or anybody on my team.
No one asked you to review the first draft of the op-ed?
No.
Did anybody ever ask you to review any drafts of the op-ed, including the final draft that was published in the Washington Post?
No.
She says, I want to make sure nothing was said in here that puts you in jeopardy with your NDA. What does that refer to?
The non-disclosure agreement that was entered into between Depp and Heard in connection with the dissolution of their marriage and the settlement agreement.
Okay, and is this a document that was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
All right, let's move please to Exhibit 37. Have you ever seen Exhibit 37 before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a draft of the op-ed that Robin is sending to Amber after a conversation that they had to discuss the issues in the op-ed, and in particular, to have a conversation about the op-ed. And And then she sends her changes that were made to the op-ed that were relating to things that Robin and Amber discussed during that meeting.
And to be clear, this next draft of the op-ed reflects changes that Robin Schulman made after she met in person with Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Correct.
What did Ms. Schulman and Ms. Heard discuss during their in-person meeting?
My understanding is that they discussed some of the personal experiences that Amber Heard has had that that Robin used to incorporate into the op-ed.
And isn't it true that Ms. Heard's advisors initially revised the draft to remove any reference to Ms. Heard's marriage or divorce?
I recall a number of email communications back and forth among ACLU personnel and Ms. Heard's attorneys where they were suggesting edits to the op-ed relating to matters covered in the NDA.
And then isn't it also true that there were some at the ACLU who expressed their belief that excising those references to her marriage and divorce from Johnny Depp made the op-ed less impactful, correct?
It is correct. That is correct.
But ultimately, based on those voices, Ms. Heard pushed to get that excised material back into the op-ed so it could be more impactful. True?
That's not my understanding. My understanding is that the language that wound up in the final op-ed piece was very different from the original language that
they have an
Robin
email
included in the op-ed.
They have an email, sir.
Having spoken with Amber about her personal experiences.
And how was it different?
It did not refer directly to Ms. Heard's relationship with Johnny Depp.
Okay, let's move ahead, please, to Exhibit 38.
Yes, sir, stand by.
Here comes the email where she wants more about Johnny put into the article. Stunning. Stunning what they did. And this is what they want $86,000 for, by the way. ACLU wants
Mr. Doherty,
86
have
grand.
you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
And is this one of the documents you reviewed in preparation for your deposition?
Yes.
What does this relate to?
So this relates to Stacy Sullivan, who reported to Terry Tang, and her role with respect to this op-ed piece was to think about the best place to place it and to make the contacts with the media in order to get it placed.
And she suggests here that the outlets that the ACLU and Ms. Heard was considering were the New York Times, the Washington Post, Team Vogue, and USA Today. Is that correct?
So not Stacy, but Jerry, who I think you said she, Jerry is a he, and Jerry wrote some suggested places to place this after having had conversations with Amber.
And Jerry's suggestions were the New York Times, Washington Post, Team Vogue, or USA Today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Whose responsibility was to place the op-ed? Was it the ACLU's, Ms. Heard's, or some combination of the two?
The work to place the op-ed was taken on by the ACLU in that we have in our communications department people with expertise and who regularly do just that kind of work.
It was
but as we
the
can see from
ACLU.
this email, it was done in consultation with Amber Heard.
But it was their idea.
Mr. Johnson writes, since the draft turned out pretty strong and Aquaman slated to do large numbers, I'm wondering what you think about it. What does he mean by saying the draft turned out pretty strong?
This appears to be the analysis of how broad-based and how what kind of reach the media outlets where we can place this will have, and that media outlets are more likely to take on publishing an op-ed like this if it is a strong one, and if it is, and to the extent that it is written by a person who's an entertainer or a well-known person, that the more they are in the public eye at the time, the more likely it will be accepted by a more prominent or broader reach media outlet. And so that's the sort of descending media outlets are in descending terms in terms of descending, likelihood of, descending importance and reach, but greater likelihood from, for example, as we go down that list.
And Amber's referencing her own direct personal experience, and her marriage to Johnny Depp makes it a stronger product, correct?
I think that the Amber's contributions to the portion of the op-ed that talks about personal experiences is part of what informed the view that this was a strong op-ed, and the importance of the women's rights issues referred to in the op-ed, in that some of them were very timely women's rights issues before Congress.
And Ms. Heard
I told you he would try and jump in the swing.
Had a co-starring role in Aquaman, correct?
I don't know whether she was a co-star, but I know that that was a film that she was in.
And didn't she tell the ACLU that she wanted the op-ed to come out just after Aquaman was released?
I do recall that there was a conversation about the optimal timing for the op-ed piece.
And as part of that conversation, Ms. Heard said in words or substance that she wanted the op-ed to come out soon after Aquaman, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Who did she relate that to?
I don't recall, although I believe that there's documents that we produced that can shed some light on that.
Is Exhibit 38 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared by people with knowledge and prepared in a contemporaneous manner?
Yes, it was.
And it was made in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, true?
True.
Okay, if we could move ahead, please, to Exhibit 41. This is another one of these, well, it's not that long.
Yes, sir, stand by.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
These are further communications among employees, staff members in the development department regarding the placement of Amber's ad and the finalization of the op-ed piece.
The placement of her ad.
The finalization of it.
Yeah, you said it. You said it, sir.
Great.
We
And
heard
if we
it.
could move ahead, please, to ACLU 257. And specifically the email from Robin Schulman to Jessica Weitz on December 11th, continuing on to the next, or strike that. Let's go to the email on the last line, Jessica Weitz's email. She says, team.
What's the timestamp? What's the timestamp on the email that you're referring to?
I'm sorry. This is December 11th email at 11:05 a.m.
Okay.
From Jessica Weitz. You see that? Okay, and she says, Amber sent back the op-ed with final edits from her legal team, which specifically neutered much of the copy regarding her marriage and the domestic violence. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that consistent with your recollection?
I'm not sure about the use of the term neutered here, but I do know that her lawyers removed references to her marriage. And
I just want to point out that this testimony right here is proof that they knew darn well what they were trying to do. They were trying to implicate Johnny without using his name and without going toward, they wanted to go right up to the line, but not cross it. Listen for that in this testimony. They knew damn well what they were doing.
Divorce.
And then she writes, the goal is to get this out this week to capitalize on the tremendous campaign for Aquaman. What does that mean?
That means, from the ACLU's perspective, that Amber is about to receive an incredible amount of press and be in the public eye. So what better a time would it be than now to put out this op-ed so that it generates significant readership about our issues?
And Amber agreed with the ACLU on that point, correct?
I believe the answer is yes. Every step of the way we were making these decisions with Amber's PR representatives involved.
Okay, let's move back to an email in the middle of 257.
Okay.
And it is from Jessica Weitz, timestamped 11:09 a.m. on December 11th, 2018.
Okay.
Robin, her lawyers omitted the below, but Amber would love to see a way to have that part in bold somehow put back in. Is there an artful way to do that? Otherwise, she is okay with the final.
Wants to put it back in.
I sought a temporary restraining order from my then husband. Ellipses was changed to 2 years ago after successfully acquiring a temporary restraining order, but still not cleared by her lawyers. Do you see?
Okay. I have to stop because this is huge. This is emails saying Amber wants to put back in that she got a restraining order against her husband. She wanted that in the article. We all know what this article was about. It was about defaming Johnny Depp from the beginning. And Amber herself was trying to get more information about Johnny put back into the article. Emails show. This was such damning testimony. This should destroy. This is why all three claims they need to answer yes to on every single one. Yes, and yes. This testimony right here. You're hearing it, right? It's not just me. No, we don't have a verdict yet. We are waiting for the verdict. And while we're doing that, we are looking at the ACLU testimony, which I think is one of the most damning testimonies that we heard in this whole trial, because they talked about it behind the scenes. The emails have been exposed. They were absolutely trying and calling Johnny a wife beater in their emails, trying to implicate him in this without getting sued. So they knew the consequence. They knew what they were up against, and they were still trying to do it without really doing it, So they have an email from Amber saying, I want this put back in to the article. You took out the part about the restraining order and I want it back in. Is there a way to get it back in? Damn.
That
I do.
Was that consistent with your understanding about what Ms. Heard's desires were?
Yeah, I trust Jessica White's relationship with Amber, so that when Jessica told Robin that was something Amber wanted, I have no reason to think that that's not correct.
Okay, and finally, let's look at the beginning. The first email, Exhibit 41, from Stacey Sullivan to Jessica Weitz, says, yes, and I need to read the latest version. And Robin told me Amber's lawyers took out some of the stuff that made it really powerful. So let me look to see if I think it's strong enough for top tier. What did she mean by top tier?
I think from Stacey's perspective, the more powerful a document is, the more likely it will go into a top tier news outlet such as the New York Times or the Washington Post, that sort of descending tiering that was in Jerry Johnson's email.
Okay. And is Exhibit 41 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business by people having knowledge and done so contemporaneously?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's move ahead to 43.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
This guy is such a turd. Such a little mousy turd. I mean, yeah, top tier. Alex, thank you for pointing that out. That means not the Sun, not the Inquirer, but the Washington
Directing your attention
Post.
to
That's
the
what
first
makes it
page
real damaging.
in Exhibit 43, from Jessica Weeds to Sean Walsh. Who is Sean Walsh?
Sean Walsh at www.consulting.com. I don't know who that is. This is an email that includes in it people other than ACLU employees and ACLU consultants. So I'm assuming it's somebody relating to, one of Amber's representatives, but I don't know for sure.
Do you know who Eric George is?
Yeah, George, BGR firm. Yes, Eric George was one of Amber's attorneys.
And she's announcing to the group that it's going to the Washington Post, a triple exclamation points.
Correct.
Take it the ACLU was pleased that it was placed in the Washington Post.
Correct.
And I believe you testified earlier, but I just want to confirm for the record, the ACLU took on the responsibility of attempting to place the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
Archie's biting my feet.
And why
Ow.
the ACLU instead of Amber or her PR team?
Placing op-eds about matters such as this is the kind of thing that is the bread and butter for the ACLU. And so I don't recall if a conversation happened about whether her PR people or our PR.
Wait a minute. Did he just say placing op-eds like this is the bread and butter of the ACLU? Now that's interesting testimony, because how could it be? If you place an op-ed, it costs you money. You have to pay the Washington Post to place one of. That's why he kept calling it an ad. And so where does the money come from if that's the bread and butter and they're paying to place these ads? Is it possibly from the pledges of the people that they write the ads for and then place in the Washington Post? So they get $3.5 million from somebody. They spend, I don't know, $350,000 to place the ad, which is probably what it costs. And that's their bread and butter. He did just say that, by the way. He did just say that. So them saying we do not place ads in exchange for pledges, I think they need to be perhaps audited. All right, I'm looking at the court stream because you guys are getting nervous. You said they're setting up microphones or something. Hold on. I'm also watching hashtag Verdict Watch on Twitter. I'm checking that. And I'm going to get to your questions because you guys, I've been stocking up on a bunch of your questions to answer later. Maybe we'll get back to more of this in a minute, but hold on. Verdict Watch, so far, I'm not seeing anything. Let me check DUI guide just to make sure. Where are you? DUI guy. All right. We have one, he says, we have one psychic that says verdict today and one savant that says no verdict today. Kill me, please. So that's the update so far. We've got nothing. We've got nothing. Okay, let me go over to your questions because there are several. I don't know where Gadfly is today. I mean, he's driving. He probably doesn't even have signal. But if he gets in here, he'll get in here if he can. I'm sure he will. All right. Ryan says, if JD loses, the next Great Depression will begin. Listen, Ryan, don't worry. He's not going to lose. Whether he wins or loses this case doesn't matter. If the jury finds against him, for sure they're not finding in her favor She's not going to win on her claims because they're absolutely absurd. And her lawyer spent absolutely no time arguing that she actually was owed any damages. So please don't worry about that. The worst case scenario is everyone gets ruled against, okay? But he still walks away a winner because the world believes him. And that's what he wanted. That's all he wanted. So don't worry about that, okay? Soul in Exile sent a super sticker. Thank you very much. Kelly, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that. Let's see. Floating Phantom Head sent a super sticker as well. I sure appreciate that. And Mary says, Megan, did you watch the Johnny versus Amber thing on Discovery? No, I didn't. I didn't know that that existed. But if it's good, let me know and I will. All right. Phil says Johnny loved this. It showed he had numerous enemies in the media he was fighting, plus Amber and her attorneys. And that was during this testimony you said that, Phil, and I totally agree with you. You also said all this that's missing with this guy is a lizard tongue flipping out of his mouth. I can't say that I disagree with that. Mary says, I didn't even know who Amber was until this court case. Join the club, Mary. Either did I. Muhammad says, if no one is held accountable for perjury, then what's the point of it? Then everyone should lie on the stand. Everyone should be charged on perjury. Make it count. So no one does this. It blows my mind. I couldn't have said it better. I don't know why perjury is not prosecuted. I think there should be special offices in every state's attorney's office that specializes in bringing perjury charges. I mean, we pay enough taxes that this should be possible to do. And also, it would mean that people would have to take our justice system more seriously. Because if you can just get up on a stand and lie about what... Archie, stop that. Stop that. He's trying to get on my swing. Stop. No. Off. Dang it. You're going to knock over my glass. Stop. Okay, come here. That way. Go that way. Sorry. German Shepherds, when they want your attention, they're going to get it no matter what. And he's a 100-pound dog. So, and now he's chewing on my hand. Yeah, I agree. This is what we should be doing. We should be charging people with perjury and holding them accountable for it. I'm going to put you inside if you don't stop. Yeah, that's right. Oh, now he stopped. Okay. Jennifer says, question. Couldn't it be said that letting Amber Heard get away with lying under oath so many times and the system not doing anything kind of tells the world it's okay to do the same? Of course it does. This is sending a huge sign. Listen, you cannot come over here. No, you're going to knock my glass over. Stop coming that way. Go the other way. You unplugged the computer now. All right, sorry. I have to put him inside because he's getting squirrely and he's going to knock over my setup here in a second. So hold on. All right, that's taken care of. Seriously, he'll knock over everything. If he wants my attention, he'll start knocking shit over. Okay. Couldn't it be said that letting Amber Heard get away with lying under oath so many times and the system not doing anything kind of tells the world it's okay to do the same? Yep. And that's what will happen. And it is already happening. You've heard Stephanie, my sister, who's a lawyer, she told you that perjury on the stand happens all the time. And one of the reasons it does happen all the time is because there isn't any real consequence, and that's a problem. Marie says, this trial made me realize I'm a bigger fan of JD than I thought. I think a lot of people might be feeling that way. Like, he's a guy that you haven't really thought about in a long time. And I mean, I don't think about him unless I see him in a Pirates movie or something, or doing the hospital work that he does. And I think, oh, that's nice. Oh, I like that movie, you know. But now, after hearing what he's been through, I just feel a profound sense of, I hope he gets well. And I hope he has a peaceful life from this point forward. Because nobody deserves what has happened to him. What the heck? Okay, so we're not plugged in anymore because the dog took the plug out. Where's my mouse? Okay. Nina says, it infuriates me that they were doing all of this and protecting an abuser and allowing her to further abuse. Yeah, the ACLU is complicit, clearly complicit in this. And that sucks. Jill says, I agree about them knowing why is saying it's an ad a damning statement. Okay, that's a great question. Because they switched between saying op-ed and ad. And they're trying to pretend like this op-ed was something that the Washington Post willingly printed, like that they reviewed, that the editors looked at. But that's not true if it was an ad. If it was a placed ad, that's something that the Washington Post, they'd get money for. It's basically like taking out a full-page ad in the New York Times and you can do anything. You can write anything on that because it's an advertisement. They took money for it. They're not endorsing it. But it fools the reader. See, this is why the media is so bad. This is how they gaslight you. They fooled the reader into thinking that this article was published in the Washington Post and it went through all these editors and it went through all this, journalistic integrity, and it didn't. It was just some political hack who bought a full page to promote their political agenda. Is that news to you? Is that something that you want in your newspapers? I frankly don't think they should be able to do it. I think every time that someone takes out a full page ad that's paid for, the Washington Post or whatever magazine should put on the top, this ad was paid for by whoever, so that you know. Otherwise, they're just putting the Washington Post's name on it, and it's just political hackery. So, yeah, does that answer the question? Mary, you ought to show Amber's rebuttal time on the stand where she admitted it was about Johnny and she meant it to hurt him. We will. If we have time, we will go back and actually listen to the closing, to that second cross, because I think that's when it happened. And also, I kind of wanted to listen to the closing arguments again. Maybe we'll do that. Soul in Exile says, being a person of full lips, it might have been prejudicial of me to have commented as I did. You guys were commenting on how this person has no lips, and that made me laugh. Jennifer says ACLU got playing a dangerous game. They sure did, and they shouldn't do that anymore. Wendy, why is it that Amber always gets away with everything? Why did her lawyers take out stuff that would incriminate her, and they're allowed to do it? I'm getting really sick of this whole thing. Okay. She signed an NDA after she got a divorce. Okay, during the divorce settlement with Johnny, there was an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement between the two parties. They both agreed to not say anything disparaging about the other person. She signed that. And then she went and wrote this article defaming him. So she broke her NDA, and the reason why her attorneys were taking stuff out was because they knew that she was under that NDA. And so they were saying, no, you can't put that in there. No, you can't put that in there. Her attorneys were doing their job. They were trying to protect her. But if they were really doing their job, they wouldn't have allowed her to write this thing and pretend to be a victim of domestic abuse in the first place. But she was determined to make a career out of it, because you heard from her own mouth. She loves Angelina Jolie. She wants to be just like her. So she had to find her thing to be in the social justice category, and helping poor people in other countries wasn't good enough for her. She wanted to be the face of domestic abuse. And she threw her husband under the bus to do that. Does anyone still read the Washington Post? Yes, sadly, they do, which is owned by Jeff Bezos, by the way, who owns Amazon. And I think that's another question we should ask. Should these billionaires, should they be able to own everything? Like also like the hugest company, and then also like one of the biggest media companies. And why is Jeff Bezos interested in controlling the narrative? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I'm just asking the question. I'm looking at I caught up on all the questions that I starred for now. And I'm going to go back over to Twitter. I'm going to play this. I'm going to keep playing this ACLU testimony because there's way more here. And I'm going to go over to Twitter and make sure I'm checking on what's going on with the verdict. Okay, here we go.
People should be in the ones that do the work to place this, but it is fully consistent with how we do our work that we placed this one.
All right, let's go back to Exhibit 42, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
One of you just tweeted out my stream about how it's not just the verdict watch, but dog training or not.
Have you ever seen this document before,
It's
Mr.
good stuff.
Doherty?
I am familiar with this document.
Is this one of the documents you reviewed in preparation for this deposition today?
Yes.
Was it made in the ordinary course of ACLU's business by people having knowledge and doing so contemporaneously?
Correct, yes.
Was it maintained by the ACLU in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Would you please direct your attention, sir, to page Bates number 1181. In the middle of the page purports to be an email from Stacey Sullivan, Michael Larrabee, and others at the Washington, well, I'll just say Michael Larrabee. Who is Michael Larrabee?
Michael Larrabee appears to be a person who was a contact that Stacey Sullivan had at the Washington Post. And so she reached out to him first about placing the ad. And then because she received a bounce back out of office from Mike Larrabee, she sent her original request to Michael Duffy and Mark Laswell, also at Washington Post.
And what was the purpose of her sending them this email?
This was her attempt to get the op-ed placed.
And she writes, "Hey, Michael, wondering if we might interest you in a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you may recall, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, on what the incoming Congress can do to help protect women in similar situations." Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read it correctly.
All right, let's look, please. Let's turn to Exhibit 73.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
Is this the online copy of the op-ed that the ACLU placed?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. Who came up with that title?
Based on my investigation, I'm not aware of I'm not aware that the ACLU had any role in writing the name of the op-ed piece. And my understanding of how op-ed pieces work is that it is the media, in this case, the Washington Post, would have drafted the name of the title of the op-ed and not the person who wrote the op-ed.
Did the Washington Post seek the ACLU's or Ms. Heard's approval of its title?
I believe the answer to that is no. There's nothing in the evidence that shows that they reached out to us to do that, and it is inconsistent with my understanding in that these news outlets do not usually ask for the permission of the author of the op-ed for when they come up with the title.
Hello, Mr. Doherty. Would you please, or would the technician please call up Exhibit 45?
Okay, I want to say that that's true.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
That the Washington Post would have been the one to come up with the title. But if she had a problem with it and she called them up and said, "Oh, no, you can't use that. It's going to get me," or one of her lawyers could have called at any time and said, "No, no, no, that's going to get us sued." don't do that, the Washington Post would have changed the title. So I don't believe for 1 second that she doesn't get credit for that headline when she could have had it changed. All right, you guys, a lot of you are, if you're just joining us, I'm Megan Fox. I write with pjmedia.com. We are doing live verdict watch today, and the verdict has not come in yet. We are waiting for it to come in. And while we're doing that, we are relooking at ACLU testimony, because the ACLU came out with an article today where they claim that they did not do this op-ed in exchange for the $3.5 million pledge that Amber Heard didn't pay. And they're just, denying things that they said on the stand. No, Jay Nash, the jury could not possibly have gone home. No, that did not happen. Do not spread fake news. The jury does not go home until at least an 8-hour day. So if they will have to deliberate all day until they come to a verdict, or if at the end of the day, they're like around 5 o'clock, if they don't have a verdict, then they will then go home. But there is no chance that they went home this early in the day. There would be no point. The judge would not allow that. The judge has to release the jury. So once they get there for a deliberation, they don't go home until there's either a verdict or it's the end of the day. So please don't worry about that, and don't spread that around, because that's not true. All right. I am looking at the Verdict Watch hashtag on Twitter to see what the latest is. And so far, we got nothing. They are still going over that 4-page verdict sheet, which frankly, I've spoken to several lawyers. I've listened to several lawyers on this, and the verdict sheet is quite large and unwieldy, and it's very unusual to have a verdict sheet that is that complicated with over 40 questions. So I wouldn't worry about any of this. Don't worry about any of it. We're just going to go over this testimony because it was pretty damning. And I personally, if I'm on that jury, I'm looking back at this testimony. I'm looking at this one to decide whether or not the statements, because no matter what you heard, this is the other thing that's so crazy about this trial. No matter what you heard about abuse and allegations, blah, 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 all these like, oh, he did this to me in a trailer and whatnot. This case is about defamation. It is about one thing and one thing only. It is about the Washington Post article. And this testimony right here is the only testimony you need as a juror to figure out if these things were done, why they were done, are they defamatory, what was said. This is the testimony right here. So we are rewatching it and commenting as we go.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen Plaintiff's Exhibit 45, which is Bates number ACLU 623?
Hold on, I'm just making it a little bigger. Okay, yes, I have seen this document.
And is this one of the documents you reviewed in preparation for your deposition?
That's correct.
And what is it?
This is an article that was in US Today and specifically ties Amber's statements in her op-ed piece to Johnny Depp.
And when Jessica White says so much for not mentioning JD, what did she mean?
I speculate that she was saying that there were significant efforts made by Amber's attorneys to take out the references to Johnny Depp and her marriage, and yet nonetheless, people made that connection.
And in particular, the reporter for the USA Today took her to be referring to Johnny Depp when she spoke of being the victim of domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Was this document prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business contemporaneously by people having?
All right, let's talk about how important that was. Because of the Washington Post article, someone in USA Today took that article and basically rewrote it, plugging in Johnny Depp's name everywhere. Now let's go to the verdict sheet, shall we? I'm going to look at it. I'm not going to share it with you because we have this other thing on the screen, but I'm just going to read it to you. One of the things you have to consider was due to circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. Well, right here in this testimony, a USA Today reporter saw it as an implication of Mr. Depp to such an extent that she wrote an entire article about Depp in relation to the Washington Post article. And all her readers read that as well. So the damage to his reputation was widespread. It went from the Washington Post to USA Today. Right there, you have to answer yes to that question on all three statements. You can't, if the jury comes back with just one for him and two not, I won't understand it. All three need to go in his favor. All three. The whole thing was defamatory, in my opinion. And I would be very shocked if it comes back otherwise. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you say one statement was defamatory and one statement could be could have led someone else to infer it was Mr. Depp, but the other two weren't. Excuse me? That would not make sense to me. And so I split from the mock jury that Nate the lawyer did on that, because they came back with a decision of 1 count for and 2 counts against. And I just don't get it. I just don't get that. I think this testimony right here proves that all of this was meant to implicate Depp, that it did have widespread ramifications, including this article in USA Today.
Knowledge?
Yes, it was.
Is it maintained by the ACLU in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And would you please move ahead now to Exhibit 46?
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen Exhibit 46, which is ACLU page number 1287?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a statement by Robin Schulman saying that that the article that they're referring to basically, recasts everything that is said, but ties it to Johnny Depp.
So Ms. Schulman is agreeing with Mrs. White's characterization that the USA took Ms. Heard to be referring to her allegations of physical violence by Johnny Depp, correct?
Yes.
And she says it's kind of amazing that they just grabbed the entire op-ed and rewrote it using Johnny's name. Why was it amazing?
I don't know why she found it amazing.
Because that was consistent with your understanding. She was referring at least in part to Johnny Depp, correct?
Yeah, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that there were that she was referring to Johnny Depp and her marriage.
Was Exhibit 46 prepared in the ordinary course of business?
Well, there it is.
People having knowledge contemporaneously?
Yes.
Was it maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 59, please, which is Bates numbers ACLU 2614 through 2616.
Okay.
Have you ever seen this document before?
Just going to the beginning. Yes.
And what is it?
This is a conversation among ACLU employees regarding what were the amounts contributed to the ACLU that were connected to our relationship with Ms. Heard.
And is this exhibit 59 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
And it was prepared contemporaneously by people with knowledge in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
And looking at the chart on ACLU 2615, this is the same.
Okay, there is an update on Twitter, on DUI Guy's Twitter feed. James from court says the hallways outside Judge A's room are packed with reporters. Occasionally, Elaine Breedhoft and Camille Vasquez and Ben Chu walk around on the phone. Elaine Breedhoft jokes, "Are you all around here for any reason, or are you just bored like me?" That's funny. So, everyone's on pins and needles. Everyone's on pins and needles waiting for that verdict. And that's what we're doing here. We are waiting for the verdict. And meanwhile, we are re-listening to the ACLU testimony, which is quite damning for Amber Heard. And I don't know how you listen to this one testimony and say that this article was not meant to defame Johnny Depp. And I think he should win on all three counts. And I think that the legal analysis that I've heard over the last couple of days from LawTube, I think they're really overthinking it. And lawyers do that. Lawyers, they overthink everything in legal terms. And I think the people who are on that jury, for one, they're not lawyers, I don't think. I don't think they have any lawyers on the jury. I could be wrong. Maybe there's one. But normal people do not overthink this legalese to the point that LawTube has been doing. They're going to a silly level, thinking that one count will come back for, one count will come back against. I mean, maybe that will happen. But I think people who have common sense, who are just, average people and not lawyers and are not familiar with the legal terms and all that stuff, I think that they will see what we see, which is if even one of these sentences is defamatory, then the other two must be as well, because they all refer to the same thing. If one refers to him, if one infers that he's a wife beater, an abuser, then all three. And who is thinking like a lawyer in the jury room going, well, technically, no, I don't know. I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening. I could be wrong. I probably will be wrong, but that's okay. We're all speculating here. All right, let's go back over to the testimony.
Contributions chart that you testified about earlier from Salesforce, correct?
Correct.
And again, as in the prior exhibit, this chart or ledger does not reflect the $100,000 contribution from Johnny Depp in Amber Heard's name in August of 2016, correct?
Correct.
And you still can't account for why that wouldn't have been included?
We assume that there was an error made in not including that in Ms. Heard's account, where we keep the records of her in Salesforce. Although Anthony, as you see, then raised the very question, what about the $100,000?
And directing your attention to the first page in this exhibit, do you see the email from Mr. Romero to Mr. Moresco? Subject, a quick question. Mr. Romero asked, did Elon's other gifts come from Vanguard? To what does that refer?
My personal knowledge is that Anthony was just asking whether other gifts from Elon Musk had been issued from recommendations he made to Vanguard regarding his donor advised fund at Vanguard.
And Mr. Moresco then responds, one of them, yes, his $5 million gift in February 2017 was from Vanguard. Do you see that?
I see it.
And if you look at the next page, Vanguard was the same entity that made the soft credit contribution in Amber Heard's name to the tune of $500,000, correct?
Correct.
And he says, in any case, my understanding was that the $500,000 from Vanguard was recommended by EM. Do you see that?
Yes.
And EM stands for Elon Musk, correct?
Correct.
And also in that email above that, Mr. Moresco states that Mr. Musk's $1 million gift in May 2018 was from Fidelity. Do you see that?
Yes, he must have, either that means a separate donor advised fund he has at Fidelity, or from Fidelity, in direct investment accounts he has at Fidelity. I'm assuming the former, but I don't know.
And if you look at the next page in the Salesforce chart, the second payment credited to Ms. Heard for $350,000 as of December 11th, 2018, came from that same Fidelity, correct?
I don't know the answer to that question. I know that it came from a Fidelity donor advised fund, the $350,000, but I don't know if it is Elon Musk's donor advised fund at Fidelity.
But it could be.
It could be.
Okay, let's move, thank you, on to 61, please. Which is Bates number ACLU 1669 through 71. Directing your attention to the last email in this exhibit from Jill Sargent to Inga Sarda Sorensen and Tyler Richard. Who were Inga Sarda Sorensen and Tyler Richard?
Inga and Tyler are both senior communications department strategists in our communications department.
Okay. And Ms. Sargent from Reuters asked, I'm preparing some material while awaiting a verdict in the Johnny Depp libel trial in London and wanted to fact check Amber Heard's current previous links with the ACLU. Do you recall that Mr. Depp's that this is a reference to Mr. Depp's defamation case in the UK against The Sun?
It appears to me that that's the trial she's referring to.
Okay, directing your attention, please, to page number ACLU 1670, the email from Jessica Whites to Tyler Richards. Do you see where Ms. Whites writes, the answer is yes, she's still an ambassador. That's a reference to Ms. Heard still being an ACLU ambassador, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Whites writes, quote, she donated her full settlement to charity, 50% to the ACLU and 50% to another organization.
Lies.
That's a reference to Ms. Heard's representation that she donated the full amount of her divorce settlement from Johnny Depp to charity, correct?
Correct.
And that statement was not true. She had not donated the full amount of her settlement, $7 million, to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
At the time that Jess Whites wrote this in July of 2020,
Yes or no, sir?
Ms. Heard had not donated her full settlement to the ACLU, and I'm not aware of what she did to the other organization.
At the time Ms. Whites wrote that, the ACLU was still $2.2 million short, even if you credit Ms. Heard with the $100,000 that Johnny Depp gave to the ACLU, correct?
At the time that she wrote this, we had received the 1.3, so yes, 2.2 million of the full 3.5 million we had not received.
Was Exhibit 61 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared in the ordinary course of the business by people having knowledge contemporaneously?
Yes.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 62, please. Have you seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is Jessica White's reaching out to the communications department in order to come up with a correct statement that we could make in response to the Reuters article. And she comes up with recommended language on this that she then wants to confirm with our development department. So she is doing diligence to ensure that anything we say to the media is going to be correct.
Let's move ahead to Exhibit 63. Do you have that in front of you?
I'm just making it larger right now. It just arrived.
You ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is back and forth between Richard Tyler in the communications department, Jessica White, and another communications department junior person, Ava Lopez. And it all concerns what we can say to, what we should say to Reuters in response to their question about Amber and her contributions to the ACLU.
And this was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
And it was prepared and maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, true?
True, correct.
Let's look at the second page of the exhibit, an email from Tyler Richard to Jessica White's. Mm-hmm. Who is Tyler Richard?
It's Richard Tyler, and it's Tyler Richard. That's right, Tyler Richard, and he is a senior person in our communications department.
And Mr. Richard says, Amber Heard is an ACLU ambassador for women's rights since 2018. She also pledged her full settlement to charity. Do you see that?
I do.
And Ms. White's response, yeah, I think that's safer. I had nightmares about this last night. I'm very upset. Do you think this is okay? Why was Ms. White so upset about the characterization of Ms. Heard's charitable donations or lack thereof?
My understanding is that as a communications department professional, Jessica was concerned about these news articles that were appearing and what impact they would have on, how the ACLU and its work with Amber is seen.
She was concerned that the ACLU was not telling the truth about Amber's paying the $3.5 million, correct?
I don't see it that way. I see it as her doing everything she can in order to produce a correct statement to the press.
Wouldn't the correct statement to the press be that she's short $2.3 million?
As I testified earlier, that's not the kind of thing that we would ever say about a donor to the ACLU. Instead, we would, especially when it isn't the fact that there was any specific time period by which we were supposed to have received any specific amount of money, considering that she didn't sign the pledge agreement, and therefore, there's an attempt. So as an organization, we attempt to work with our donors who are having financial difficulties in order to receive, the funding from them that they want to give to us. So no, I don't see this. I don't know. We would, in that sort of scenario, we would never say she's short anything.
Directing your attention to the email.
Constantly touching his
Page
face,
number ACLU
hiding his mouth.
1700.
Do you think this man is truthful with you?
Ms. White's to Mr. Richard, dated July 31. She says, I'm just stressed about her and the difficulties with all this. Who is her?
Assume that is Amber Heard.
Why was Ms. White stressed about Amber Heard?
Because this is a stressful thing to have these kinds of news reports out there, and in particular about an ACLU ambassador.
What kind of news reports are you referring to?
What I believe the Reuters article, from the Reuters article.
And what did the news article say that was distressing?
I think it was the tie between the attempts to make Ms. Heard look poorly in the press regarding her donations.
But did you
No
talk to
news,
Ms.
guys.
White in
Nothing's
preparation
happening.
for this deposition?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you about the donations and how she was stressed about Ms. Heard?
Ms. White's didn't say anything specific about that.
You didn't ask her about why she said she was stressed about Amber Heard and the difficulties with all this?
I believed in reviewing the documents that I had an understanding of why this was a difficult situation for many people.
So the answer is you didn't ask her about that, did you?
I did not ask her that question.
I guess we'll have to. Did you ask her about the nightmares she had about Amber Heard and why she had what the
I have
substance of her
nightmares about her
nightmares
too.
were about Amber Heard?
No, I did not.
Your Honor, counsel for Ms. Heard is now taking over the question.
All right, thank you. We all have nightmares about Amber Heard. I love that the ACLU lawyers had nightmares about her. All right, I won't make you listen to Elaine.
It was introduced.
No. Stop. I won't make you listen to that. All right, so what are your thoughts? Sorry about the wind. It's a little breezy here. It's so much nicer than yesterday, though, being stuck in my hot office. So if you can put up with the birds and the traffic and the wind, I would appreciate it for my own comfort, because my office is like an oven. All right. What did you think about that testimony? I personally thought that it was devastating to Amber's case. And if I were on the jury, that's the testimony that would get me to rule on Johnny's favor on all three counts. Okay. Thank you so much for your compliments. I appreciate that. All right. Let me go over to your questions, because I started a bunch of them while we were watching that last section. Amanda says, pray for me today, please. 18-year smoking habit and going to get my neck checked for lumps via sonogram. Amanda, we will pray for you, and best of luck to you. And hopefully you'll be able to kick that habit. All right. William says, no, please. I can't go through rotten porn closing arguments, as it just went on and it's so boring. I didn't mean I would make you sit through their closing arguments. Maybe I said that, but I didn't mean it. I thought what we would do is listen to Amber's final cross by Camille, and then listen to Johnny's closing arguments again, because I know it would be too hard for you to listen to Rottenborn and Elaine. But there is some, if you want to know what the jury is thinking, there might be some good reason to listen to those closing arguments again and wonder, do they hold water? What would you think if you were on the jury? But if you really don't want to hear their voices, we'll just do Johnny's lawyers. All right. Alta Price said, remember, people, just because someone's a lawyer doesn't mean they're intelligent. This is true. What do you call the guy who graduated last in his law school class? A lawyer. All right. Didn't Amber Heard admit in her closing that she wrote that article about Johnny Depp? She did. Now, again, this is why this case is so weird, right? Because on one hand, they want to say that They want to say that she didn't write it about him, or she didn't mean to implicate him, but that it doesn't matter because everything he did all those things. So they're playing both sides. And this is what the problem always has been. They should have gone with the defense of, prove the defamation in those statements, instead of going with, but it was all true. Everything I said about him was true. That's much harder to prove. I don't know why they did that. Probably because of her ego, and she's not going to be able to get away with it, I don't think. Allison says, I think the hateful text, correct me if I'm wrong, came after she put the injunction against him. Would you be pissed off if someone accused you of some of the worst behavior ever, trying to ruin you? I think those texts are just him venting. I would want to murder her and burn her corpse too, and whatever else he said if I had been accused of rape and I was innocent. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it was a venting text to his friend, and are we now saying you can't send venting texts to your friends? Obviously, he didn't mean it, or he would have killed her. Okay. Phil said, several major U.S. companies all arrayed against Johnny Depp. Yeah. The ACLU is a major organization with ties to the government. The Washington Post, major media organization, and now USA Today was brought into it, major news organization. Yeah. In this case, this is what makes this case so fascinating, because we are learning all the dirt on all the groups, aren't we? We're learning all the dirt. Allison says, law question, if Johnny wins here, can he go back and sue the Sun newspaper with new evidence? No, he cannot. It has already been litigated. Sean talked about this yesterday, and he cannot go back on the same claims. Now, if the Sun prints a new headline tomorrow that wife beater Johnny Depp did something, blah, 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 then perhaps he could sue them again for the new statement, but he won't be able to sue them for the old statement that was already litigated. Melanie said, if you read some of the messages I sent to a friend when I found my hubby was cheating on me, I sent to my friend. If you read those, I would be in prison. Yeah, I think that a lot of people feel the same way about their texts and what they say and what they really mean. Mermaid says, the longer the jury takes, the more concerned I am for JD. Well, don't be concerned. Because they have 4 pages of a verdict sheet to get through. 4 pages. And it's really complicated. And I think they're trying to do their best, because they know they're under the public eye, to make sure that they give this decision enough weight. So don't be concerned about that. Christine says, if Amber didn't mean this op-ed to be about Johnny Depp, then who? No one. She meant it about him. Of course she did. And we all see it. All right, let me go over to Twitter real quick, make sure I'm not missing anything. But yeah, I know there's rumors. There's always going to be rumors going around that this is happening now, and oh, they're back. And you just have to be careful, because rumors are going to swirl today. So if anybody tells you that there's a verdict back, there isn't. The verdict is still out. A DUI guy just tweeted 2 minutes ago, some people think there's a holdout juror. I don't think so. I don't either. I think they're going over very complicated instructions with a 4-page verdict sheet. And I'm not worried. I'm not worried about that. I think they will come to the right decision. And if they don't, then I don't understand humanity. I don't understand what we just watched. Because how can the whole world be on one side and the jury be on the other? They're one of us. They're people just like us. And I find it very hard to believe that those people will come to a different conclusion than we have. Mermaid says AH is literally a danger to society. She has abused her sister, her husband JD, her ex-wife Tasha, and Elon Musk, and that's just what we know about. If she was a man, she'd be in prison. Well, Mermaid, I don't know if she has abused Elon Musk. I know he's been seen with a black eye holding her hand. So that does raise some questions. But we do know she abused her ex-wife, Tasha. There's plenty of evidence that she abused her husband, Johnny Depp. And there's also evidence that she abused her sister. So I'm going to agree with your comment as mostly true and a problem for society in general. Michaela says, this is taking forever. I know it is, Michaela. I feel your pain. But we're all here together, and we're going through it together, and at least we have one another. David says, if you have been in JD's spot and you have had enough, That explains the text. Gross or not, it's not abuse. Hear, hear. I agree. Core Rod says it. I always tell people do not put anything in writing or text that could ever be used against you in a court of law. Well, that's easy to say. It's not so easy to do. I would like to live in a world where our free speech is not used against us in a court of law when it comes to something like this. I think reasonable people can understand that people get mad sometimes and say things that they don't really mean. Amber is a ticking time bomb, says Ryan. She will kill somebody someday. I am concerned about this. I've said it many times. I think without proper therapy, she is a danger, and she should get that as soon as possible. Allison says, Joe Coburn, this is not about male and female. Making it about that is all wrong, and the ACLU's mistake. This is about right and wrong, about the law, and I'm glad JD is taking this on, and I'm glad the evidence is there to support him. Hear, hear. Me too. Ryan says, Amber knows how to lure men. She's a honey trap. Yes, that's true, and men need to get smarter about who they let into their lives. Don't be fooled by outward beauty. Make sure you know what's inside before you get hooked. Oh, there go the trucks again. Samantha says, can the judge overrule the jury's verdict if she wants? No. No, she cannot. This is not a bench trial. This is a jury trial. The jury are the fact finders. If the jury comes back, they can come back with any decision they want. And whatever they come back with, the only option at that point is for Amber's or Johnny's team to appeal and go to an appeals court that will hear it again or will hear their problem with it. Not the whole case, but whatever they're appealing, that's what will be heard. But no, a judge cannot overturn a jury verdict. An appeals court can, but not this judge. No. Carrie Thompson says, what's holding up the jury? Well, we just don't know. But if I had to guess, it's the 4-page verdict sheet that's complicated. And maybe we should go over that one at a time and see what we think. I'll have you guys vote in the chat for what your answers will be. Okay, Suzanne says, does this guy or the ACLU still believe Amber is going to honor her pledge? It sure sounded like that, didn't it? But I've got news for him. She's not going to. So that's not happening. She is never going to pay that bill unless she is ordered to by a judge. And even then, she would probably appeal it forever. Allison says, another stupid law question. Why didn't Amber just try to prove it wasn't defamation by proving the abuse was true? Well, she did. That's what she tried to do. She tried to prove the abuse was true. She undermines her whole case by denying the article, which we all know she wrote. By doing that, she shows herself to be a liar. Well, look, she didn't really deny that she wrote it about him. I mean, they tried to split the baby on this. Beth, I see you. I see you. I'm getting your comments. Yes, I am. She tried to split the baby, but I'm not seeing all of them, by the way. I'm just seeing when I'm reading comments, I'm on a different page. So if I've missed something, just say it again. They're trying to split the baby in their arguments on this. On one hand, they want to say that the article wasn't defamatory and that she was not implicating him because she never used his name. But on the other hand, they also argue, but he's a terrible abuser, so it wouldn't even matter. They haven't picked one, really. They're trying to argue both, and I think that's a mistake. All right, so. Yes, Susan says, I heard the ACLU is trying to charge Johnny to pay them for having to come to court. They are nuts. They want $86,000 for the document. Hold on. Busy day today with construction. Anyway, they are trying to charge him $86,000 for document production that they had to, get all those emails together, and they want us to believe it cost them $86,000. We will see. The judge who will be hearing that case is in New York City. So who knows what will happen there. Anna, if you have a link to send me, you have to send it on Twitter. YouTube deletes all links. It's just something that they do. They don't allow the links. I think they allow them from me, from the creator, but they don't allow them from people who are commenting. So if you want me to read, maybe I can Google it. There's an article by Monica Levinsky in Vanity Fair regarding the trial. I'll try and Google it right now. But anybody who wants to send me a link or something funny, you have to send it on Twitter at Megan Fox Writer. You can find me there. Hang on, and let me see if I can find this. If the swinging is giving you vertigo, I can't help you. Just don't look. I have to swing. I'm in the swing. Okay, hold on. Vanity, you said Vanity Fair, Monica Lewinsky. Monica. Vanity Fair. Johnny Depp. All right, let's see. Was it, no, it's not that. What's it called? Can you give me the title of this article? Because searching by her name is not working. Do you mean Monica Lewinsky? Monica Lewinsky? Really? Oh, Lewinsky. All right. Sorry, you said Lewinsky, so I thought it was something else. Hold on. I'm sure Monica is trying to gin up support for Amber because Monica did go through like horrible public, castigation, but she wasn't a liar. Okay, so the difference between Monica and Amber is stark. It's vast. It's an ocean. Monica Lewinsky was a victim of the President of the United States. She was 22 years old when the most powerful man in the world took advantage of her. Then her story got just spewed all over the world. She is not comparable in any way to Amber Heard. Not in any way. And I don't know why she probably relates to this because Amber's being embarrassed on an international scale. However, Monica didn't deserve it. Bill Clinton deserved it. Yes, she was called a liar. Well, okay, she denied having a relationship with him, but I mean, anybody would. That was not a lie to hurt someone. That was a lie to protect herself, and it was a lie to possibly protect him. And frankly, Bill Clinton's lie was also a lie to protect himself. It wasn't to hurt someone else. So those lies, in my opinion, are not as damaging as Amber Heard's lies in any way. Amber Heard lied to hurt someone else. She bore false witness against her neighbor. And Monica, that is not the case with Monica. We're broadcasting live from my porch. Why would you call it an outhouse? What's an outhouse? Isn't that a place where you go to the bathroom outside? That is definitely not this. This is my porch. Yeah. So no, I don't think. Let me look at this article real quick. She said, "We are drenched in the taint of the dirt and aggression of the social media wars. The obsessive chatter around the Depp Heard trial is just one small example of the ever-expanding, ever-demanding search for schadenfreude and titillation," she continued. "No matter whom the jury's verdict favors, be it defendant Heard or plaintiff Depp, we are guilty." I don't feel guilty. I don't feel guilty. I'm sorry, Monica. I don't feel guilty. I think we were all guilty when you were in the spotlight, and I was one of them who was guilty. Because for those of us in the conservative press, we're so excited about the chance to take down a guy we hated, that we did splash those headlines around, and we didn't think about Monica. We didn't. As a mother now, I'm very sorry for that, because I wish I had, and I don't remember what I wrote back then. I just remember that we laughed a lot about it, and I don't remember what I actually wrote, but I wish I had defended her. And I think I did in some way. I think I had said, I know I made statements that she was 22, and a woman that young was a victim of a man in power like him. And we took the opportunity to go after Bill Clinton in a way that hurt her, and that was a really unfortunate thing. And I think today I would write much differently about it. But it was never not going to be in the news. It was never not going to be in the news. Yeah, totally. The haters are jealous of my boss hammock. Yeah, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. All right. So, I mean, I understand why Monica feels this way. I'm not gonna question how Monica feels about it, because she says, having been on the receiving end of this kind of cruelty, I can tell you that the scars never fade. I believe her. Okay, I believe her totally. But she's blaming it on misogyny. Sorry for the trucks. She's blaming it on the misogyny, and I don't think that's what this is. I don't think this is anti-woman. I think it's anti-liar. Monica, you weren't a liar. You didn't lie. And you were greatly harmed by the media in this country. There's no doubt about it. And maybe even by some of us who didn't think before we told the jokes. But this is about a liar. This is about someone who lied to harm someone else and got caught. And so she deserves the dragging that she's getting. And maybe she will never forget it, and it will make her think twice before she does it again. And that kind of thing should never have happened to Monica Lewinsky, because she didn't hurt anybody. She never hurt anybody. And if you haven't watched the special on, what is it? Is it Amazon Prime? It's called, what's it called? About that whole time about Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky. What the heck is it called, you guys? Help me out. The one on Amazon Prime. It might be called Impeachment or Impeached or something like that. It's a dramatized version of that story, and it's really, really good. And you should watch it, but I'm waiting for the chat to catch up to the delay and tell me what the name of it is, because I don't remember. But Monica is a totally different person than Amber Heard. Monica Lewinsky never hurt anybody. She never lied to hurt anybody. She deserved then American Crime Story. Yes. Was it called American Crime Story? Is that it? I don't know. Now I have to look it up, because I don't know. Because now I'm not sure. Because one person says impeachment and one person says American Crime Story. So which one is it? Were there two? No, you didn't miss the verdict. It hasn't happened yet. So while I understand why Monica would feel triggered by this, because she's probably having flashbacks about the terrible, no good, awful thing that happened to her, I don't think that it's comparable in any way. And I wish nothing but the best for Monica, and I'm sorry that she went through that. There's no new news on the verdict, but comparing Monica to Amber Heard is just crazy. Maybe they're setting Amber up for being a TED Talk expert after a while. All right, let's see. All right, so it's called American Crime Story, impeachment. That makes sense. So it's both. If you have not seen this is a wonderful dramatization. And the woman who plays Ann Coulter, she should win some kind of acting award. She is so good. You think you're watching Ann Coulter, and Ann is not easy to impersonate. She has this accent, like this East Coast accent that's tough. I've never heard anybody talk like her before. And the woman who plays her is out of this world good. Out of this world good. I don't know her name, but she is out of this world good. So if you have not seen Impeachment, American Crime Story, you need to see it. So now you guys are messing with me. It's either American Crime Story, Impeachment, or Impeachment and American Crime Story. I don't know. Just go look it up, because I'm telling you what, everyone in this thing is great. And I think it's really close to the truth as far as how Monica was treated and how it became. She was forced out into the public, and it was just a terrible thing. Okay, I'm changing the ticker. I hear you. Create the banner. Waiting on Depp verdict. Here we go. All right, I have changed the ticker. Are you happy now? Okay, Core. Yeah, she had an affair with a married man. Have any of you ever done anything you're not proud of at 22? She was 22. I do not blame a 22-year-old for anything. When you're talking about someone who worked for the president of the United States, and that power dynamic, oh no. The 22-year-old is not at fault. That's insane. That's insane. And yeah, She had an affair. So what? So what? I'm sure she regrets it. I'm sure she regrets every minute. How long should she be punished for having for doing that mistake? Which one of us could say that we always acted appropriately when we were 22? Certainly not me. And I doubt any of you made all the right decisions when you were 22 either. Okay, Law and Crime just reported on TV that it is reported Amber Heard is in the Virginia area and will be at the verdict. That would really surprise me. I don't think that she's going to want to be filmed if this doesn't go her way. So I'm shocked that she's going to be there. But I have a feeling that Johnny might be there too, because his lawyers will not say one way or the other if he will be there. So there's a very big possibility that he will be there. But we'll see. Maybe not. I kind of feel like the jury wants him to be there. And if he's not there, I don't know. It's not like they're going to change their mind if they walk in and see that he's not there. But I kind of feel like he should be there. All right, yes, Sarah Paulson plays Linda Tripp, and she's amazing at it. Absolutely amazing. So believable, so great in this show. If you haven't seen the show, you guys, seriously, start watching it. It's so good. And it gives you so much information on what happened behind the scenes and stuff. And it's just very believable. I also thought that it wasn't my big criticism of Hollywood is always that they're very anti-conservative and that they always tell Republican jokes and they never tell jokes about Democrats. And I felt that it was pretty fair. It was pretty fair. It was a tough time. It was a wicked time for politics. And I mean, it was brutal. And we were hurling as much crap as we could at one another. And that's how it was. It was a knockdown, drag out fight every day. And I thought they portrayed that really well without demonizing one side or the other. I thought they did a really good job kind of staying neutral and showing what really happened. I mean, yeah, we were political enemies. That's what you do with your political enemies. You try to destroy them any way you possibly can. Not that that's a good thing, but that's politics. Welcome to politics. That's how it works. Okay. I'm looking at your comments. Okay, when do you think that Amber's going to be there because she knows she's going to win? And you know it, you think she's going to win. Okay, well, maybe. I doubt that. I don't know what would make her feel that way, though. Because I don't think this is going to swing her way. I really don't. So Tina says, I think it would be dangerous for Amber to be there for the verdict. Therefore, Depp isn't saying he will attend, so it doesn't influence her into going. If she finds he is going, she will insist on being there too. Yeah, I think so too. I don't see any way that Amber wins this. I really don't. Have you guys, you want to look at the verdict sheet again? Let's look at the verdict sheet. And I'll tell you why I don't think there's any way she wins. Let's look at her claims. So this is the 4-page verdict sheet that the jurors have to fill out. So we'll go down, truck alert. 2 trucks, semis. All right. Hold on. Before I get into this, let me go back and check Twitter real quick just to make sure nothing's going on. Don't want to miss it. Let me check long crime. Okay, we're good. All right. This is the special verdict form for Ms. Heard's claims against Mr. Depp. So imagine you're on the jury right now. As to this statement appearing in the April 8th, 2020 online edition of the Daily Mail, Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you find Ms. Heard has proven all the elements of defamation? Yes or no? Now, in order to even answer that question, you also have to ask, was Mr. Waldman acting as an agent? So so let's say you answered yes to that. Then it says, if you answered yes, please answer yes or no to the following question. has Ms. Heard proven by a greater weight of evidence that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published this statement? So you would have to agree that Mr. Waldman was the agent for Mr. Depp when he, not Depp, made that statement. And I think that's a really high hurdle. So let's say you thought that statement was defamatory, although I don't know how you could. I don't know how you could say that's defamatory. At best, you could say, I don't know if that's true. And he didn't. And then you have to decide if Waldman, okay, let's say you decide, yes, he was the agent. The statement wasn't about Ms. Heard? Yes. Was the statement seen by someone other than Ms. Heard? Yes. Was the statement false? Do you think this statement is false? And also you have to prove, do you think Waldman, if you even say yes to that, then your next question is, answer the following question. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven by clear and convincing evidence that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice? And if you say no to that, she loses. And there's no evidence that Waldman made that statement with malice. Malice would mean he knew it to be false, and he said it anyway with reckless disregard for the truth. But Waldman, by his own testimony and confirmed by Amber Heard's lawyers, he took a binder full of this information to the police and asked them to investigate it. Does that sound like a guy who believes the information he's giving is false? No. So he did not act with malice. And if he didn't act with malice, then it's not defamation. So you cannot rule for her. You cannot rule for her. Nicole, nothing new happened yet. We're still waiting for the verdict, and we're going over the verdict sheet right now. I don't see how any human being rules that these statements by Waldman are, for one, coming from Johnny. I don't think there's any evidence, and they didn't show any evidence that he did that. So I would say no. I'll tell you where I would end. This is where this would die for me. If I thought that statement was defamatory, which I don't, so it would die right here, I would say no. If you answered no, please proceed to question 2. So so if I said no to that, then you skip all this stuff and you go down to question 2. As to this statement appearing in the April 27th, 2020 online edition of the Daily Mail, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed up the place, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Look who's here. It's Gadfly. Welcome to Verdict Watch.
Hello. Can you hear me okay, or do I sound horrible?
You sound fine. You're driving?
I'm driving.
Well, I'm sitting out on the deck today because I am hot in my office, and so I'm out here in the porch swing. We are still waiting. We're waiting for the verdict. We're going over the verdict sheet right now to find out what is the jury, what are they getting hung up on. And we had somebody in the chat who said they think Amber's going to show up, and it's been confirmed she's going to be there because she knows she's going to win. So I'm going through her verdict sheet. And there's just no way these people can answer in her favor on this.
No, I think there's a much higher chance of Johnny losing than Amber winning. That sounds crazy. I don't think Amber's victory for her countersuit is like even really a possibility.
Yeah, no, it's not a possibility because even if you answer yes to all the questions of defamatory statements, if you say yes, they're all defamatory. You then have to get past the hurdle of, did Adam Waldman, was he, for one, an agent of Johnny Depp? And I say the answer to that is no, but let's say you answered yes. You still have to then answer, did he make the statements with actual malice? And how do you prove that? They didn't prove that. He took the statements to the police. He asked for an investigation. Would he have done that if he believed the statements were untrue?
No, I think he clearly believed that they were true. That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't even seem like Yeah, sure, you could say like, oh, he was acting on behalf of Johnny. Johnny also were saying that they were false and all that. Then yeah, but also, like, if you're saying that, then you're also saying that Johnny doesn't believe they're false, and anyone that he told that it was false, they also don't believe him. It's so backwards, and there's like 3 different levels of lies you'd have to prove from Adam Waldman's side, and I don't think it's possible.
No, I don't think it's possible either. Welcome to the stream. John Delarose just popped in. Hey, John, do you want me to pop this stream onto your channel?
Sure, why not?
Right.
We're going. You look really cozy on your hammock there. I like that.
I am so cozy, and I had to move outside today because my office, it's 90 degrees in New York, and my office, I have no air conditioning yet, and I had to move out here because it's just so hot in my office upstairs that I can't deal.
Oh my gosh. Speaking of so hot, did Camille win yet?
Not yet. We're waiting though.
I don't care if Johnny wins now. It's just Camille.
Camille.
Yeah.
I think Camille won. Camille won a career for as long as she wants to have one, forever. Doing probably very high profile, very high paying clients.
I was Googling her for journalistic purposes yesterday,
sure you
of course. And I see there's a lot of stories developing now questioning whether she's dating Johnny at this point. And you're muted, Megan. So
yeah.
I know I'm a boomer. Okay. I was on another screen, so I couldn't get back to unmute my microphone. And I have it muted sometimes because there's trucks going by.
I hear the trucks.
I would say no, that's not true. Camille is, I believe she has a fiance, is what's been reported.
Oh, that's too bad. I mean, that's great for her. Great for her.
I think it's good for her because if she were to get pulled in, shall we say, to the Johnny Depp circus, I don't think that would go so well for her. Johnny needs to get well. He needs to get sober. He needs to get Jesus in his life or something.
Yes.
He really needs to work on his sobriety and his fathering, and spend time with the family, spend time with the kids. I think he needs to back off the women because he does not have good taste in them.
I've noticed that. Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah,
so from Friday, I was logged in as Megan Fox on your channel, and I actually set up my stream through your account for some reason, but I didn't run it on your channel.
I saw
that. I tried to run it last night. I was running a stream, and I'm like, oh god, I don't have any of my intro videos or anything. I just have all of Megan's stuff. And so then I decided to identify as you for a second. And I did it. Yeah, I did on my channel. So I went full Megan Fox here, as you can see from this beautiful avatar. And you've got the Camille song loaded up in your little thing. So we played it like 4 times on the stream, Gadfly. Please don't copyright strike me.
No, that one was set up without copyright.
Oh man, I don't like these rumors that Mr. Umbrella Man's spreading. Okay,
Mr. Umbrella Man. Yeah, we still haven't been able to get a message to him that you didn't do that. I don't know.
I emailed him too. It's all right. I'm sure he's moved past it. It's not a big deal.
Apparently, he's just going to stay mad forever.
He's busy just like raking in those subscribes as people keep looking him up. It's amazing.
I know.
Yeah.
He's been streaming like 400 hours a day or something. It's pretty crazy.
Well, this is the Super Bowl for him. He's been going for this for a couple years. So, yeah.
So DUI guy just said 9 minutes ago, and I don't know what this means. Just to clear the air, I'm just going to read it, but I don't know what it means. To clear the air, when I disseminated information, not photo, because phones are forbidden in courtroom, about what I saw from the incompetent attorney on AH's side, I was acting in the capacity of a reporter, as I owe no fiduciary duty to either party, as I am not in the case. But I don't know what information he's talking about. What did Elaine do?
Sounds like somebody's trying to avoid a lawsuit in the future, is what I'm imagining.
Yeah. Well, he's been under a lot of fire. So there was some LawTube drama. Did you hear about all the LawTube drama?
No, what's going on?
No, not
This
at all.
is so dumb. It's so dumb. But what happened was DUI guy was in the courtroom, as we all saw, and he was sitting in the camera view when the TMZ guy when he was testifying. And the moment the TMZ guy clapped back at Elaine and said, well, we could say the same thing for you for taking her on as a client, that you want your 15 minutes of fame. Everyone in the courtroom, everyone went like this. And DUI guy was on camera and he did the same thing. He made that face. He went, because everyone was like, oh, that was so brutal. What a burn. Everybody made the burn face. Well, he got kicked off LawTube stream that day by Legal Bites. Legal Bites had a big problem with it, and she announced to everyone that she was not inviting him back on the stream that day because his behavior inside the courtroom was inappropriate for a lawyer, and that and she made this statement that if we are sending people into the courtroom, we don't want to be tied to any behavior that is not correct. Well, she didn't send him into the courtroom. That's false. He'd been reporting on his own there since this began. LawTube is not really a thing. It's just a loose affiliation of some lawyers who stream on YouTube. So now they're doing this thing, John, where they've created a community, and now they've created a community of LawTubers, and apparently Legal Bites is the one meting out discipline to the members. And I'm 100% against communities. I'm on my own. I don't belong to a community, and like everybody can go F themselves. Like I don't care about communities. And I feel like DUI guy, he kind of said the same thing. He was like, yeah, I don't need this. I'm on my own. I'm not a part of you. And you can't.
It just, every time one of these forms, it's people who don't have much in their lives. Maybe they don't have families that they like. Maybe they don't have a good job that they like. And they're just looking for something to fill the hole there. And so they form these communities in order to just like give themselves some clout. And that way they can, of course, gatekeep who is in the community or who's not in the community. I'm watching the Star Wars fandom community do this again. They've been doing this for gosh, it's so cringy. They started this marketing campaign for Obi-Wan where they decided that they're going to try to lambaste people and call the fans racist if they don't like the show. And so they're trying to gaslight everybody into liking the show. It sounds very similar to this situation here.
Sounds very similar to the Rose Tico situation back in the day. Back
It's coming again.
Many moons away. Many moons ago.
Oh no, Drake, that's an unfortunate comment. Please rephrase that.
I just saw that.
Please rephrase that.
I just saw that.
John, you're right. This is like, and I talked about this a couple of times. I know no one in the chat cares about it, but it's like the whole board game community thing. I hate the idea that everyone needs to think the same thing, so we can all play the same exact games and we can all be sad together. Sounds great.
Yes.
What's with the policing of other people? I don't want to be the sheriff in charge of other people. Like John, I'm never going to be like, well, John Della Rose said this thing and now I'm never having him on my stream again. Like,
yes.
It's so crazy.
I said some terrible things last night, and I pretended to be you. It was embarrassing for you, I got to tell
you. Look, I don't do this disassociate thing. I don't do it. I just don't do it. I'm not going to do it, and I don't understand why there's all this policing going on in a community like LawTube, which, by the way, LawTube is cool. Don't ruin it by doing this. Don't. Just have your channels. Let people say what they say. If Legal Bites has a problem with something DUI guy does, then have him back on the show and say, hey, you asshole, why did you do that in the middle of the courtroom? You look like an asshole when you did that. Why didn't you just do that?
Yeah, that would have been fine.
That would have been great YouTube programming right there.
And then he could have said, everyone in the courtroom had the same exact reaction, including Johnny's lawyers. You just didn't see them because that's what tapes showed. The tape showed that everyone in the courtroom, including Ben Chu, including Camille, all did the same face. So if he's not even a lawyer party to the case and he's just sitting in the gallery, there's no special requirements for DUI guy not to have a facial expression. Give me a break. Sean, have you been listening?
This is over a facial expression.
Yeah, it's over a facial expression.
Ugh.
I just got to work. Are we talking about the TMZ guy and the facial expressions?
Yes. We are talking about the LawTube drama that happened as a result of it. So DUI guy went like this, like everyone else did, as soon as he clapped back at Elaine, and LawTube Legal Bites disinvited him from their stream, from their group. She kept him out of the group and policed him and said, that's unacceptable to us real lawyers. Us real lawyers we don't do that.
Who is Law Bite?
Legal Bites.
Who are they?
She's just a lawyer who has her own channel, and she talks about things. And apparently she's made herself the chief of LawTube, and she's handing out, I don't know, punishments.
I'm going to
disavow the
term LawTube.
I agree. Disavow LawTube, the whole concept of it. I don't like it. Alter Price, thanks for the super chat. She says, will you please read what Rekieta Law said about T. Greg Doucette about Camille? I never want to offend anyone. Okay, was that on Twitter?
Let's pull it up. I hope it's offensive.
I hope it's offensive.
It's the same thing when people say, like, the video game community or whatever. It's like, dude, there's different... You're just saying, like, human beings that have the same interest in things. That doesn't mean they need to think the same way. Or act
It's really
the same
ridiculous. Yeah.
It's just, like, I think the turn-based RPGs suck. Am I not a part of the video game community anymore?
Yeah, can you kick Gadfly off the show for that? Because that's offensive to me. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to start policing people. It's just stupid. It's stupid. If I disagree with something you say, I'm just going to tell you. I'm going to tell you and be like, John, I disavow that. I mean, I disavow what you just said. But this is America, and you can say what you want to say. I mean, it's nonsense. Sean and I don't agree politically on a lot of stuff, I'm sure. He's on the left, I'm on the right, but we're still friends. And like, he can say whatever bullshit leftist stuff he wants to on this stream, and I'll be like, that's dumb. But I'm not going to not invite him back.
That's unusual, though.
Trump was a horrible president. Disgusting.
That's dumb. That's dumb. See? But he's still here. Wait, I don't know what happened to Sean. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. The feed cut. I don't know. Communities are super gay. Communities are gay, and once you have one, you have to have a pride parade for it.
Oh gosh.
Offending people is a bonus.
Yeah. And by the way, when's LawTube's Pride Parade happening? Because now that they're a community, they have to have one. They need to make a flag, and they need to have a parade to make sure that everyone knows that they're a community and they can self-police, I guess. And Legal Bites is the queen bee of the LawTube society.
People go even further, though. People say, like, the streaming community, and then they go even bigger. They say the YouTube community. And then at some point, you're saying the internet community, and then at some point, you're saying the human race. And then what are we doing?
What are we doing? I don't want to be a part of a community. I'm an individualist. I believe in get off my lawn. That is my entire philosophy in a nutshell. Get off my lawn. All of you in your communities. I just want to be me.
The internet's really ruined people because there are too many people who just in their spare time now, instead of, hanging out with their families, going out and doing something interesting, going for a walk, stepping outside, they just sit there on Facebook or Twitter and go, oh, what did this person say? Pound that keyboard, and that seems to be the new hobby for everybody. And that's what needs to go away, I think, more than anything.
After DUI guy okay, so now I know what it was about. So he tweeted about seeing Amber Heard's lawyer's screen with the bill on it that was days ago. I feel like that was weeks ago. So maybe they're piling on him for that too. He has a right to tell you what he sees in the courtroom. And if those dumb assholes leave their bill up on the screen where the gallery can see it, it's not unacceptable.
It's public record.
It's now public. They now left it up in public. Like, quit jumping on DUI guy, LawTube needs to stop. It's ridiculous. And I'll tell you what, I will not watch anybody's channel who is doing this. It's a community and we don't want to look bad. We don't want to look bad. If one of us is acting badly, then we all look bad, and let's not do it. Come on. Stop. And I know that she was trying to say, I realized that she was trying to say the media, and maybe she said it poorly, the media is looking for any excuse to kick the cameras out of the courtroom so that we cannot do this, so that all the streamers that are doing what we're doing, so we can't do it anymore. And they will pin it on LawTube if they can. They will pin it on the guys in the courtroom who are then going out and live streaming and reporting they will try and do that. We know that. We see that. That does not mean that people should be so over the top policing one another when they're not even affiliated. Like, these are just random YouTubers who come together to talk about this trial because they have decided on their own to do that. There's no society of LawTubers. This is just, it's nonsense.
Well,
it's nonsense.
It doesn't make any sense, because you're basically saying, out of fear of someone coming after the quote-unquote community, we need to not act as ourselves.
Yes.
So what's the point?
What is the point? Why do people watch LawTube? You know why? Because they're so different than what you're seeing on the corporate media. Why do you guys watch us? Because we're not afraid to call it the way it is. Because we call out the shitty media for being so gaslighting and telling us lies. That's why. And if DUI guy stopped being himself, who the hell would watch? Who would care?
This is very similar to what I saw with Twitter and Facebook in 2020, shutting down different articles, shutting down different, groups for misinformation, right? They know that the mainstream media can't compete with this because, again, you nailed it. We are real. We just give our unfiltered opinions. And when they have their corporate filtered opinions, obviously, like, that just doesn't ring true. People are craving authenticity more than anything at this point. And the media can never compete with that. So they're going to try to just force us to be shut down every single time.
Exactly. Okay. I finally found Rekida's thing. Go ahead, Sean.
Look at LawTube and DUI guy and Legal Bites. Right. And DUI guy has hundreds of thousands of views of things that, like, he streamed a verdict watch yesterday and he's got 236,000 views.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, and some of this can be chalked. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, he did it.
Some of this can be chalked up to envy and jealousy. How much of this is because some LawTubers don't like that other LawTubers are getting more views and huge subs, and I don't know. To me, it's the jealousy thing. Nick Rekieta, he addressed it on his stream last Friday night on the overnight. If you want to watch it, it's really good. He talked about how he will never be part of a community. Take me off the list. I am not LawTube. And I agree with him 100%. Like, don't include me in that nonsense, because you will never find me submitting to anyone else's authority. Like, that's another thing that really gets me on this, is like, so to be a part of this community, I then have to bend the knee to Legal Bites? No, absolutely.
Yeah, what are you going to start a LawTube union? Like, so dumb.
But I mean, the LawTube thing seems pretty up, straightforward. I mean, it's, real people with real legal questions. That sounds like a good thing.
It is a good thing. And their channels, all their channels where they are, addressing viewers' questions are great. I love the idea of lawyers on YouTube. I watch it all the time. But when they start coming together and like pretending like this is a thing now, they're calling it LawTube and like it's a thing, you're going to have problems. And here we go. It already started over something so stupid as a facial expression that had no bearing on anything. No bailiff tried to throw him out. No one said anything to him because everybody in the whole damn place made the same facial expression. Probably the bailiffs too.
Whoops.
Everyone was like, oh.
Yeah, this is a great point that Rekieta did help foster this with his panel covering the Rittenhouse trial. And that's really what blew all of this up. So if anybody should be the authority that needs to be respected on this, it should be Nick Rekieta. And I doubt that any of these people are going to respect Nick Rekieta's authority.
By the way, he's wearing the Pope hat today. Rekieta is wearing the mitre hat today because they called him the Pope of LawTube, and he's like, okay, I'm not giving up my title as the Pope, but I don't have anything to do with LawTube. So he's wearing the mitre hat today.
I mean, and this is why people like people like Rekieta, because he'll go on like Destiny's stream. He'll go on like all, these very left-leaning streamers when he's obviously not. And he'll talk to them as a person because it's just different human beings with different perspectives. It doesn't matter if you all stream. It doesn't matter if you're all lawyers. You still think differently because you're human beings. I just don't understand the idea of trying to make everyone a monolith. It sounds like such a boring way to go.
Totally. It was something that I think Legal Brights probably regrets. She's lost a lot of subscribers. She has tried to apologize, but it didn't come off right. So she then deleted that. So she's gotten herself in trouble. And I think it's a lesson for everybody. Like, don't police people on YouTube. Just don't. If you disagree with something, bring it up with them. Don't kick someone out of your group because they are different than you. Mermaid says, I'm obsessed with Nick Rekieta. It's true. I watch his show wherever he is. I think he's hilarious. He makes me laugh. And no one has been able to do that since Rush Limbaugh died. So hats off to Nick, because he did that for me. He became the broadcaster that I go to. And I think if you're not watching his broadcast, you're missing out. They're great. I usually fall asleep listening to Rekieta overnight stream, and then I wake up around 3 a.m. and he's still going. And I'm like, what the hell, man? I should take my headphones off and then go back to sleep. But I always am.
He can stream forever. I don't have that kind of stamina, gotta tell you. Yeah.
He never stops. I found his tweet that somebody wanted me to read. So,
John, this is a family show. We can't be talking about your stamina.
It's too late. Somebody in the chat already said I was filling their hole. So, we're way past that now, Sean.
My ears. Oh my God.
What he said was, in the least surprising thing I have heard, T. Greg Doucette is dumping on Camille Vasquez. Remember, people, just because someone's a lawyer doesn't mean they're intelligent. I don't know who this Doucette guy is. Who is he?
I've heard the name.
He must be some other lawyer. But yeah, I mean, dumping on Camille and trying to...
Is he a part of LawTube? Because if he's not, then I don't listen to him. So.
But is he on LawTube?
Yes. Has to have the credential now, my friends.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, LawTube really did. I mean, if LawTube is a thing, they only have Nick Rekieta to thank. He launched all of their channels. He helped me launch my channel just by being on that show. That made my channel explode. Like, he has some kind of power. He really, truly is like the Pope. Because if he gives you if he puts you on his show, suddenly there's a whole new audience that wants to hear you. And that's some kind of power. So they should take what he has to say seriously, because he's the only one spitting wisdom on this, saying this is stupid. Don't be a community. Don't be gay. Stop this. This is like, don't fly your pride parade now. Like, come on now. You're not. It's just stupid. It's just dumb, and they should stop.
Yeah, I mean, this happens all the time.
They're not going to. Spoiler alert.
No, they're not going to at all. It happens. It really does.
It's going to get worse, if anything.
Yeah, you'll have like some streamer that helps launch other streamers' channels, basically, or YouTuber or whatever. And then later, the original person, people are like, oh, they did a thing I don't like. It's like, okay, so now they're kicked out of the club that they started because you don't like them anymore? It's not, they didn't set out to make a club. They were just talking to people that they like. And then you started lumping them all together in one big group for some reason. And then someone goes on Twitter and says, we need to kick them out of the club that doesn't really exist.
Yeah, that's exactly. We need to kick them out of the club. And it was James as well as DUI guy. So there were two of them that got kicked out. But DUI guy got like the most of it, I want to say. Speaking of Nick Rekieta and my performance on that show, which frankly was pretty stellar, I have been wanting to share this with you guys. Somebody clipped some of the best moments from it and they posted it to Twitter. So I thought, why don't I play some of those? Because if you don't know Nick Rekieta's show, this is a good introduction to what he does. And I'm on it.
Yeah, highlight reel.
Vampire that he had living in his house.
All of them.
Wait, I realized they were all bloodsuckers, but the one in particular who was the one who was living there in secret, hiding in the closet for 2 weeks, all joking that she was some kind of succubus. And like someone was like, she looks like a shapeshifter. And then someone else was like, she was hiding on the ceiling. Like that's where she went, was on the ceiling. I say, you know what would have been what Johnny should have come in with? He should come barging in there with a string of garlic, some holy water, and a wooden stake, because his house was not only taken over by squatters, apparently they were all demonic squatters. And then she goes, while I'm in the middle of telling this joke, she says, well, we did a grounding exercise and we cast a circle in the room. And then do you remember when we get to the acting coach?
My God, this woman made me want to grab an axe.
Remember, she says, yes, the atmosphere changed. Johnny became, well, much darker. And he would sit in a dark room. Well, you know why he was sitting in a dark room, ma'am? Because he was being attacked by the witches of penthouses 1 through 5. I think I believe it was getting darker. He was losing his mind and he finally snapped and it was the best day of his life when he barged in there and ran at them and told them to leave his house. He was probably speaking in tongues and Latin at the same time. He needed an exorcist.
Yeah.
Because now we know why he was wanting to burn her and drown her, because he believes she's a witch. Now the joke makes more sense.
Someone sent me footage of Johnny Depp storming into this house just now. Are you ready?
I can't wait.
Unacceptable.
And you know what I think? You know that wood thing, Law and Lumber? He showed the bed. Somebody pried a wooden stake off of it. It probably was Johnny Depp. He was trying to protect himself from the demonic succubuses in his house.
So funny.
Beautiful.
I loved that appearance. And actually, that's not the only one. So they went through and they clipped a bunch of stuff. This is so fun.
So what does this guy Rekieta Law do?
Well, he's a lawyer. He just YouTubes. He streams all the time talking about current events, also court cases, answering legal questions. But he's got like 400,000 followers. He's hilarious. He drinks a lot of whiskey and he does a lot of toasts. And he's super, I don't know what the word is I would look for, but sincere and hilarious.
Genuine.
So genuine, so hilarious. You know, when he says he means it. And like he stands up for free speech, which to me is the biggest issue ever.
He's very affable. That's a good word. Very
affable. Yeah, and also,
yes.
I mean, he does this thing every night where he reads this crazy manifesto from this guy who is this crazy LA. What is he? A professor of something in some LA university, and it's called Unbreaded, and it's basically a defense of free speech because there's a ton of horrible words in this. There's so much racist stuff. And the professor who wrote it is a black guy, and he will just read a page of it every night, basically daring someone to cancel him for reading these words. And I think it's actually quite a brilliant defense of free speech. So he does a lot of things like that, defending free speech. I love listening to him respond to cease and desist letters. That's always hilarious. And I'm hoping that he'll have me back so we can go over David Shane's cease and desist letter to me, because it's hysterical, and I would love to hear him tear it apart.
The one that you sent me from the doofus that you
Amber Heard's
right.
Amber Heard's PR guy. You remember him? He looks like this. This is David Grabass Shane.
Oh yeah.
And he runs around grabbing women, and then they tell newspaper people about it, and then we write about it, and then he tries to sue us. So
he's the head of Grab Ass Tube.
Yeah, that letter was not the article you wrote was not defamatory.
No, I was defending him, and he thought that I could that he could sue me for it. So one of these days, I'm going to go on with Ricada and have him read that and go over it.
I read his thing, and he's not an attorney, right? The guy who wrote you the cease and desist, he's just a dude.
No.
Well, no, the person who wrote it was his lawyer, Rebecca Kaufman. So a lawyer did write it.
You know, we could have some fun analyzing that, because I think that when I initially read through that, I thought it was written by him in his first person. But if it was written by an attorney, she potentially committed ethics violations.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, I'm very interested to hear that. But let's hear more now from me on Ricada, because I can't get enough of this.
You know, I can explain the bed thing. I discovered a nest in one of my penthouses, and I was sitting there, and she's like telling the story of when Johnny Depp barges in and rushes at her, and I'm like, what the fuck story is this? What does this have to do with?
They scattered like cockroaches, and she went up a wall and probably onto the ceiling, and the other ones went and got in their coffins. There's so many squatters in his house, he doesn't even know how many there are.
That was wild. So he's like, it's like Jesus going into the temple. He's like, I got a whip. Get out. Get out. Suddenly Johnny's bursting through doors at people.
I'd be bursting through. I would have thrown them all off the balcony. Yeah, parasitic grifters. Exactly.
There's only one person in this entire thing where I feel like had proper appreciation for Johnny's. It's Isaac Baruch. He comes across as the only guy who's not a freeloader. It's not like, well, you know, you're Amber's friend's boyfriend.
Amber's friend's boyfriend.
Yeah, no, they're all taking advantage of him. Whereas Isaac has been his buddy since they were in high school.
Yeah.
But her weirdo friends,
right? Live down the hall, and please just hang out. Be with me. I'm with this nest of vampires. It's really weird. And I feel like
nest of vampires. That's exactly what they are.
And then suddenly Johnny is bursting into his own apartment.
Well, that was the day he came to his senses. That was the day he decided he'd had enough. And he said, get the fuck out of my house.
Yeah.
Thank God. That's when he was throwing clothes down the stairs and phones off the balcony. Like, this is your moment. I'm like, go, go, go. Get him out. Get him out. One of his biggest flaws, he's too generous.
Oh, it's good stuff.
Yeah.
Really fun. I mean, I don't think I've ever had more fun on a show ever before in my whole life than on this one. In fact, I told him it's like making it to the Johnny Carson show.
I feel like people would pay good money just to hear you laugh, Megan. If you just make a compilation of you laughing, you'll get tons of clicks for sure.
I know people say this. I don't know why that is, but there's something funny about it that makes other people laugh. And I keep telling Gadfly I need to send him a clean copy of me laughing so he can incorporate it into a song.
Yes.
Won't that be good?
I'll do it.
It'd be great.
I will
do it. I need to get to it. All right, I don't remember what part 3 was.
21 Jump Street, and that was weird then. But if you've never thrown somebody out of your house with some righteous profanity,
righteous profanity,
when you do it, you're
he
like,
had every right to be screaming. He had every right to be screaming at that moment.
And trust me, as 40, like a coven of like sex magic weirdos from LA. Sounds so goddamn tiring. I can't even imagine. Like, I'm like
58-year-old. I know.
Yeah,
right?
It's like he's got to come home, and he's like, no, I'm really not interested in this anymore. Like, I'm done. I'm done with this. This was back when I filmed 21 Jump Street, and that was weird then. I know where this goes. No way. Do you like? He just wants to come home to his wife, and this is kind of the interesting juxtaposition of Johnny Depp. Is he falls in love with this super interesting and well-read old soul Amber Heard, which gagged me.
Oh God, she totally set that up. She
Yeah.
said that. I can prove it. I know she did.
But you can hear it in everything that they say that is supposed to sound ludicrous, is when he's like, he just wants to come home to a somewhat traditional household. Like, he's like, I don't want you out getting naked on the street on screen for everybody. You don't have to work. I make plenty of money.
Seems reasonable.
Like, we could just have our thing. It's us.
Pretty normal.
Me. It's Slim and Steve. We're a pair. We're this duo. She's like, no, I really need my career. And he's like, well, why though?
But your
Like,
career is Magic Mike XXL. That's your
Yeah,
career. Your career
exactly.
sucks. So, I mean,
And
his advice to her was all of good advice. Like him saying to her, okay, you want to be taken seriously in Hollywood, so don't show your tits and ass. Period. Like that's the answer.
Right.
And take better parts and say no to Magic Mike XXL. Okay, we can watch more of this later, but that was really fun. I felt like I made it to the Johnny Carson show. I'm telling you, I loved it.
No, and what Johnny says there is actually really good advice. I mean, this is like the case of like Jessica Alba, where like everyone saw Jessica Alba as just some like, you know, some sexy girl to put on screen and put in a bikini, and then we're all just going to look at her for an hour and a half, and the movie will be over, and we don't really know what happens, but we saw Jessica Alba, so that's fine.
It was great.
Then,
I loved Jessica Alba for that.
Yeah.
Gotta say.
And then she was like, you know what? I'm gonna start doing real movies. I'm gonna do some indie movies, and then I'm gonna start $1 billion company, and then I'm just gonna fuck off. It's like, yeah, that's pretty cool. Maybe do that.
You can't complain about the way Hollywood treats women as sex objects and then keep saying yes to movies where you are cast as a sex object. That Magic Mike XXL movie, I think I still have a still from it here. Hold on. I knew it would come in handy. Oh yeah. If this is what you're taking as a role in Hollywood, you don't have any cause or reason to then complain that women are not treated properly in Hollywood. Like
Megan in that movie, she was an unsexualized doctor, so you're wrong.
Doctor?
That's what she said.
No, she was a homeless person living on the beach and like hanging out with male strippers and smoking weed. Like, it was a stupid movie. It was a worse plot. It was the only thing anyone goes to see those movies for is all those men dancing together simultaneously with their shirts off. And hardly
That's
any
why
of
Sean
that,
went and saw those movies.
hardly any of that even happened in that movie. It was a big disappointment. It was a shitty movie. Don't go see it. It was really stupid.
Yeah.
But Johnny giving her that advice was good.
And I think it's fine if you like showing off your body and that's what you want to do for your career. That's fine with me too. But you can't like say one thing and do the other.
Yeah, you can't be like, why does everyone sexualize me? Meanwhile, you're taking off your clothes on camera. Like, what? Shut up.
Yeah, I mean, that's why, because you are doing that.
You know, I gotta say I slightly disagree here because, you know, all you've got to do is look at European cinema and you know, some of the really big actresses in European cinema who've done all sorts of really interesting work. And I think Americans are I think that's a uniquely sort of American perspective, and really only as something that happened in the last 10 years or so. You know, the idea that you can't be a woman that can both be sexualized and do sexualized roles and also be taken seriously. I mean,
No. You can do both. You can do both. Like, I think that Angelina Jolie does both, and she has plenty of roles where she is sexualized.
Madonna did stuff too.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah,
it's not
I don't respect Madonna though. I gotta say.
Me either.
I respect Madonna. I think Madonna's great, but you can't be. I'm not saying you can't be sexualized and also be taken seriously. But I'm saying if you're taking roles where they aren't serious and they're only sexualized, then that's how it's going to be perceived. Right. You can have a role that's both. Like,
right.
The
real issue here in this piece of the conversation is really about what sort of Johnny's perspective on all of that was, right? It was like, if she wants to advance her career in Hollywood and be taken as a serious actress, then she shouldn't be, you know, showing her tits and ass, you know, or she should be doing that very judiciously.
Yeah, or she should be doing it in roles that are not Magic Mike XXL. Okay,
right.
Like, let's be honest. Like, come on.
Yeah.
That's like
right. I mean, I don't think you could make a case at all to say that Sharon Stone is not taken seriously as an actress.
And look, and she had those kinds of scenes. So it's a whole other thing. So we're on the same page, Sean. I agree with you. There's a way that it can be done, but nobody made their career on Showgirls, for instance. Except it did become a cult movie that was famous for reasons that they did not intend.
Showgirls is the best movie ever made. I don't know what you're talking about.
When I was in Chicago, when Showgirls came out, it was such a phenomenon that they did a puppet show version of Showgirls in Chicago that I never got to see. And I was so disappointed because I wanted to see it. And for some reason, I didn't get around to it. But someone put on a Showgirls puppet show. And I bet it was hilarious. I bet it was the funniest thing that anyone's ever done. And I'm so sorry I missed it. But that's the kind of cool stuff you run into in a big city, which almost makes the carjackings worth it. But yeah, I mean, there's a way to do these things. There's a way to do movies and be a woman in Hollywood, also have shown tits and ass before, but also are taken seriously as an actress. And she just didn't know how to do it. She was completely choosing the wrong scripts. And he was trying to tell her how not to do that. And I don't think there's anything wrong with your husband telling you, maybe you should stop taking your clothes off on camera. That makes me uncomfortable. I don't think there's anything wrong with him saying that.
I agree with Sean that like the act of taking your clothes off on camera, and that just by itself doesn't make it so you can't be taken seriously. Like
no,
I mean,
obviously
I just
not.
watched Nightmare Alley recently, and you definitely see Bradley Cooper's genitalia in a bathtub. And it's like it's not like you're not going to take him seriously because of that. Hey, hold on, speak for yourself, Megan. But anyway,
and I'll bet you
see that women do not want to see full frontal nudity on men. Oh my God, this truck.
Gadfly, you're into comedy. I can tell. Did you see the new Kids in the Hall reboot? Speaking of floppy wieners on screen. Oh my God. It was the worst.
No woman wants to see that. No one wants to see full frontal nudity on men. No, the answer to all the full frontal nudity on women in Hollywood is not to give us the same thing with men, because that's literally not. I'm like, no one needs this. Stop. Women
the
are
chat
not the
disagrees
same
with
as
you,
men.
Megan.
It
seems like they do want this.
Goes, we don't.
it's kind of fun sometimes. I don't know what you're talking about, Megan. I'm not even into Bradley Cooper that much, but man,
the ladies want some Gadfly tits and ass going on right now. That's what they're demanding.
Look at my icon and just imagine
the only time. Let me put a codicil on there. The only time that full frontal male nudity is something women find attractive or funny is when it's funny, like a comedy thing. Like, for instance, one of the best movies I can remember that had a funny scene like that was Room with a View, one of my favorite movies, Room with a View. There's a scene where the boys are swimming at a swimming hole and the ladies come down and see them, and they are just they're running around like crazy maniacs. And so it was a European film. So of course the full frontal is happening, but there's a fat priest and there's like two other guys running around acting like jackasses. And that was funny. That made me laugh. But when you're putting it in there for titillation, it just doesn't work. I don't think. It doesn't work for me.
I'm saying it's not always for titillation. Like, sometimes nudity in itself isn't necessarily sexual. It could just be part of the scene, and it could show a character in a vulnerable state and stuff like that. I mean, it can be different.
Right. You know, like, I think a great example of that, I'm not a fan of Tom Cruise, but there was a movie that he did with Nicole Kidman. And she walks, and they're in the bathroom, and she walks into the bathroom, and she pulls her panties down, and she sits on the toilet, and she pees, and you know, it's like, you know, that moment shows their humanness, their vulnerability, their, you know, an old couple together. You know, I think you're absolutely right. You know, it doesn't.
I thought it was gross. Sorry,
right.
I'm not a fan of peeing on camera. I'm not a fan.
But the point being is that nudity is not always sexualized.
It's not always. But I will tell you this: I really hate nudity that is meant to disgust. That makes me even angrier than nudity for titillation. If it's meant to disgust, it makes me even angrier.
Right. That scene wasn't intended to do that, right? I think Right, but I bet you that Johnny Depp's real problem with it wasn't necessarily that his wife was going to be, doing nude scenes, but the type of nude scenes that she was going to be doing.
Yeah, probably.
Yes.
I mean, he's an
agree.
actor.
I think
The
that
jury-
in like.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say the thing that she does in Blade Runner 2049 and Amber Heard does is she plays a nude ad for a sex android, and that is her role in the movie. Now you could say Blade Runner is a great movie, and Blade Runner has, it's a future and it's something like that, and I get like there's more art to Blade Runner than there is to Magic Mike, but the thing you're doing is you're getting fully naked to play a porn ad. Then that's the role. It's a little different.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the person who actually plays the sex android in the movie is fantastic. So, it's kind of strange.
I just letting you know the jury is out to lunch. They have gone to lunch, so it is lunchtime, and that's all I know. So, some of the people in the chat have wanted to know if we believe that the jury is hung up on something, and if they are, what are they hung up on? I actually don't think they're hung up on anything. I think that they are just going through those more than 40 questions they have to answer.
That's a lot of questions. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we can't know what they're thinking right now. I mean, it's very possible in a group like that there's one person or two people who are like, well, maybe we should think about this, and they're all kind of deliberating over that. You never know. And
nothing worse
like
than
I said,
group dynamics.
Group dynamics is the worst, and people, it's because they're a community of jurors, and there are people who just get in those situations and like they want that little social clout for the moment that they can maintain it. And so it informs the way that they're doing things. I know, right?
The jury is having the same challenges as LawTube.
Yes.
Yeah. I think it's totally possible that there is like one or two people in the jury that can't fathom that someone would go on the stand and lie this hard about all this. I can imagine someone thinking that and just being like, can we really think that someone's this insane to do this? But I mean, I think so, yeah. But I've known a lot of crazy people.
The answer is yes. Yes. But
Yeah.
you know what? Here's the thing. Think about this. All 40 or so of those questions, you have to get all 7 people to agree to the same answer on.
Yes.
Think about how long that could take.
If we did that, if we did that with 40 movies right now, we'd never finish past the first 5. We would just be disagreeing and questioning things and talking about certain aspects of stuff.
All right,
we'd
well,
never come to an agreement.
let's actually do it right now with the 4 of us. Let's do it and see if we
Okay.
can. And Sean's going to be, Sean, I know
We have
is
40
gonna
questions.
Yeah. Sean, I know is going to be cantankerous on this one. He's not.
I'm not going to have time to go through these 40. That's a lot of questions.
I know, but let's just-
it's going to be
let's
like
just do
tomorrow
one-
by the time we get to like.
Let's just do one page.
We'll have to take lunch.
Okay.
Let's just do one page. Okay. Check this out. The special verdict form includes each of the statements which John C. Depp II bases his claims of defamation against Amber Heard. Answer the questions in accordance with the court's instructions. 1. As to this statement appearing in the online op-ed entitled Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, that has to change in the Washington Post online edition. Do you feel that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? On this one, my answer is yes. Who's next?
Yes.
Did you go through the elements of defamation? Did you
I
go
know
through
what
each
they are.
one?
I know what they are, but the elements of defamation are: did she say it? Is it false? I believe yes. She wasn't a victim of sexual violence.
But that's what the instructions are for. Go look at the instructions.
There's a bunch of questions right there. There's more. There's more than just this.
Sean
Sean just made us take another hour in deliberation on this one question.
See, this is what's happening right now.
Wait. Are you saying? Is the question is that statement false?
No, hold on. See, now this is what's happening right now. If you want to know what's going on in the jury room, we can't even get past question 1. All right.
Because of the statement.
Now they gotta go. Now they gotta pull up the instructions.
All right, so now I have to pull up the directions. Now,
On
Sean,
top of this, Megan, we're all smart people on this panel. These are jurors. They're picked because they're dumb people. You got to remember that.
that's not nice.
You look for someone.
I'm sorry. I'm going to be disavowed by LawTube now.
Yeah, you're not allowed to say bad things about the jury. No.
Yeah.
Can I just say that like I've been on YouTube. I know you wouldn't know it from my new fresh channel, but I've been on YouTube for 14 years, and I mean the website is called YouTube, and I hate how this has turned into UsTube or EveryoneTube, and we have to all think the same way. It's so annoying. It makes me angry because I love the website and I love different people's perspectives. That's what makes it good. If everyone was making Cocomelon videos, we'd all not be on there anymore.
True. All right. Here are the elements of defamation. Your verdict must be... Wait. Here they are. You have to answer the question. Does that statement imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? Yes. Okay, I'm going to answer for myself. Yes. Were Ms. Heard's statements seen by anyone other than Mr. Depp? Yes. And that was proven by the USA Today article picking it up and writing about Mr. Depp in correlation with it. Number 4, did Ms. Heard's statements convey a defamatory implication to someone who saw them other than Mr. Depp? Yes. 5, are the implications or insinuations about Mr. Depp in Ms. Heard's statements false? Yes, I saw no evidence of sexual violence. 6, did Ms. Heard make the statements with actual malice? Yes, because I think that she said these things to hurt him, false things.
Yep.
All right, so yes, I believe on this first question, we have met all the elements of defamation. Gadfly, it's your turn. How do you answer this question?
Well, but is her statement, I spoke up about sexual violence, that's not necessarily saying I suffered sexual violence. Technically, if you're looking at the statement in a vacuum, you could say that what she says is true because she wrote an op-ed about it.
I officially hate you and I'm kicking you off the stream.
Okay. That's disavowed from Megan Tube.
Disavowed. Megan Tube does not allow this kind of insanity. No, I mean, so this is what they're going through.
Devil's advocate, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, somebody probably thinks that in that room, for real.
But of course,
that's probably true.
Okay, wait, though. If we go back to the instructions, though, you are to take the statements in the whole context of the article. And the whole context of the article is that she is saying she is fighting against domestic violence because of her own personal experience.
Yes, so but let's not forget that the judge answered this question and they said the statement is the headline.
No, okay, so we got that wrong.
They said they said the statement is included.
Is included.
The headline's included.
We got that wrong. We were understanding it incorrectly. What the jury was asking was, it was something really stupid and easy. The jury was basically saying, is the headline a part of the whole article or is it a statement on its own? And I think what she answered was actually kind of confusing because the instructions say you have to take the statements in the context of the article as a whole. But what she said was, it's a statement as like part of. Did John just drop out? He's out. He's like, I can't do this. It's too much. It's too hard. It's too hard.
I have a phone call. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
I watched the video of her answering that question, and yeah, I was confused also. I was like, well, what you're saying is different than the instruction. So, but this is what people are doing in that room. They're going, wait, that's how she answered that? But the paper, well, yeah, let's all just go to lunch again.
Yeah, but the paper says you have to take it in the context of the whole article. So yeah, it's absolute. So this is what they're doing, by the way. The jury is sitting and they're going, but wait, the judge said this. And they're like, but wait, the instructions say that.
Can you pull up the video of Judge Penny answering the question? Because I saw it on, I think it was on Long
Yeah.
Crimes channel.
Sure. Yeah, sure. All right, hold on. Let's go to jury question.
There's no wonder they're taking so long in there.
Right, we can't even get past number 1, and we're like, why is it taking so long?
Well, when you write confusing questions, now me and John would relate on this because of rule books and board games. When you read something you don't understand, you're like, this is the most frustrating thing in the world. I'll come back to it later.
All right, here we go. Share screen. Jury ask questions. Copies. We have a question. I only have 2 copies, so that's what we go. Let me just read into the record the question. It's basically in regards to number C, items 1 and 3, and number C is a jury instruction on the finding instruction for the online article title. The question is, does question number 3, the statement is false, pertain to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, or does it pertain to the content of the statement, everything within the op-ed? Okay, so did you hear that, or did the tractor that went by screw that up?
I missed the very last part of it.
All right, I'm going to back it up. I'm going to back it up
30
so
seconds.
we can hear that. Against sexual violence. The question is, does... Hold on, I have to turn my mic off. Hold on. Because there are clearly trucks just going to... Article title. The question is, does question number 3, the statement is false, pertain to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, or does it pertain to the content of the statement, everything written in the op-ed? So I think the...
Can we do it again?
What? I mean, I don't even understand the question. Yeah, we can do it again. 3, the statement is false, pertain to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence for the online article title. The question is, does question number 3, the statement is false, pertain to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, or does it pertain to the content of the statement, everything written in the op-ed?
Got it. So their question is the statement false about only the headline, or is it about the whole article?
But again, so this is one of those things where her answer disagrees with the jury instructions.
Her answer says...
Let's hear what she says. Let's hear her answer. So I think the confusion came in this particular one because the statement in question is the title of the op-ed. So I think they're just confused as whether it's the whole op-ed or just the title is the statement. And it's clear that the title is the statement. So I was going to answer to say the title is the statement in question. Yeah, except I don't think that this is this is not what their question was. I think she got that wrong. I think she got their question wrong. I think she believed they were saying, is it that it's false? The question, is it false? Does it pertain to the headline or does it pertain to the article as a whole? Now, I understand that, yes, she's right. No, we're supposed to be just looking at the headline for question 1. And then we get to question 2 and question 3, which are different statements in the article. But it also says in the instructions, you must, and she should have clarified this. Yes, we are talking about the statement, but as per the jury instructions, you must take that statement in context with the article as a whole. She didn't do that. She just said, well, it's the statement.
You're going to love this, Megan. So you know what you just outlined?
Yeah.
You just outlined an appealable issue.
Well, that sucks.
That's exactly right. Because now when the verdict comes back and say it's Johnny, and this is why we find this. Now Amber's team has got this appealable issue where they're going to make the argument that said that the verdict is based on error because the jury had a question as to what this meant, and that the judge answered the jury's question and answered it legally wrong, and that therefore, without that error, the jury would not have found in Johnny's favor, and so therefore the case should be reversed and remanded and done again.
But couldn't that go both ways though?
Well, I mean, but remember that it. Okay, so here's Civil Procedure 101. All right, a trial court decides issues of fact, and the issue of fact, the question of fact here is: did Amber defame Johnny? If the trial court answers that question in the affirmative, yes, Amber defamed Johnny, then on appeal, appellate courts decide issues of law. So then on appeal, Amber has to make the argument that the trial court erred based upon the law because the trial court committed these errors. And the argument she's going to now make is that the trial court erred by issuing a clarifying instruction to the jury that is at odds with what the facts in the case obviously meant and what the jury instructions were intended to do.
Okay,
All
but
right,
I'm
well,
saying so Johnny couldn't do that if it went the opposite way. I'm saying Johnny couldn't also say that.
Yeah, he could,
Sure.
but let me say something that's going to be unpopular right now as I'm sitting here thinking about this. I actually think the best thing that could happen for Johnny at this, considering all of this shit now that we've just uncovered here, the best thing that might happen for him is if the jury comes back and he loses and she loses, they both lose, because there won't be any appeal after that. There's nothing to appeal. I mean, she could appeal, but he won't. He will not appeal. He wants to get on with his life. If they come back and they are for Johnny in any one of those counts, she's going to drag him through court for the rest of his life on this. She will appeal and appeal and appeal until she either runs out of money or he is dead from the stress.
No, she's only going to, honestly, she's really only going to get one appeal. She'll appeal this to, the first level of appeal is an appeal of right. So every litigant has the right to appeal. The second level of appeal to the highest court in your state, which is typically a Supreme Court, but like, for instance, you're in New York, right? It's not named a Supreme Court, okay? But it's the same level. The highest level of appeal is an appeal of discretion, meaning the court can choose whether or not it's going to take that appeal or not. So she'll appeal, in Virginia to the Court of Appeals. She's going to make, this legal argument that, we just laid out here. She's, probably her lawyers are going to listen to this and listen to what I just said about it, and smarter lawyers than me, and they're going to lay out that argument. She's going to go up, right? The Court of Appeals will determine whatever the hell it is they determined. Most likely the Court of Appeals will probably determine that, it wasn't, an error that produced a change in the direction of the way the trial court would have determined, and that'll be that, and she's done.
Okay, well, all I know is we can't get past question number 1. And if we can't get past question number 1 with the three of us, that sucks.
Oh, I think we can. I mean, I've answered.
You think we can? Okay, so how are you answering it, Sean? I already answered it.
I'm answering question 1A in the affirmative. So yeah, my answer is yes. I think that he did prove all the elements of defamation. I think that when you take all of the statements together as a whole, right, in that article, when you take the fact that it was republished as well, right, so it's showing not only did she write this, but she intended that message to be out there in the world. When you look at all of the evidence in toto, all of it in whole, I think I come up with the answer yes.
Okay, so for the I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, you're going with a yes on that.
Yeah.
All right. What about you, Gadfly?
Oh my God, my mute button wasn't working. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay.
Did we come to a verdict yet?
No, we have not.
Gadfly's giving his answer right
Okay,
now
so the
to number
so the
one. We're still
question
on number one.
The question is,
Oh no!
the question
No, no.
is,
This is why it's
this
taking so long, ladies and
is
gentlemen.
the statement false that she spoke up against sexual violence and faced the culture's wrath? You're gonna hate me even more because I'm playing devil's advocate so hard, but I have an issue with the fact that it's kind of asking two things. It's like, did she speak up about it? Yes, she did. She spoke even if you take the whole op-ed, she was talking about sexual violence, whether it's true or not. She did speak up about sexual violence. Maybe it's not from herself. Maybe she's talking about in some capacity she did. But
wait a minute, you're answering
did she
the wrong
face the
question.
culture's wrath?
You're answering the wrong question first. The first question you have to answer is, do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? So that means you have to answer these questions first. Is the statement about Mr. Depp?
Man, I'd be the worst jury member.
Yeah, you would.
My answer would be
Okay,
yes and no.
I'm sorry.
But for the sake of argument, I'll say yes.
Let me rephrase. Does the statement imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? Answer that one first. I spoke up against sexual violence and faced the culture's wrath. Does that imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp?
I could be convinced either way, actually.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you don't answer
Oh
yes,
no, we have a hung jury. Oh
we're
no.
taking. If you don't answer yes to this, I'm going to take you out behind the courthouse and beat you.
Okay, that's fair. But I'm saying that. Does it imply? I mean, this is kind of one of those things where the guy was saying even the Adam Waldman statements don't have to do with Adam Waldman, and I agree with that. So I feel like in this case, I'd have to also agree that technically, if I'm gonna put my glasses on a little tighter and say technically, according to the rules, she's talking about the fact that she's talked about it, not necessarily what she was talking about. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I do not.
That was the biggest word salad statement I've ever heard in my entire life, Gadfly.
If I say I called someone an asshole and people got mad at me for it, that can be true, but I could also be lying that person is an asshole. But it's true that I said that.
Okay, but if the statement is based on a lie and you saw it in front of you that it was based on a lie and it was proven to you in court that it was based on a lie, how do you then turn around and go, well, a statement could be true, or it doesn't really insinuate anything about him? That doesn't make sense to me. This was all about him. You heard the ACLU testimony that this was all about him. And no, this is what I'm doing in the jury room right now. I'm saying to this guy who will not listen to the reason, I'm saying to you, you heard the ACLU tell you that they planned to do this about him. And in fact, they had to take out segments of this article that were too much about him. And they knew damn well it was about him because the email said Johnny Depp beat up Amber Heard, and that's what we're writing this article about. So how can you, knowing what happened behind the scenes with the ACLU, then go and say, well, this doesn't really imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? They told they did.
I could see someone make the argument that what they're essentially saying is, we wrote an article and people got mad at us. And that did happen. But they got mad at you because you were lying.
You heard the ACLU tell you they planned and plotted to do this and to implicate Depp. They had emails talking about it. This is
I'll stop playing jury advocate. And yes, I agree with everything you've said so far.
All right, but I mean, I could see how someone would be doing that, though. That was a pretty good example, though, Gadfly, of how someone might do that. John,
Oh my gosh.
If you had to answer this question, do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation in this statement, taking it as a whole, though, not just on its own, but with what you've also heard inside the courtroom? Because that matters. Because, oh, by the way, let's go back to the jury instructions. Oh, here's what I would do. I'm making myself jury foreman, by the way. I'm already jury.
We elected you.
Number 3 of the jury instructions, may I remind you, sir, before you answer this question, that you are the judge of the facts and the credibility of the witnesses and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any have been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. So that means you cannot disregard the ACLU telling you, literally telling you, that the article was meant to implicate Johnny Depp.
I'll tell you what I would have really done if I was part of the jury. I would have asked the judge the question again. I would have been like, this does not help me. I need, and John, I brought this up earlier, whenever I was saying, like, this happens when I'm reading, like, rule books all the time. And I can read the same paragraph 50 times, go to, like, an FAQ and read their response and be like, I'm still confused.
Yeah.
This is, there's a term for this. It's called analysis paralysis, my friends. Analysis paralysis.
That's absolutely correct. I like what Ricci says. I can tell Megan would be head juror and speak to the other jurors this way. You're damn straight I would. You're damn straight I would. I'd be so pissed off if someone said what Gadfly just said. I'd be like, you've got to be kidding me. Come on.
I want to go to the judge.
There's Megan with her whip.
Instruction.
You wouldn't go. What did you say? You wouldn't what?
I said, I want to go to the judge and show her the jury instruction and say, you're saying that this is wrong? Is that what you're saying now?
Yeah.
Can you rewrite this page and hand it back to us, please?
This is a problem. Like Sean said, this is a problem. It has identified an appealable issue. Because if we are this confused, the jury is also this confused. And there will be no chance that her lawyers are not sitting around doing this exact same thing that we are doing right now, thinking, what are the appealable issues here? And already we saw Johnny's attorneys put in a motion to strike closing statements by Rottenborn that they thought were unfair to make to the jury because they were unlawful. He made unlawful closing arguments that they showed in their motion, and the judge said, too bad. It already went to the jury. You might have had this on an objection, but too bad.
So that's an appealable issue.
Well, that's true too.
Right. So,
but is it appealable when your own attorneys miss their chance to object?
When your own attorneys miss their chance to object? No, because
they missed their chance. They missed the chance to object during the closing statement, and then they found out later that it was an unlawful statement that he made.
Well, here's the weird thing about objections is that you can make written objections as well prior to the final decision. So in this case, it would be a verdict. So if they're making written objections and the judge is denying their motion, there's a rule of civil procedure on this, and the judge is denying their motion, and they've now preserved the issue for appeal.
Yeah. Carol says, worse than waiting for an answer is our imagination creating 1,000 different results. Isn't the human brain fantastic? I mean, the fact that we can have so many different results out of 40 similar questions is just, we can't even get past one.
Out of one question.
I've actually done that motion that I'm just talking about. I've done it before. When a court made a decision and it came up afterwards, and I made those objections in writing before the court issued an order.
Verito, it's never too early for a mega pint of red wine. We understand that this trial is destroying you. Don't pick up a drinking habit because of it, but certainly one mega pint can't hurt. I want to say, okay, John Delarose dropped his Kickstarter in the chat for you guys. He is working on a new book. It's a graphic novel called Overmind. Get over there and check it out and support comic creators that are independent from the woke garbage and the woke publishers who ruin every story they tell.
Thank you.
They're also part of a publishing community.
Which I've been kicked out of. So
yes, John has been policed right out of the writing
Yes.
community, the comics community, just like DUI guy got kicked out of LawTube, which is not a
Yes.
real thing and doesn't really exist. All right, John, it's your turn to
Yes.
answer the questions. So,
Okay.
do you think that he met defamation claims, which means in order to know if she met the standard of defamation, you have to ask.
Hold on, we got some magic Mike moment going on here with Sean. I
What?
thought he was dancing around. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay.
I just saw a little ass on screen, so you know.
Oh no. Okay. All right.
Okay,
here-
sorry, I got distracted. And this is why
Right.
I'd be a bad jury member, because I'm ADD and I wouldn't be able to pay attention to all this. It'd be amazing.
How you doing, John?
God, I'm not even looking. I'm on a different page. I'm not looking. I'm not watching this debauchery that whatever is happening on the screen. Disavow. Disavow. All right.
Well, Megan, we're all secretly from LawTube. We're just here to get you canceled.
Yes.
Here's
Right.
I'll be disappointed.
What was the question? I forgot the question.
We already heard about Megan was going to be bossy, you know, in the jury room with her whip and her leather.
I do not wear leather. It's very sweaty. All right. Let's see, not Mr. Hurd. No. Here are the questions you have to answer to find if it was defamatory, John.
Okay.
She made the statement, and it was insinuated or could be inferred that it was about Mr. Depp.
Yes.
The statement is false.
Yes.
The statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp.
Yes.
The defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Hurd.
Yes.
And it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it that is not Mr. Depp.
Yes.
And that she did it with actual malice. Did she do it with actual malice? So she
Yes.
knew it was false, acted in disregard for the truth. All right. So John has now met. So that one blank, we have now filled out the one blank, but Gadfly is still a no. And the three of us are yeses. So that means we can't move on.
I'm jury number 7.
That means we can't
I'm
move
juror
on.
number 7 or whatever number that's bad.
We can't move on because we still have to convince him to change his mind. So that means we're going to have to take him outside behind the courthouse and beat him for a while. And then we'll bring him back
I was
in.
going to
ask
say,
him
and
some
little does
questions.
the rest of the jury know that I'm really just arguing a point I don't even agree with. Just for fun.
All right. So let's answer it honestly, though. So you would have answered yes to all these things about how you actually feel, right?
Yes, I would have. I mean, if I was being honest with you, I would have looked at these instructions and gone, that's cool. She obviously lied about everything. Let's look at these evidence. Okay, I'm going to just vote. I'm going to say in favor of Johnny. So cool instructions, man, but I'm not going to follow them.
Cool
to technical
instructions,
T.
bro. Cool instructions, bro. Now I'm going to disregard all of them. Now, I'm glad you said that because wait, Rodney just said, I love how Megan is moving around the camera like she's in a blender. That's funny. All right.
No, Rodney, she's in her swing.
I'm in my porch swing. I'm not in a blender. I'm on a porch swing. All right. I like that you said that, Gadfly, because if you are being honest and that was your honest opinion, there are totally people like you in that jury who are like, okay, yeah, cool story, bro, but everything she says is a lie. And so obviously we should be voting in favor of Johnny on this. I definitely think there are some people who feel that way, who are going to be like, I don't want to listen to these instructions. I don't care. She's lying. She lied.
Yeah. That's my real take, but I feel like that obviously wouldn't convince anyone who had my fake take. So it probably wouldn't be a good thing to say in the jury room.
No, you
but
wouldn't
that
want to
would be my
make
real
that
opinion.
known. You wouldn't want to make that known, I think. But I think that there are people who definitely think that. Yes. All right. So let's say we got past this one. Now we have to answer all the others, which we did because this was the defamation, the greater weight of evidence. So it says, if yes, please answer yes or no to the following questions. Has Mr. Depp proven by greater weight of the evidence that this, and this is, again, not reasonable doubt, by a greater weight of the evidence. And that's important. So it's more likely than not is what it's asking you, that this statement was made or published by Ms. Heard. I think we can all say yes, right? Yes. It was made
Absolutely.
or published.
She said today
by
I
her.
published, so yes.
Yes. The statement was about Mr. Depp. I say yes. Sean, what about you?
Yeah. I mean, yes.
John says yes. Gadfly, the statement was about Mr. Depp.
Oh, my answering honestly, yes, it was.
Yes. The statement was false. Yes. That's the one where they're going to get hung up on.
I don't even think she faced the culture's wrath, so I think it's false regardless.
It's false in its entirety. No, she didn't. She didn't face any wrath. She got a L'Oreal contract. How is that facing the culture's wrath exactly? Trips to Paris?
Yeah.
And
she faced the culture's applause and cheers. So, yeah false.
False. John?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the statement false?
Yes, obviously.
The statement has defamatory implication. We already went over that. Yes, we think yes. We think she did with malice. Okay, so we get by 1A and B. There was clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice. We all said yes. So we're finally past number 1.
We're done.
Now we
break
have number
time.
2. It's not break time. Now we have to go to number 2.
Lunchtime.
No, it's
Lunchtime,
not lunchtime.
everybody.
I am the jury foreman, and I say you will sit here until we're finished. As to this statement appearing in
Yes,
the op-ed
mistress.
entitled "A Transformative Moment for Women" in the Washington Post print edition and the online op-ed, here's the next sentence you have to dissect. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak up. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation in that sentence, taken as a whole in context with the op-ed? I'm adding that, but that's what I think it should say.
But it doesn't say that.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't. I'm just adding that.
Let's ask the judge. Judge?
Bailiff, we have a question for the judge. Dang. Oh, okay, Elizabeth, that's a great idea. Why don't I do that? I will go on YouTube and I will ask the chat what they think so they can, I'm going to ask them. Okay, so you just heard us do question number 1. So obviously I'm going to make a poll about question number 1 on YouTube right now and let you all answer it. So question was count 1 affirmative or negative, or yes or no? I'll just put was count 1 yes or no to defamation? Yes or no? All right, go vote. Wait, what the heck happened? Oh, I have to actually type yes or no. It says that, but then it doesn't let me do it. Okay.
Hey, Megan.
Yeah.
I would repost the link to the jury instructions.
Okay. Why isn't it letting me do this? It's not letting me do it. It's not letting me create the poll, and I don't know why.
It's because you've been kicked out of PollTube.
PollTube. What is happening? All right, let me try that again.
Yeah.
Question. Okay, so count 1. This is the headline. Is defamatory? Yes or no? Yes. No. All right, there you go. Go vote. And we will post the link to the jury instructions in case you have a question, which you're certainly going to. But I have a feeling that nobody's going to be looking at these jury instructions. They're going to be like Gadfly and be like, screw the jury instructions. We know what we think. There's the jury
what
instructions.
box do I check to say that Johnny wins? I'll do that.
Yeah, where's the Johnny wins box? Facebookers, if you want to take part in the poll, you have to go over to YouTube. I will drop the link for you, and you have to be a subscriber in order to vote. So make sure that you go over to YouTube and you subscribe, and then you can vote. Although if you're not a subscriber, I think I make you wait 20 minutes because of the porn spammers. That's the only reason why that's on there. The chat is agreeing with that. The chat is like, where is the box for Johnny wins? That's all we want. Kim, this happens every day. Kim,
Yeah, that'd be the best jury instruction.
Look at what Kim said. Someone called PJ Media a right-wing disinformation media outlet. Who called us that? Was it Snopes? It was probably a right-wing disinformation. Yeah, people say that all the time. But you know what? I think you guys are a witness to I'm one of the only people who's been giving you actual information about this trial. So call it whatever you want to, but I'm not fake news. All right, I'm going to go over
It's disinformation when you watch an entire trial in full and give your opinion. That's total disinformation.
Totally disinformation. Yeah, guys, the poll is 100% yes, with 57 votes and counting so far. 100%.
That's pretty amazing. That really is amazing.
Now it's climbing. 61 votes, 100%. 100%. I mean, I've never seen a poll go 100%.
I've never seen a poll go 100% either.
I mean, I wonder if that's just because your audience is just so pro Johnny, but I wonder if that's reflective of basically the way lots of these people watching.
Even that though, there's got to be one dissenter out there who's just going to dissent for the sake of dissenting.
Kim, you said it was someone who wrote about Nick on
It's going to be me.
Did he have them on the show? Are they defaming me? Are they defaming me on Ricada Law right now? Is that what's happening?
Oh no.
What is happening? More LawTube drama. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't care. I don't care. Allison says, don't let Gadfly vote. All right, we have so far. We have 2 dissenters. 83 votes are in. We now have 98% yes and 2% no. Boo. No, it's okay. It's fine.
I say you post the poll on Eve Barlow's Twitter and see what happens.
Yeah. I think that all those people who follow her are bots. I don't think they're real. Oh, Kim says Nick was defending me. Well, he better. He better, because I write all sorts of nice things about him. No, I'm kidding. If he had disagreed, I wouldn't care. Yeah, right wing. But who was calling me a right wing disinformation person? Was that someone on the panel? I want to know if it was someone on the panel. If it was someone in the comments, I don't give a shit. But if it was someone on the panel, I want to know who. I'll just get into this YouTube LawTube drama thing. I'll just get going with it. I'm sure. Yeah, I will sue them. I will sue them. No, I won't.
Yeah, defamation lawsuit number 2.
Yeah, I've been through enough of defamation lawsuits. 1 was enough.
I love it. I'm gonna do another one myself.
Okay.
So.
Okay, it wasn't the panel, so it must have been like a super chatter, which is fine. As long as it wasn't the panel, then I'm okay. Not that it matters. The panel can say bad things about me, and I wouldn't care.
Super chatters can say whatever they want because if they pay,
it was user number.
That's right. You can send me a super chat right now and call me a right-wing disinformation maven, and I would read it out loud as if it were true.
I got one right here, John. Your video about Nerdette's newsstand is full of lies and misinformation. You are a hateful coward.
Well, see, now
thank you, figure drawing. I appreciate it.
You're doing
but you're
it
supposed to send
wrong.
me money. You're supposed to send me money to
You shouldn't have read
to
that.
read that.
He needs
Oh,
to send
shoot.
money
Sorry.
in order for you to read that
Yes.
out loud. Yeah,
Please send
no.
a super chat and tell me I'm a bad person. Thank
Yes.
you. Yes.
Any super chats that you want to insult me, I will read out loud, but it has to be a
Yes.
super chat. Yeah, see what
Yes. I
Kim's-
screwed up.
Kim says it wasn't a super chat. Are
Yeah.
you telling
Sorry,
me that
Kim.
Nick Rekieta read a comment that wasn't a super chat? I don't believe that.
I don't believe that either.
That's
defamation on Nick.
Megan, you should do a full. you should do a
Wait, we're
full
getting
super
more
chat
clarification. We're getting more clarification. He had an article written about him, and the article mentioned me. Well, where is this article? Because if the
Yeah, give us the
article-
link.
If the article mentioned me, I definitely have to be in on that. I definitely want to know about it.
It's the best. I love it when articles mention me. Like I'm like the narcissist in me is like, yes. I'm gonna cry on the stand.
I love my listeners. Ophelia says, regarding Megan being right wing, objection, nonsense. I am more in the middle lately because
Yeah,
I have a
right.
lot of
Shut
feelings.
up.
I have a lot of feelings about. No, it's true because John, I disagree with the GOP on a lot of things, especially when it comes to issues of criminal justice.
Yeah, but the GOP is not right wing.
Yeah, they're not. They're really
No.
not. Gadfly's back. Gadfly's back. Did you get kicked out? Are you back?
I got attacked by LawTube. They took me off the stream.
You got to watch out for that legal bites. She will bite.
Yeah. She'll bite you. She'll get you.
Okay, I'm just teasing. I have nothing against legal bites. I just thought that whole argument was dumb, and it shouldn't have happened, and it should never happen again.
Yeah. I've only seen her on like a couple panels here and there, and she seems fine. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. But that is a dumb argument. What a dumb thing to say.
Look at this. Andrea says, Megan, I didn't know you were conservative when I started watching you because you've been very moderate and fair. Yes, I believe I am moderate and fair. Thank you very much.
That now it's lowering my opinion of you. I really hope you're not moderate and fair.
Now John's gonna be like, what is happening to you?
I can't associate with Megan if she's moderate and fair, everybody. That's not me.
Disavow. Disavow. All right. Mel Magazine. Mel? M-E-L? Never heard of it. Mel Magazine wrote an article about you and Rekieta. Oh, I love it. I love that they're mentioning me and Rekieta in the same article. That's great. That's great for my brand.
Johnny Depp men's rights hero, Mel Magazine, 6 hours ago. Anti-feminist energy fueling misinformation campaign. Oh,
I'm an
great.
anti-feminist? I'm an anti-feminist now? What?
Is this it? Does this mention?
This has got to be it. This has got to be it. Large swaths of the manosphere are portraying Depp's defamation case against his ex-wife Amber Heard as an existential moment for men everywhere. And let's see.
Where's this?
This is an ugly case with evidence of toxic, violent behavior from both parties. Oh, come on. Come on now. Let's get down to the examples. Where are they? It's perfect for anyone who creates content around conservative talking points like Hollywood elitism, cancel culture, or the harms of feminism and wokeness. Yeah, you're damn straight it is. That includes content creators like Minnesota lawyer Nick Rekieta, who is streaming the trial to his nearly 350,000 subscribers on YouTube. He's over 400 now, by the way, while providing live commentary and insights on Twitter. And then they have...
You're reading something similar, but I found the one that actually mentions you. And I just put it up on the screen here.
It's not the same?
So it's not that I don't think so. But is this because you're not reading the exact word? Is this the one you're reading right here?
Hold on, let me look.
I put up on screen?
Yeah.
Because it is? Okay. Because I got down to it and I saw where you were mentioned.
All right, well, read it to me. Read it to me.
Okay. So Nick Rekieta, despite being a knowledgeable attorney who drops real insights into the legal standards. Let me do the voice because this is the soy voice. Protocols and trial missteps. Rekieta's analysis is rife with anti-Heard bluster. She wanted to defame Johnny Depp. That's, of course, the rub. The main inference that everyone should draw. He declares on a May 28th live stream. Here we go. Elsewhere, he platforms an article from the right-wing disinformation rag PJ Media.
Rag?
Yes.
Rag?
Rag.
I think that bothers me more than right-wing misinformation.
Yes.
Rag.
As the most important and most correct reporting about the trial.
He did say that. He did say that.
Yes. He also recently joined some special friends to spice up his herd commentary. Carl Benjamin, the Gamergate conspiracy. Oh, it always comes back to Gamergate every single time. My
Or
God.
Comicsgate, or comics. They'll talk
Always.
about Comicsgate. Always. And now John,
anti-feminist commentator.
wait, we need to have a celebration. I think I just got welcomed into the manosphere. Am I in the
You're
manosphere?
In the manosphere I don't know how that works.
Well, I identify as a manosphere member. But again, that's another community I don't want to be a part of, probably.
Oh, this is amazing. As well as Chrissy Mayer, the comedian and podcaster who has championed far-right voices like Tim Pool.
Tim Pool? He's pro-porn. He's not far-right. He's like a porn guy. Like, he likes porn.
Yeah.
Come on.
He's a coomer. Yeah.
He's not far-right. He's not even close to the right.
That's hilarious.
He's actually on the left.
Yeah.
What?
There you go. But he likes right-wing disinformation rag, PJ Media. There you are.
Wow. I'm going to add that to my bio on Twitter.
Beautiful. Well, thank you, Mel Magazine. What is Mel Magazine anyway? What is
I've
this?
never heard of it. Well, who's the name? Who wrote this? Who is the person who wrote this? I'm going to make them feel bad on Twitter.
Eddie Kim.
Eddie Kim. Eddie Kim's about to have a bad day. Eddie Kim. Let's see if Eddie Kim's on Twitter.
Yeah, all he does is make far left disinformation hit pieces. It seems like. Yes.
Eddie.
There he is. Eddie Kim X on Twitter. He's got an X.
Oh, nice. Oh, there he is. He's got a blue check. How many followers?
Oh, of course he does.
Have?
There he is.
Less than me.
2,000. Oh, he lives near me. He lives near me. I could go hang out with him.
He's got way less than me. Oh my God. I'm going to comment on it. What should I comment under the article he posted about me?
Just hi. Just say hi. That's what I like to do.
All right. I just did.
Oh, in this article, right here? Did you?
Hi. Yeah, I did.
There it is. Yes. Oh, I forgot. I'm suspended, so I can't like it. Yeah.
You can't.
My bad. See, my account's suspended.
Okay, now what's going to happen now?
Hero
is
of
that
the people.
He's going to see my response, and his stomach is going to drop to the floor, and he's going to have agita for the rest of the day. And I'm just going to let it sit there. I'm just going to let it sit there.
It's amazing. Oh, he's gonna have a heart attack just seeing that eye.
Rekida's people are gonna go nuts. They're gonna go absolutely nuts. And by the way, those of you who are Rekida's people, I know some of you are in this stream because you are fabulous and you love me and I love you too. Let's be funny with Eddie today. Don't do anything mean, but let's just be funny. He wanted attention.
Yes.
He should get some. Gadfly says he has bad service, so he's in the chat for now. I would actually like to ask Eddie Kim, which media version of what's happening in this trial does he think is real? Because honest to God, I've got thousands of people watching these streams every day, hundreds of thousands. On our biggest day, there were 400,000 people who viewed the stream. Oh, they want the link to the article. Can we give them an archive link, please, John? Archive that.
Let's not give them clicks.
Let's not give them the hits. Let's just archive it and send the archive link to the chat. Guys, don't always use archive links for garbage articles. That way they don't get the traffic.
Okay, here you guys go, and this will go in the chat right now, so you can read this entire thing. I'm not going to read the whole thing. It's long. The problem with these people who are like this is they write too long.
It's way boring. It's way boring.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Said he'll probably say that Megan was threatening him. He probably will.
I know.
My response that says hi.
I've had people do that to me before because this is how I reply to this type of stuff, and they go, "Oh, he threatened me." And I'm just like, I just said hi. Yeah, and
I gotta go send Rakeda.
Hi is a threat now.
I gotta send Rakeda a message right now because we've been.
Hi is literally violence.
We've been defamed. I heard we've been defamed. In Mel magazine.
Here's the word. Equally problematic. Here he goes. He's using the buzzwords. Regardless of outcome, will empower abusers with money and resources to threaten their victims with libel suits. There we go. Regardless of the outcome.
Oh,
Yeah,
this
wait
is
a
so
minute.
true, Andrea. This is so true. This is what I've been trying to get across to my audience. Classic liberals are nothing like these
Jeez.
lefty clowns. Thank you. Thank you. Because the radical left is out of their minds. Sean is not like that. Sean's a guy on the left. He's an actual liberal, like a real one who loves freedom and free speech.
She's got the truck.
Yeah, she's got the truck.
Three trucks. But like
Yeah.
Sean, you can speak to this because you're someone who doesn't try to shut down. You don't shut down speech.
No, I mean, I think that, I think that free speech is pretty damn important. I think that it's important for you to be factually speaking, right? Especially in today's world, that people's voices can be amplified so much. But yeah, freedom of speech is pretty damn important.
And have you seen, I know, Sean, you've seen some of my articles on this because we've talked about them here on the stream. Would you say I've been giving misinformation about what's happened in this trial?
No, no, not at all. Not at all. As a matter of fact, it's kind of interesting you should say that because I'm not a big fan of PJ Media. I'm not a fan of conservative media, generally speaking, because I think that they do spew quite a bit of disinformation. I think that the criticism that mainstream media doesn't tell the truth the whole time, is based in something though as well. But I think that you, as a conservative writer, walk that line pretty damn well. So,
Thank you.
And I think
I would agree with you on one thing, which is I don't agree that PJ Media is disinformation, but I would admit that a lot of it is political red meat, which is on both sides, because that's politics. When I talked earlier about the Clinton years and Monica Lewinsky, that was a moment when conservative news jumped on that opportunity to attack a political opponent. But that's what all politics and political writers do. That's not unusual, and it's not just one-sided. That's something that is known. That's what people do. And so, yes, are there things that are written on PJ Media that could be considered misinformation by the other side?
We have breaking news, though. DUI guy says the verdict is in.
Shut up! Did you check it? Did you check it?
No, I'm looking into this right now. So continue your speech, and I'll see.
They do this to me all
do
day.
this. Yeah, we've heard this. We've heard this.
We have.
Yeah, a lot of
times. Shoot.
Oh wait, no. Gadfly says it is. It's in. It's in.
It is.
All right, hold on. Share. I need to go to the live streaming channel. So
yeah. Everybody's saying the verdict is in on Twitter. Everybody's saying it.
Oh shit! Hold on. I got to get over to the stream. I've got the live stream up. Hold on.
It'll be read at 3 p.m. Eastern. So we got an hour and a half.
We've got some time. 3 p.m. All right. 3 p.m. That's great. I can't believe they're done. Actually, I actually thought this would go longer based on our conversation, based on our deliberation. I am shocked that they're done.
I might have to do something for my kid and then come back then.
Okay.
Because he got a flat tire on his bike, and I got to be a good dad. So, I think
he had a flat tire on his bike.
I know. So
wait,
we can't
allow.
Is
he out? Is he away from the house?
No, he's here. I just need to fix it.
I thought you meant he was like out somewhere and he got a flat, and I'm like, go.
No, I just got to fix it. So there's nothing, no emergency. But since this isn't going to happen for an hour and a half, I think I'll do that. I'll be right back. So. Oh, except for somebody needs to talk when the truck noise comes in, so there's no dead air, Sean.
Man,
you got to step up.
Sorry about that. That was motorcycles that went by.
Bad.
That was.
But the thing is that my office, I get concrete trucks that go by my office all the time.
Yeah.
So.
The sound here is just really intense. All right, let's check in on Long Crime and hear what they're saying.
Who stopped by the tent, who I met at dinner last night, and he's been practicing here in Virginia for decades. And he told me there will be a verdict in this case. He did not believe that there would be a hung jury.
Well, there is a verdict.
I mean,
Gene
thought it might take longer. Sorry, Gene.
Never mind. I don't want to hear these people talk. Forget it. I don't want to hear them talk. No, neither do you.
There's no way it's a hung jury with 2 days of deliberation.
No.
If it was a hung jury, right? If it was a hung jury, they would have sent a note to the judge saying, we can't agree And, the judge would have, said, well, what seems to be the problem? And then sent them back for more deliberation.
All right. Well, Sean, here's what we're going to do. I have to eat. I have not eaten anything all day and I'm starving. So I need to go make myself something. Would you prefer that you keep on doing the stream while I go make myself something to eat? Or do you want me to put on some other video for people to watch while I'm doing that?
I'll take a few chat questions. That's fine. I mean, I got.
All right, good idea. Good idea.
I can be Megan Fox while Megan Fox is going. Everybody, hello.
All right, I'm changing the banner. Everybody calm down and and Sean's going to take your questions. Okay.
All right. So I only can see questions on basically YouTube. Sometimes I can see these questions that are inside of a StreamYard, but I don't have any ability to respond to questions on type questions on StreamYard. So, the best way is probably on YouTube. So, wow, people are talking to me. Hi, Tina. Yeah, so they said we got news that the verdict is done, and that they're not going to know what that verdict is going to be for about an hour. So I guess that's about 3 o'clock Eastern time. I'm in Seattle, so it's 10:30 here. So, hello, Elena. You're in Italy, right? I think Elena's in Italy. So, I don't know what we're going to do after all this is all over. I'm incredibly easy to find on Facebook. You can find me there. I'm the only Sean Kuhlmeyer there. So somebody asked me a question. Yeah, let's see here. Boy, what are we going to do? Yeah. Have you seen the info about Amber Heard vehicular manslaughter in Texas as a teenager? What? No. Really? Vehicular manslaughter in Texas? Oh man, somebody's got to post something about that. James, that's a great question. I think that so James's question was, let me scroll up a little bit here, and shit, where the hell did it just go? Oh, I'm sorry. This is a family show, right? So he said, what do you think the verdict is going to be? And I think that given the timing, that the verdict is going to be for Johnny. I think that if they were going to find the other way, if they were going to find for Amber, that it would have taken them a lot more time in order to get there. So I think that's the way it would be. Liz asked a question. She said, what type of law is your specialty? So my type of law is I'm a personal injury lawyer in Seattle. I predominantly do bicycle claims. So most of my clients are bicyclists who've been hit by cars. But as some of you know, and as Megan knows, for the last 5 years, I've been living through one of the world's worst divorces. I believe my ex-wife has a borderline personality disorder, just like Amber. And she hired, in my opinion, the most unethical attorney I've ever seen, and turned our divorce into a giant clusterfuck. And it's become probably the worst divorce in Washington State in 20 plus years. It spawned cases in several other courts. We've got 4 cases in the Court of Appeals. I sued my ex-wife and her unethical attorney for defamation, malicious prosecution, abuse of process, a whole bunch of other tort claims because of crazy ass crap that they did, including my ex-wife, publicly posting and saying that I was a narcissistic sociopath, that I was a stalker, a bunch of other things. So I've been very interested in the Johnny Depp case because I've got a case that's very similar to that. And at the end of all of this, I think that part of what's going to happen is that tort lawyers like me, negligence is a tort, defamation is a tort, are going to start going after people who make false allegations in family court. So that's what I do. So Andrea asked, do the lawyers find out the verdict prior to the judge reading it? I've never seen a case in which the lawyers would find out what the verdict would be before it's read. So no, I just can't imagine how that would ever happen. So yes, I'm divorced. Yes, and it has sucked. Yeah, it's quite ridiculous. You can go to my website, unethicalkarma.com, and you can watch the videos that are on there, and you can see a lot about what's going on. Frosted Sleet asked, who's your favorite liberal commenter on YouTube? You know, it's kind of funny because I'm what's called a news avoider. I don't actually pay that much attention to the news. I read a couple of headlines on Yahoo, but I just avoid the news now. I find that I just, it's a far more peaceful way to live my life because I don't have to, worry about, the things that I read in the news and what I find to be frustrating. So a few things get through, that filter, but a lot of it I just disconnect from. So I don't participate in this world that much. So, yeah. So how is anyone a liberal in today's world? Alexandria Zakos. Well, that's an interesting question. I think that there's people on both sides of the political spectrum, both the left and the right. First of all, I'm going to presume you're an American, Alexandra, because one thing you've got to remember is that politics in the United States are right shifted, meaning that what counts as a liberal in the United States is not the same thing as what would count as a liberal basically in anywhere in Europe. But the answer to your question, I think, is that there's people on both sides of the political spectrum that are just extremists in thought. But I think most people actually fall somewhere in the middle, right? I think a lot of the social issues, people don't really disagree about that much anymore. I mean, I think most of us agree that people have the right to live their lives and largely be left alone. I think that where there's some disagreement is on where the proper role of the government is and where the impact of government is, and how the government goes about spending their money. So I'm on the left. I think that that there are things that the government can do that can positively impact people's lives. So that's just sort of my perspective. I guess I'm more in the middle. But for the, people who are in the rest of the world who are watching this, remember that, politics in the United States is right shifted. This is more conservative country than other countries. All right. Let's see here. No one's asking me legal questions about. Yeah. Oh, wait, here. Someone just said that Nicole Snook said Chuck Law and Crime verdict is at 3 p.m. So, yeah, I've heard that. Yeah. So, Elena Mariano said in her life she's met two people who are similar to Amber Heard, manipulative, no empathy, and no remorse. It's interesting that you should bring that point up, Elena, because over the last 5 years, I've learned a lot about personality disorders, and I've been plugging Bill Eadie's book for the last week, Splitting, by Bill Eadie. Let's see here if I can get it to focus, right? So, protecting yourself while divorcing someone with borderline or narcissistic personality disorder. And so Bill Eadie is a attorney and a clinical social worker who's written this book. This book is used as a judicial training, and it really explores the 5 types of personality disorders. And your point about these people having some empathy problems is absolutely correct. Part of it is simply because I don't think they can see outside of their own perspective and their own feelings. They feel things incredibly intensely, and unlike a person who's psychologically normal, who can recognize that there's a difference between their feelings and objective facts. These people confuse their feelings for facts. So my background looks like I'm hiding from someone. That's hilarious. So my background is my office. So I'm actually in my little tiny office on the Burke-Gilman Trail in Seattle. And you can see the bicycles above me. So those are client bicycles, and various crap spread around in my office from, you know, my cases. I'm in a little tiny office. I'm literally right on the bike trail, and I guess I'll hope. No, unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be someone biking right by, but I get 20,000 people who bike by me every day. Liz asked, have I had any personal experience aside from my ex dealing with insane people in the legal system? That's a fun question. So in my personal injury practice, I've deposed. Oh, we're going to see a bicyclist go right by my office. So here we go. There goes the cyclist. See, that's what I get. I get 20,000 of those that go by my office on a nice sunny day. Yeah. So in my personal injury practice, I've deposed somewhere in the neighborhood of about 50 people, and in doing so, I've met people that just scared the living bejesus out of me. People who just couldn't seem to understand how they had hurt somebody else, how they took, you know, how they needed to take some responsibility for it, you know, the things that they had done. And that was an injury practice. So that was typically someone who's driving a car, drives through a stoplight or a stop sign, and, you know, hits somebody else, and somebody gets really hurt, you know, and they just can't wrap their head around it. I've come away from people, you know, from these things and gone, wow, this person is, you know, really, really scary. And, but, you know, they're high functioning, and they go through life, and, you know, they have, you know, jobs and lives, and, you know, all of that. And so, yeah, that can be really scary. So, yeah, I have seen people that are nuts, and you know, particularly sociopaths. And, you know, there's my profession, the law actually has more sociopaths than any other profession outside of CEOs. The American Psychological Association and the Bar Association both looked at that issue, and they found that when you look at sociopaths, which are maybe as much as 10% of the population, CEOs is first, lawyers is second, and then there's a couple of other people who fit onto that list. So yeah, I've encountered plenty. Okay, ALR asks, is there generally a statute of limitations for injuries to minors while at a high school during a sport practice? Situation was a medic did not intervene, stranger brought child home, ended in hospital. Wow, that's an interesting question. Okay, so the statute of limitations question. So typically the statute of limitations works like this, is that it, for a minor, it doesn't turn on until the minor reaches the age of majority. So you have to look up the statute of limitations for your jurisdiction. It can be in Washington State for an injury claim, it's 3 years, but in some states it's as little as 2 years or even less. And then the statute turns on when they become 18. So oftentimes it's, you know, you just look at that and you say their birthday plus 2 years or 3 years. So let me see. I'm scrolling up to see here. Did you see Amber Heard's home in Yucca Valley? So Stacey Adams asked a question. She said, did you see Amber Heard $1 million home in Yucca Valley? You know, it's funny you should say that, because yesterday I actually did, and it made it through the filter. Yesterday I actually did see that she had purchased a house in Yucca Valley, but I saw that she did that in a trust. Which I think is kind of interesting. The fact that she's put it in a trust sort of signals that she's kind of worried about keeping her assets from being taken. And people in Arizona might actually know a little bit more about this. Arizona might be a state in which your home is largely homesteaded from bankruptcy law. So, you know, presuming that she loses, presuming that Johnny wins a great big verdict against her, and that he then begins to try and collect on that verdict, using state debt collection efforts, that could drive her into bankruptcy court. And then bankruptcy court would then liquidate her assets. And there are some states in which you can't take away someone's home. So, but then she's putting it into a trust. So she's trying to raise barriers to potentially, having a massive verdict against her, which is good legal positioning on her part, but it doesn't necessarily mean that she's going to be successful. Okay.
All right, Kathy.
Megan.
Thank you so much for the super sticker, Kathy. I appreciate that. Yes, Sean.
I carried the torch for you, and I think I did a horrible job.
You're good. You're good. I made myself a couple of eggs on toast. Look, I've got eggs on toast with a little sriracha sauce on top. I mean, it doesn't get better than eggs on toast. It's one of my favorite things. Plus, I have chickens, so I get those fresh eggs every day. I eat a lot of eggs in this house. And Mr. Fox cleaned out the refrigerator today. Oh my gosh, he did an amazing job. And I opened the refrigerator, and the very first thing I felt was total guilt that I did not do it first. Dang it. Anybody else have that problem? When hubby does the chores that maybe you should have done and didn't get to?
Unbelievable. I'm feeling so devalued now as a man. Oh my God, I just noticed that I'm a man. Oh, I'm so politically evolved. I didn't even know that.
You didn't even notice.
I didn't notice.
Ryan says I use too much butter or grease on my eggs, and that's why they're brown. Well, if you don't put any butter on the pan, they stick. And I only use an iron skillet to do my eggs, and I pretty much cook everything in an iron skillet. So you do have to use some butter. And I'm like Julia Childs. I love butter. Can't you tell? I will not give up butter from my cold, dead hands. Will you take my butter? Butter is life. All right. We are waiting for a verdict. It is coming at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That gives us an hour and 10 minutes. And while we are waiting, you know what it's time for. You know what it's time for. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. We need a dance break. And we're going to do it right now.
Saw an angel dressed in white in Fairfax, Virginia, and she had to fight a serpent in its sides that was spewing lies. But don't look in its eyes. I know that this is the end. When all the money ran out, so did all the friends. And right now, you're lying on the stand, legend. Not the same, you understand. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. Come real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Come real, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Come real. Sleepless nights, insomnia, getting killed by all the deposition that's boring you. If you wanna be alright, well think about what a crazy life can make it up. I know, you're all I require. You put the demon flame out while we get gaslit fire. Hope you never retire, 'cause I'll be fine. You're all that I need. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Come here, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Come here, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Come here, brighten up the room.
I used to be respected, people took me at my word. Then I became a lawyer representing Amber Heard. Objection, hearsay. Oh my God, I don't have a case. Objection, hearsay. Now I'm ashamed to show my face.
Well, I'm a famous movie star, yeah, life is always fine. I sit down at my penthouse drinking mega pints of wine.
Objection, hearsay.
I don't know why we ever wed.
Objection, hearsay.
Who the hell poops in someone's bed?
I object to everything, I may have an infection. Cause I say I object, the judge says
that was your own question.
Objection, hearsay. Court isn't supposed to be this hard. Objection, hearsay. How did I ever pass the bar? Well, just one final question, sir, and this one has been prepped. What is your name?
My name is Johnny Depp.
Objection, hearsay. How can you prove that that's your name? Objection, hearsay. Looks like we win and you are lame. Objection, hearsay. Objection, hearsay.
All right, we are back. Sean coming into the stream. I'm still chewing. I'm still eating my food. Yeah. The verdict.
Hey everyone! I just found out that my my website unethicalkarma.com is down. So I reached out to my guy who maintains it for me, and he's looking into it. It may come back up. It might be literally that it went down because it suddenly got hit so much.
That would be awesome.
That would be cool.
JS says, thanks for the music. Was putting the lawnmower together, but stopped to bust a few moves. Needed that. We all need it. Music is therapy. Please subscribe to Gadfly on YouTube because he's amazing. And we are so happy that this is finally being read at 3 p.m. The verdict is in. And the judge is giving that much time so that everybody can come back to the courtroom who wants to be there. The media, the litigants. Who knows? Johnny might be an hour away. You don't know. He might be coming back. There is a possibility. They did motion for the judge to allow him to not be present, but his attorneys will not comment on whether or not he is going to be there, so we don't know. Gosh, I hope he shows up. What do you think, Sean?
Yeah, I you know what? If I were Johnny Depp, I would want to be there. I really would. You know, one thing we haven't talked about is what typically happens after a verdict is read. So people, the attorneys often have an opportunity to speak with the any juror members that want to stick around. So, you know, and I've been there and I've done that. You know, and typically you'll see half the jury will say, "I'm out of here. I want to go home." I don't think that would happen in this case. I think that they would stick around. Because once the trial's over, then you can ask them questions and you can speak with them and they can ask questions as well. So, you know, it would literally be an opportunity. Johnny would be able to say thank you to the jury.
I hope so. Voice. And for those of you saying that he is, you know, in England, well, he has a private plane. So he can be anywhere he needs to be. So he could have left last night and made it back to Virginia, no problem. And hold on, I have to type in my PJ Media. I have to tell them that I'm taking the verdict at 3. All right.
And I'll tell you, to the extent that this is, you know, that this is public theater, and that, you know, that we've speculated that what Johnny has been doing is restoring his reputation one way or another and restoring it in the court of public opinion. You know, I would think that he would want to be there.
Well, especially because the country is with him. The world is with him. People are with him. So it couldn't go badly for him. It couldn't go badly for him any way the verdict goes. Melissa, I want to make you feel better. She says, I'm nervous and an emotional wreck and think it's from being abused. And I just can't stand the thought of her winning and getting to abuse him more. All right. I want to calm your fears. Because a defamation lawsuit, winning or losing a defamation lawsuit is not the thing. that you need to worry about. A defamation lawsuit is really hard to prove. They're very hard to win, and hardly anybody ever wins them. And that's why it would be no big deal if he didn't win the case. What he has already won is his reputation back, and I believe he will work again if he wants to. I think he'll have plenty of directors banging down his door to be in their movies. She has been proven to be a liar on the stand, and don't let her gaslight you. She's not winning this, even if the jury returns a no to him. They're no way going to say yes to her. She's not going to win either. And I promise you this: if they return a judgment against Johnny in any way, well, it wouldn't be against him. It would just be against. They would just rule in her favor, right? They're not going to give him her any money from him. That's not happening. Trucks. Sorry about the trucks.
Did you see Julie Tibbetts just posted that said Law and Crime have just said Johnny Depp's going to be watching from the UK?
Well, maybe that's true. I think that's too bad, and I think he should have been here. Jennifer says, sends a super sticker. Sad trial coverage with you guys is almost over. Don't want to go on listening to The Price is Right while I work. Well, it's not definitely over. I will still be here. I have a YouTube channel. Subscribe to my YouTube channel because I read articles to you every single day. And we will be doing more live streams in the future because this has been so fun. And I love you as an audience. I really love you guys. And we are going to, we're going to stay together on some level. All right. So don't be concerned if he loses this defamation, particularly a couple of counts on a defamation case. It's fine. He's already gained back everything he wanted. Debbie says he has another concert tonight, so that's why he's still in the UK, and that's possible. I think it's too bad that he won't be there and she will. I don't like the optics of her being on camera. I just don't like it, and him not. I don't like that. But that doesn't mean that means anything, and it certainly doesn't mean that it's going to harm him in any way. Daily Regnier. You know the Rittenhouse trial is over, right? Do you mean his defamation case? Certainly. If he sues anybody for defamation and that is publicized, televised, I will absolutely live stream that. Of course I will. And by the way, I did send Ricada a message over the break while I was getting food. And we had a funny conversation about that. They are laughing over there about Eric Kim. Or I think that's his name, Eric Kim, and what he has stepped into. I don't think he wanted to step into the bee's nest that is Ricada's stream and the audience by calling us names and stuff. I don't think that's going to go over really well, but it should be fun. Maybe I can, if Ricada's doing an overnight tonight, I'll try and worm my way on there. And Eddie Kim, thank you. What did I say? What did I call him? Yeah, Eddie Kim. I will try to worm my way onto the stream tonight so we can have a conversation about what the heck is going on with Mel Magazine and their defamatory statements, Sean. Defamatory statements about me. Actually, that's not true. It's just opinion. Which I guess he can call me a right-wing, what did he call us? Right-wing disinformation rag. That is his right in America to have those views.
You're talking
It's
about
not accurate.
You're talking about the doofus who sent you this cease and desist?
No, not him. Eddie Kim's the one that wrote that article in Mel Magazine that John just read, calling me a right-wing disinformation rag. That's not technically defamation. It's just opinion. It's false.
Right. A right-wing disinformation rag.
Well, that's what he called PJ Media and my article specifically. He linked my article and said it came from a right-wing disinformation rag. Which is, upsetting, but also makes me laugh. So it's all good.
Yeah. I don't. I've read a lot of your stuff, and I don't think that you're disinformation. Not at all.
No, I try not to be. I mean, yeah. I have made mistakes, and I have also. I tell people when I make them, and I correct those mistakes because I do believe in truth. What did Johnny say? Truth is all that matters. Truth is what I'm after. I feel the same.
Yeah, I mean, remember Arthur Miller wrote a play about that, right? The Crucible.
Oh yeah.
And that play can be read in so many different ways and be read as a commentary on so many things. But one of the things it can be read as a commentary on is, you know, how the only thing that anyone ever really has is their reputation and their name, and the extent that people will go to preserve and protect it. Right. You know, and
that was
you know,
a great play, by the way. And I wrote in my book, Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process, from Salome to #MeToo, which you can get on Amazon. I wrote an entire chapter about the Crucible in that book. And I basically just wrote an analysis of it, is what you're saying, is that these things, the Salem witch trials really happened in America. That really happened. And people really did point fingers at their neighbors and call them a witch and strung them up and murdered them, burned them at the stake. All because of hysteria, a mass hysteria that happened. And I believe that Me Too is a mass hysteria movement. Not that women are not abused, not that Hollywood's not a bad place. All of those things can be true, while also at the same time saying, hold on a minute, we must look at the evidence. We must not act out of hysteria as a group, as a mob.
Yeah, I have your book, but I haven't finished it yet. So I haven't read your chapter on it. But yeah, I mean, you know, the metaphor of what the Salem witch trials became, you know, is certainly not gone. And you've seen it happen over and over and over again. And it happens every day, millions of times a day in every courtroom in the United States and courtrooms around the world that share a similar legal system, where people wander into the courthouse and they say, you know, this thing happened or that thing happened, or I'm afraid, you know, give me a restraining order, you know, against my, you know, soon to be ex-husband, and the courts just hand them out like they're handing out Halloween on candy on Halloween. And it's certainly not gone that you know, this hysteria happens. I mean, I live in Washington State, and about 20 years ago there was something that was actually remarkably terrifyingly similar to what happened in Salem, where there was a small town in eastern Washington where there were allegations of sexual impropriety against children, and it just took off on this mass hysteria, and there were prosecutions and people went to jail, and then it all fell apart, and it was revealed to be, you know, literally mass hysteria and hoaxes and people wanting attention. And then they created this lie, and the lie got bigger, and they couldn't get away from, you know, what they had said. So they wound up just doubling down over and over and over again, and, you know, and ruined people's lives. And then eventually people got out of prison, and you know, but still their lives were just, you know, destroyed. The Duke Lacrosse case, you know,
that's in the book. That's in the book too.
The prosecutor in that case wound up losing his license and going to prison because of what he did in the case. You know, it turns out that, you know, everything that was said was just, you know, a complete lie. And if those kids had not been the children of rich people, if they had been, you know, poor people, or from, you know, lower middle class families, you know, they most likely would have just been railroaded.
No, that's absolutely true. Yes, chat, for those of you just showing up, the verdict is in. It will be read at 3 p.m. Yes, cameras will be in the courtroom. The reason there's the lag time is because this is a public trial, and because it's on television. The judge is giving everybody the time to coordinate, get to the courthouse if they're not already there. You know, just giving people time to get there for the verdict.
Really
and she said she was gonna do that from the beginning of this. So John Della Rose will be back with us. Hopefully Stephanie Kimbrell, my attorney sister, will be coming back as well. She knows that the verdict is in, and she's freaking out. She sent me a text. What did she say? She said, I can't stand it. How many people are on the feed? Well, so far there's only 720 of you, but I bet that number's going to start climbing closer to 3 o'clock. So, like,
Megan, I didn't figure out where do you have all of these things? Because, like, so for instance, I'm on YouTube right now, and it shows me there's 273 people watching.
Well, we're simulcasting on Facebook and YouTube, so the rest of them are on Facebook. I can see it on StreamYard. No, Kathy, I did not say they're still on lunch. No. They're not on lunch. The jury is back with a verdict, and we will hear it at 3 p.m. They will hear it at 3 p.m., and we will see it at 3 p.m. Everybody says they're nervous. Has it been confirmed that Johnny isn't going to be there? Do we know that for a fact? I don't know if we know that, but let me check Twitter. I think I have toast in my teeth. That's never a good look.
So, Megan, I just went and looked for you on Facebook, Megan Fox Writer, and of course you come up with your doppelganger.
No, it's Megan on Facebook. I'm Megan Fox Author.
Oh, author.
Mm-hmm. Writer was not available, so I had to choose author.
Oh, okay. Here we are. Now I'm going to get to see.
So yeah, it's been a DUI guy says he's watching from the UK because of his prior engagement. So he's rocking out every night. So he's staying there. DUI guy has his prediction. He thinks Depp's going to win $2 million and Heard loses all. I believe that he will. If he wins, I think they're going to give him more than $2 million. I would say they give him $7 million. That would be poetic. It would be really poetic to give him back the money she took from him in the divorce.
Yeah, that really would be. Yeah, and that would not expose the case to post judgment motion practice for editor.
What does that mean? What does that
mean for
editor?
Editor is a legal concept. I'm going to stick it in here. I did it to for someone in the chat a little earlier. So editor is a legal concept that says that a judge comes along and adds damages to a damages verdict because the jury's verdict on the issue is insufficient.
Oh, I have never heard of that before. So you're saying if a jury returns a verdict that is insufficient according to the judge can say, nope, I'm awarding more damages. Is that true?
Right. Yeah. So it's called a motion for editor.
Stacy says, I think they should give him $100 million. Listen,
right.
I want to address something in the chat. They are pointing out that I did make a mistake. She didn't just take $7 million from him in the divorce. It was actually 14 total. But the cash payment was $7 million. The other $7 million was he paid all the taxes, plus it was assets. So she got 7 in cash, 7 in assets. So maybe it should be 14. Should be 14 million. Okay, fine. 14 million.
So the term is spelled ADDITUR, and I just stuck it into Wiki. And it's a legal term referring to the practice of a trial judge adding damages additional to the original amount awarded by the jury. And it's only allowed in some states. And I have no idea if it's allowed in Virginia or not.
Oh, interesting. These are all these weird rules that are so different. I guess this is why every state has their own bar exam, huh? Because you have to be real familiar with your state's legal.
Yeah. Although, the weird thing about this is that this is the sort of stuff that's not on a bar exam. Right.
Oh, of course not.
Yeah. Right. This is sort of the odd.
Sean, here's a question for you. This is a good one. Can a verdict for Depp be with prejudice? Are you suggesting, Penguin, that so that it can't be appealed? I don't believe there's anything that can be done that would stop her from being able to appeal, if that's what you mean. But Sean, go ahead.
Yeah. So with prejudice is a legal term that means that it's, in many respects, it says that it's final. So his question isn't. It's not really correct. If there's going to be a verdict. And that means the jury is going to have made a decision. And that decision is, a conclusive resolution of those questions of fact. Where you see something with prejudice is when you see when a case is dismissed. Then if it's with prejudice,
Right, so that you can't bring it back.
You can't bring it back.
Yeah.
You see it in motion practice.
Motions, yeah.
Right.
You don't see it in jury decisions.
You don't see it in jury decisions. And there's the converse of it too. There's the without prejudice. So it's the court taking a look at a small legal issue, although the issue actually might not be small. It might be dismissal of your case. And then saying, we're deciding this issue and we're done deciding this issue, or we leave this issue open to be redetermined again later. So,
right. Or they'll say you lose on this particular point of your motion, but it's without prejudice, so you could come back and re-argue if you fix your argument.
Right. So, for instance, let me give you a concrete example. So, I sued my ex-wife and her unethical attorney, tort claims. That was dismissed under a brand new Washington state law with prejudice. And I've now appealed that to the Court of Appeals, and hopefully what will happen is the Court of Appeals will reverse it and remand it and send it back down to the trial court and say, no, Sean's claims are, have merit and they need to be determined. And they can't.
So even if a judge rules with prejudice, you can still appeal it.
Yeah, you can absolutely appeal that. That's an appealable issue.
Yeah. All right. One of you, who was it? Oh, did I say thank you to Michelle Camp? She sent a $5 super sticker. Thank you very much. And ALR also sent a super chat. Found you in the last 2 weeks. Absolutely love your channel. Again, big thank you to Sean for answering my question. You're welcome, ALR. That's what we're here for. Mary Freeman says, I just bought your paperback on Amazon, Megan. I'm so excited. I'm so glad. Please let me know after you read it what you thought. And leave a review on Amazon and be honest. I like honest reviews. And I definitely know that I have room for improvement, even in my writing skills. So you can feel free to be honest. I won't take it personally. All right, but I think you're probably going to like it. So I'm not that worried. So if you are just joining us, make sure you like this stream on YouTube, like and subscribe, and share on Facebook. I am so thrilled to have gotten to know you guys in the chat. You guys have been so awesome. You've bought the merch. You're wearing the t-shirts. You're dancing with us. We have had such a great time. Sean in his chair dancing has been pretty epic. And we've all had so much fun together. And it's not going to be over. It's not going to be done. There will be more happening. You can pay attention to my Facebook. Stick with me. Get onto YouTube. I'm planning on doing a live stream once a week that will cover a range of topics, whatever I happen to be interested in at the moment, which is the only thing I ever talk about. If I wasn't interested in this trial, I wouldn't be here. That's just the way that I roll. So don't forget to check out the merch in the merch store, because now is your chance. This is your moment to get a piece of history. A piece of history, like the Berlin Wall, is a Johnny Depp t-shirt. Objection, hearsay. #men too. We have t-shirts, we have mugs, we have mega pints, we have beer glasses, we have hoodies, sweatshirts, wine coolers, so much. Frosty at the drop of a hat, time for a mega pint. We've got actual mega pints that keep your drink cool and hot, depending on which drink you have at the moment. And there's t-shirts, isn't happy hour any hour, and glasses and stickers and so much more. Check it out in the merch store. I will drop the link there for you. Yes, Gadfly knows, and Gadfly's back in the stream. There's a verdict. Oh my God.
Oh yes, I am very aware. I'm very excited. I can't wait. Hopefully the jury devil's advocate was nowhere to be seen near the courtroom. And my fake character does not really exist.
Let's please hope that that's true, because I can't take it if someone like that guy that you were pretending to be was in there. I would have strangled him with my shoelace.
Well, technically, according to the verbiage.
Yeah, you're the well actually guy. Don't ever be the
Yeah, yeah.
actually guy from the meme. Well, actually. Oh, okay. I just dropped the store link. Yeah, actually, I just dropped the store link in the chat so you guys can go and get your t-shirts, get your mega pints. Don't let me down. You haven't so far. Do I have 3X sizes? I believe the store does, Kay. There are plus sizes in the store, and they go up to large sizes as well. I ordered myself an extra large in the regular t-shirt, and I really like it because it's roomy for me, and I don't like tight t-shirts. It's not how I like to roll, especially with my love of butter. My love of butter and tight t-shirts don't really mesh well together. But I did notice that in the chat we have a lot of butter lovers. There are butter lovers all over the chat, and I'm very thrilled. See, you are my people. I found you. I found my people. You love butter, and you love this stream, and there's nothing better than that. Nothing better than butter. Do you remember the Golden Girls? Wasn't it Rose who was the butter queen? She was the butter queen of her small town. Too much butter. Ryan's still upset with me for using too much butter on my eggs. We have some cooks in the channel who were very critical, Gadfly, of my fried eggs. They were too brown, apparently.
Ah, I see. Well, when did you salt them?
When did I salt the eggs? I salt them as I cook. I salt them as I cook them. Yeah, you have to salt them as you cook them. Because if you salt them afterwards, it just falls off, you know. Oh, that's a good question, Jennifer. The stream
yes,
will
but if you
cut
salt
off
them
at
too early, then it discolors them.
Right. So Jennifer says, what time will the Facebook stream cut off? When it hits 8 hours. So I think we're safe today because we're only at 5 hours and 34 minutes. And I don't see that happening. I don't think we're going to be here for 8 hours. Tess, thank you for the super chat. She says, I absolutely adore you, Gadfly and Sean. Thanks for covering this trial. You're my tribe. Yes, you're all my butter tribe. My butter tribe is here. We are not a community, though. We have no rules and no one is in charge. The only rule is
I do have to say that I actually enjoyed your takeover, Sean. I really liked your legal questions.
Oh, thank you. Thanks so much. So, you know, someone
I'm also on clearly a severe delay, so keep that in mind.
I noticed that someone in the chat asked, do I think that Amber Heard will sue her lawyers? So, I don't remember who asked that.
I do.
And
I think yes.
I don't think she will. Because legal malpractice is difficult to do. You have to prove a case within a case. You have to prove that, but for the attorney's malpractice, the whatever adverse result you're talking about would not have happened. So in Amber's case, presuming that she loses this this trial on a malpractice claim, her argument would have to be that, but for her attorney's malpractice, she would not have lost this case, and that's an extraordinarily difficult legal argument for her to make. So I think, and she's going to have to get a malpractice attorney who is going to agree with her, and then be willing to take her case and move it forward. You know, normally tort claims are done on contingency, but you know, in this case, they might want a retainer for that, and so you know, then they'd have to, you know, say, well, who's going to pay for the fact that I'm going to investigate this case and that I'm going to then, you know, pursue this case against these, you know, 5 other attorneys. I think that the legal arguments to that are too daunting for Amber to you know, successfully pursue a malpractice claim, even get through the door of a malpractice attorney's office. I don't think so.
Okay, but that doesn't take into consideration that Amber is crazy.
Right.
She cannot be talked into anything reasonable, and she's litigious. You heard the evidence that she filed against Johnny before this case even came forward. Oh, no, they are not mowing the lawn. Who is this mowing the lawn? Is this my husband? If it is, I'm going to have to tell him to stop. No, it's the neighbors.
Right.
The neighbors are going to mow the lawn during the verdict. Are you kidding? What am I going to do?
You might have to move to the office, otherwise known as the oven.
No, I'll just have to mute myself, and then I'll just have to, hopefully he'll be done soon. It's a small lot, so let's just hope he'll be done soon. But I mean, that doesn't take into consideration that she is nuts. And I don't think that she can be talked sense into. I don't think anyone can talk sense into her. I don't think her attorneys could talk her into being sensible. And like, if they had, she would never have gotten on that stand for that second time. Holy crap, that was bad for her.
Right, but I think you're overlooking it this way. Okay, so let's just play this in reverse. I'm going to become Nutty Amber, and you're the malpractice attorney. Okay, I come into your office and I say, "Hi, I'm Amber Heard. I defamed my rich ex-husband."
Actually, she talks like this because she talks very down low.
Hi, I'm Amber Heard. I defamed my rich husband, Johnny Depp. I called him a sexual abuser. I said I was a finger puppet, and I got sued by him and I lost. And I want you to sue my attorneys for malpractice.
I'll tell you what my answer would be. My answer would be this. Okay, I'll take a $5 million retainer right now, and then I'll do it. But I need a $5 million retainer.
Great. Let's keep playing this out. Okay. So you take the $5 million retainer, and you then, turn around and write a demand letter to, Amber's other attorneys. Now I will wear the other hat. Now I'm Elaine. Okay. I'm Amber's former attorney. You've now sent me a demand letter that says you committed malpractice for your client, Amber Heard, right? Because of your malpractice, she lost her defamation counter. She lost the defamation claim in defense. She lost her countersuit against Johnny Depp. My response as Elaine is going to be, fine, show me your evidence.
Wait,
and then what I'm going to do.
They wanted you to do Elaine voice.
Right. Oh, Elaine voice. Okay. Okay, fine. Yeah. Show me your evidence. Okay. And then once you show me your evidence, I'm going to file a CR 12 motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim. And I'm going to ask for sanctions against you. And I'm going to file a bar complaint against you for putting forward a claim not well-versed in fact and law. That's the analysis. For you as the malpractice attorney, that's the analysis. If you move forward with this idea that you've got malpractice, you're going to be looking at a motion to dismiss on the other side, attached with a motion for sanctions and maybe a bar complaint against you as well.
Well, and that's true. That does make a difference.
And in something as high profile as this, there's going to be a lot of eyes on everything. I just don't think so.
You will never see my eyes again, Elaine. The chat loves your voices. That was a big hit, Sean. Your Amber was a big hit. Elaine was a big hit. Everyone loved it.
Everyone says that I should do voiceovers because I used to read stories at my son's school, and I have all of these voices. My favorite is
sounded more like the Umbrella Man.
Is Pierre. You should hear Pierre.
Gadfly is back. Gadfly is back. Can you hear us? Are you there?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I have a better connection now. I had to get out and come back in for it to reset. But
how long are you gonna be? How long until you're home?
I'm not home for a while, sadly.
You're gonna miss it, huh?
I mean, I'll be here technically.
Yeah, I know you're here. That's good. Thank God. All right, they want to hear Pierre. Do Pierre.
You want to hear Pierre? Okay. So, what exactly do you want to hear from Pierre, right? Because that everything French is better, huh? Yeah. Yeah.
I love it. I love Pierre.
No,
Pierre
you're
is
too
good.
kind. Oh, that is so sweet. How do you say this in Anglais? Sweetness, dulce. Yeah. Oh, yes.
That's fantastic. Ryan says that we should be calling him that raincoat man.
Raincoat man. Oh, no. Qu'est-ce qu'il sait là? C'est pas de parrot. Yeah. There's no umbrella here. What is the problem? Oh, you know this trial you have in the United States with the saying the wrong things. We would never have this in France. No, in France we would just take them back and go that's slappity. Oh.
Slappity. Go in and tell them in that voice to slappity the like button.
Oh yes, it is très important that you press le bouton, slappity le bouton for Megan Fox. Yes, I am so sorry that I am not so good with the anglais. You know, it's difficile.
God, this is fantastic. I should have had you speaking with Pierre's voice for this entire broadcast.
Oh no, c'est incroyable! But you know, I was très disappointement that you write an article about Johnny's villa in the sud de la France, and you completely screwed up the French language.
I totally did.
It is such a beautiful language, and you completely said it completely inappropriate.
Yes, I did.
Oh.
I shall never be invited to France. No one will ever invite me there. I'm terrible at French words.
But it is a wonderful country, huh? And I will invite you to France. You know, my cousin, she has a hotel in Paris. It's a very nice hotel. You should absolutely visit. So that's Pierre.
I love Pierre. I absolutely love Pierre. The chat loves Pierre too. Everyone loves Pierre. That is fun.
Right.
Ooh la la. Yeah, exactly.
I like Pierre, and by the way, I love France and I love the French people. So, you know.
Yeah,
so
well, fantastic. What are they playing over on the? Hold on, let me see. The court stream is playing, replaying the cabinets video. I don't know why. I guess they're filling time until we get to the verdict, which is coming in 29 minutes.
I love Pierre.
Isn't Pierre great? Pierre's good.
I've got a whole bunch of those voices.
You should do books on tape. Books on tape would be great. You should. You know, they actually hire people to do that, Sean. You know, Amazon, they have when they do their books on tape stuff, you can actually submit to do those. You would be great at that.
Yeah, I've been told that many times I should do that voiceover work. So, you know, somebody commented in the in the chat. It was fun to watch you doing Pierre voice from your bike path office. Which is great. I love the fact that Sean is this lawyer who does a lot of personal injury for bicyclists, and he's literally in his office, which is open directly onto a bike path. It's just the perfect thing. It's the perfect spot. It is, yeah. And when you were making your lunch or doing whatever it was you were doing, we actually saw, oh, look, there goes one now. Oh, wait, we've got a jogger coming by. Here we go. We're going to see the jogger. There's the jogger.
You should ask the jogger, what do you think about the Johnny Depp case? What's the verdict going to be?
So, yeah. So, I don't think she necessarily wanted to know that she was going to be on YouTube today.
That's so funny.
So
Funny. No, it's great, though. It's great. B says, I can't concentrate on anything. It feels like time is dragging to get to 3 o'clock. Ali Alice says, he can come smash up my cabinets. I'd really like to get some new ones. Far cheaper than therapy. Andrea says, I'm literally pacing. B says, R.I.P. Amber. From your mouth to God's ears. Let's see. How can bicyclists sue? Children can't file lawsuits.
Roasted, Pierre.
Roasted.
Yeah, he doesn't get it.
Burn.
Yeah. Do you want me to answer that?
No, I don't think so. The chat says, I have butterflies. I am pacing. I got my mega pint ready. Interview those cyclists. All right, Megan, how do you think the Me Too representatives and crowd will respond if the verdict is in Johnny's favor? Oh, God, I know exactly what they'll say. They will say, this is an indictment and why we need Me Too and why we should believe women, because we live in a society where not believing victims of abuse is systemic. It is a systemic problem in our society, and we need to believe all women. They will double down on their bullshit. They will double down. They will never admit that she was caught lying and that she hurts their movement. If they did, they would have some credibility, but they've never had credibility. I have to tell you, they've never had credibility. Read my book. You'll find out why. Because they always back people who are perpetrators of hoaxes. This is not the first hoax. It's just the first one that the whole world saw instead of just certain people like me who were paying attention. But if you read my book, you'll read about the other hoaxes that the media has allowed the Me Too movement to play on people. Kevin Spacey is having some more problems, by the way. I don't know if you heard about this, but he's been accused of forcible relations in the UK now by like 2 other people. So the rumors about some people do tend to pan out. But that doesn't mean, and he still deserves his day in court, though. If those allegations are real and true, then he's going to go to court for them and prove it there. I don't think Kevin Spacey should have been removed from all of his movies and television shows without that. I don't. Now, it is strange that his accusers keep winding up dead. It's weird, but nobody's ever accused him of killing them or having anything to do with it, so it could just be a coincidence. And it does
pretty weird coincidence, though.
It is a weird coincidence, but would you really believe that someone of Kevin Spacey's fame would attempt such a thing? I just find it very hard to believe.
You know, after he posted that video during the holidays of him in the House of Cards character, I'm not sure.
Yeah. That was
I'm not
weird.
sure. That was pretty creepy.
That was weird. And for sure, like, Kevin Spacey is kind of a creepy guy. Core, not all of them ended up dead, but like two of them. I think it was 2 of them. 2 different accusers wound up dead.
A lot of them ended up dead. And it's strange. I also, you know, it's pretty horrible of him to be like, hey, I wasn't molesting children. I'm just gay. That's all. It's like,
that was the most bizarre argument I ever heard.
Yeah, that wasn't cool either. So yeah,
that was so uncool. I mean, he's a very unsavory person, but I also still don't think that his career should be ruined over the allegations alone. I think I hold the position that if anybody's going to be accused of this stuff, they should take it to court and get it worked out in a courtroom. Because, you know, you can still sue in civil court, even if it's not criminal court. You can take someone who abused you to civil litigation. That's what they did to OJ afterwards, right? Didn't they take him to civil? They sued him civilly, and he was found responsible. He was found responsible for her death, not criminally responsible, but he had to pay a bunch of money. So it's not like you can't hold your abuser accountable after the fact. You can. Sean, is there a statute of limitations for suing in civil court?
Yes. Yeah. So, so most likely what you want to, keeping it on OJ for a minute. So most likely he was sued for wrongful death, and in Washington state, that's a 3-year statute of limitations. And, you know, and it's on a civil evidentiary standard. So preponderance of the evidence, 51%, a featherweight more than not. So yeah, the statute of limitations is dependent upon your state. So all of you listening right now, you can stick statute of limitations in your state name. or your province or whatever it is that you're in into Google, go and read the statute of limitations statute that was passed by your legislature, and it will tell you what the statute of limitations is for each and every type of claim.
I think there should be no statute of limitations, though, when it comes to child assaults. So if you are the victim of a crime when you're a child, there should be no statute of limitations. You should be able to come forward with that at any time and get heard in court. And that bothers me about statute of limitations.
It's
I
interesting
understand it. Yeah,
you
go
say
ahead.
that. You're interesting that you say that, because in some jurisdictions, so for instance in Washington, but and it's spreading in some jurisdictions, those statutes have been removed. And Washington State's statute on that issue says that if you were a victim of childhood sexual trauma, that the statute of limitations turns on when either you recover those memories, like if you'd suppressed them. So like if you're in a therapist's office and you recover these memories and the therapist says what you suffered as a kid was abuse, that's when your statute turns on. Or when, a person who was, reasonably situated, but somewhat fact specific to you would have discovered the fact they were a victim of abuse. That's when the statute turns on. So,
right. So they did that in New York as well. They removed the statute of limitations for any child who was abused by a priest in New York. And that allowed many more people to come forward with their lawsuits against the church. I'm a Catholic, and I'm totally in favor of that. I think that they should get restitution. And I thought that was a good decision, but I think it should be across the board. I think all children victims should not be limited by statute of limitations, which really only makes sense for adults.
are you sure? Are you sure that they removed it completely in New York?
No, they did it for a limited amount of time. So they said you have, I don't know if it was 12 months or 2 years. It might have been 2 years. They opened it up and said, if you were abused by a priest in New York State, you have the next 2 years to file. And several lawsuits did come in. And I thought that was fair. Frankly, I don't think there should be statutes of limitations when it comes to child crimes against children. I think those should always be open. You know how murder, there's no statute of limitations on murder, and you can go after a murderer even if he's 86 years old and he committed the murder when he was 20? Why should that not be the same for people who murder the childhoods of children by sexual abuse or who knows whatever? I think there should be no statute of limitations when it comes to hurting children. That's what the justice system should be for. I can understand statute of limitations for certain crimes, but not for heinous crimes. And I consider child abuse to be a heinous crime.
But you're conflating civil with criminal right now. So
yeah, but I feel the same way about both. So in civilly, you should be able to hold them accountable as long as you need it also. So in criminal statute, you're right. Some things statute of limitations is different for crime.
Yeah, I mean the whole theory behind a statute of limitations is that we want the state to bring forward their evidence and to bring forward the issue within a reasonable period of time, because the longer that it goes on without that happening, the more likely that errors can enter the process.
Agreed. Makes sense. And you don't want to give the state more time to screw with you, because they will. But I think
practically it does make sense, but I agree with you, Megan, that I think when it comes to the child abuse aspect of it, I am in favor for getting rid of a statute of limitations for that.
Yeah,
well, I just looked up New York, and it says that child abuse victims have until age 28 to file criminal charges and until age 55 to file civil actions.
That might be new. When did they put that? That might be new.
I mean, but think about this from the converse. That creates a different problem. So, at 55, and let's say that the person who's getting sued abused the person right as they were on the cusp of adulthood. So say 17 and a half. That means that, they can get sued for something that happened 37 years before. I mean, the problem with that is that how are they going to, in today's world, how are they going to really get a fair shake in a civil trial?
Well, I don't know, but I will say that in the case of the Catholic priests, there were plenty of records. Plenty.
Yeah. It's funny because
I have evidence that they had sitting in files. They knew.
Yeah, it's funny because I have a very good friend of mine that built a lot of his career on suing pedophiles, and he's sued the Catholic Church several times, and he sued the Boy Scouts, and he sued some other child groups as well. So
I like this friend of yours, Sean. It sounds like a good guy.
Sounds like
plenty
a
of
great guy.
plenty of evidence there. So
sounds like a great guy. I love lawyers who sue pedophiles. That sounds like a great way to dedicate your life to justice.
Well, you'll love what my buddy did to a guy who was a local elected official in some little tiny town in Washington, and he hired 2 process servers, and they went to I think a city council meeting, and they waited to make public statements, and then one process server took to the microphone while the other process server stood up, and he walked up and handed him the documents while the other process server is speaking into the microphone saying, Mr. Joe Schmo, you're being sued today for, and then he listed the claims, and one of which included pedophilia. And then after he handed the document, right, they said, "You've been served," and the process servers walked out of the room.
That's fantastic. God, I love that. That is great. Awesome. That is justice. That is something. This is why I love lawyers. I mean, people hate lawyers a lot, and there's a lot of lawyer hate going on and jokes and stuff. But the truth is, there is nothing better and nothing more heroic than a good lawyer. A good lawyer can really help someone who needs it get justice. And I've seen it many, many times. And it makes me feel proud to be an American, man, to have friends on my side who fight for the rights of children. Sean, there's another Sean who practices law, Sean McMillan in California. He's a personal hero of mine. He does nothing but sue CPS, Child Protective Services, for taking children wrongfully away from parents. And he wins millions of dollars from them. There's one story that I have covered. She's written a book. Her name is Rachel Bruno. She won, over $2 million, I think, from a children's hospital in California and CPS because they wrongfully took her baby away, separated her from her family, her newborn, and almost destroyed her family for false allegations. And he caught them, and he posts his depositions on YouTube, and they are so fun. I watch them like I would watch any soap opera. I watch him nail these people to the wall, and it's a wonder to me. And I love lawyers who sue the government when they violate people's rights and get justice for children. Rachel Bruno has written a book. You should look her up on Amazon.com. I'm going to have her on the show soon. I forgot to send Big Rig CEO the invite. I said I was going to. He said he has time today. So by the way, Big Rig CEO wants to be here for the verdict. He's got some time. Sending it to him now. Where are you, Jimmy?
You would probably like a friend of mine, Connie Regularly. She's in.
I know Connie. Yeah.
Yes, she's done the same thing with CPS. A lot of people don't understand that while CPS, performs an important function in society, and we need something like them, they do act sometimes as somewhat of a legalized kidnapping ring.
Totally. That's exactly how they behave. And they need someone to watch over them, and they need someone to supervise and make sure that they are not violating the rights of parents and that they are following the Fourth Amendment, because they do not follow that Fourth Amendment, which is we have the right to be free of unlawful searches and seizures. Child Protective Services acts like a goon squad that can just do whatever they want, whenever they want, with no warrant.
Yeah, I think the real problem with CPS, from what I understand, and I don't get very deep into this problem, but I think the real problem with this, and I think this holds true across the board, whatever country that you're in, that those agencies that do that sort of work is the monetary incentives behind it. From what I understand, social workers are even, incentivized to pull kids out of families, right, and put them through the system. And that's just completely wrong. I mean, that just creates.
They get
Right.
paid for every child that they take out of a home,
Right.
and they
And
get
that's
federal
like
funds
quota
released.
or something like that.
Amber's coming into the court. How come? Hold on a second. Jeez, that's.
Megan, you're going to have to go into your office. You should just take a couple of minutes and do it now. Seriously, you should.
I know, because now the buses are coming, so I'm going to have to do that. Okay, hold on. I've got the live stream on Law and Crime, but it's not looking like they're not giving us live inside the courtroom feed. So let me look.
Yeah. They're saying Amber is in the, I can fill some airtime while you go move to the office if you want. They're saying Amber's in the courthouse. That's a sign that that there's going to be a verdict. So typically the way this process works is once the case has been sent to the jury, then what will happen is that the court will tell you, as the attorney for one of the parties, will say, we're going to give you a call when there's a verdict, and then we'll give you some time in order to get to the courthouse. And so if Johnny is going to be attending virtually from the UK, then that probably means that what's happened is the judge told Amber's attorneys that they were going to read the verdict, and now that she's in the courtroom, they'll probably turn to Johnny's attorneys and say, is your client going to participate remotely? And then she'll call the jury in. The jury will come in. They'll sit down, and she'll ask the foreman what the jury has found, and they'll hand her the verdict sheet. Take it away.
What kind of verbiage will the jury use?
Hang on 1 second, John Delarose.
I'm back.
Since you're here, please, can you man the? Can you just stream? I have to move my office upstairs.
Oh, do you want me to get the Law and Crime stream up?
Yeah, I want you to man it because I've got it muted, and I just want you to do it. So I'm going to remove mine.
I've got it.
You do it. Okay.
I've got you covered.
All right, guys, I'm going to go move the office. Continue.
All right, we'll see you in a sec.
The question you were asking, John, is what kind of verbiage will there be? There's actually probably won't be much in the way of verbiage. The jury will simply hand the verdict forms. The foreman will have the verdict forms. They'll hand it to the bailiff. The bailiff will hand it to the judge. The judge will take a look at it. The judge may or may not then put it into the record right away. Then the verdict will be read. But then and then it'll be entered into the record. The question then will become as to whether or not members of the jury will stick around and agree to be interviewed by the attorney.
Just happened.
So right, which I think will be fascinating if they do that. And if they do that, we absolutely want to see that, because then the jury will have the opportunity to speak. Hey, Stephanie, weigh in here.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Steph. Can I call you Steph? I'm sorry.
This is terribly exciting.
Okay.
To go with the question about the verbiage, it shouldn't be anything but the verdict sheet, which we already know what it is. We just don't know what the answers are. Is anybody taking bets on what did you guys end up going over your verdict sheets, sample verdict sheets that we were supposed to fill out last night?
We went over a little bit of it, but it's so long. Like it would have taken us days.
It goes on forever. I know
right. It does. It goes on forever. But I mean, we could do that right now. We can actually. I like the idea of taking a bet. So, on
the bet. Let's read the super chat. Let's read the super chat real quick, though. Thank you, Mary Rose, for the $4.99. Why that hairdo? Is she trying to be Veronica Lake? Weird. I like the hairdo.
What's the hairdo today? I didn't see it.
Oh, we're talking Amber's hairdo, not the reporter here. I haven't seen Amber.
Amber's there. She's there. We saw her real briefly.
So what was the hairdo?
The screen's frozen. I don't see it yet.
Yeah, I didn't catch the hairdo question.
Okay, so what's our bet? What are we betting?
Well, I rather than a bet just as on who's going to win,
Okay.
I mean, maybe this is crazy for me to say it, but I think unless the jury is just completely out in left field and not comparable to the rest of the public, it's pretty clear that Johnny won this trial, I think. So maybe we should
Yes.
take bets on maybe how much
The
they're going to
damages.
award him, or maybe how much of an emotional meltdown she's going to have at the trial table when she
Let's do the
loses.
damages and let's try to
Wait,
let's do
hang
a
on.
pool.
Hang on 1 second.
Okay.
I think before we do that, somebody else popped in here. Who was it? Is Jimmy here?
Me.
I'm waiting. Oh, it was you. Oh, never mind. Okay,
It's
so
me.
what are the all right, what's the pool? Go ahead.
So we're going to take bets on because I mean, unless you guys think I'm wrong, I think we pretty much, America feels like Johnny won this trial, right? So
Obviously.
the question is, how much damages do we think they're going to award him? And my guess is $7 million to pay him back for that stupid divorce settlement that she didn't deserve.
I can see that.
It
I'll
should
go with-
technically be 14.
Ooh.
Why?
Because she got 7 million in cash and 7 million in assets. So she got 14 million from him.
Okay.
And he paid all the taxes, and he paid.
Well, look, I think he went pretty well presented evidence to show that he lost the Pirates movie and lost the Fantastic Beasts movie as a result of this crazy stuff going on.
But I also think that the jury probably, well, maybe they don't know this, but
they know
we know that she does not have the money.
Right.
That's true.
If you're
So
going
that's why my guess is they might order her to pay him $7 million.
Right. Okay, so I think it was Nate, the lawyer. He's betting on 2 million. I've seen, or maybe that was DUI guy. DUI guy thinks 2 million.
Unless they're super ticked about the nature of the lies. Because I'm sorry, guys, but can you think of a more evil lie for a woman to tell about you than that you raped her with a bottle?
No,
I mean,
I cannot.
Can you think of anything worse?
It'd be that
Children.
or child stuff. Yeah.
Well, yeah. The only thing worse would be for her to claim that you molested your child, which
Right.
I can tell you guys, I've been involved in cases like that where the allegation was false, and it's hell on wheels. It's so bad to have to defend that stuff. It is so bad.
But it's right up there. Yeah, it's in that same class of.
It's in that same class of evil
It's certainly
lies.
up there. Certainly up there.
Yeah.
All right,
I mean,
I'm putting up a new poll to see what you guys think Johnny is going to win, because we're just assuming he's going to win. Now we're asking, what do you think he's going to get? 2 to 5 million, 6 to 10 million, 11 to 20 million, or nothing?
Nothing.
Well,
Ooh.
okay, and let me just say, because I have to say this, because lawyers are always couching everything we say. I think I said this a few weeks ago. Well, it's just part of the job. I have seen juries come back with insane verdicts. So I won't be surprised if they come back with something crazy in favor of Amber, only because I have seen juries do crazy things.
I have too.
seen juries do crazy things.
Remember, OJ was not guilty.
Yeah.
So
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, that was, and when we saw what that jury did, we were shocked. I mean, everybody was shocked, weren't we? I mean,
I was shocked, but we've talked about this on this show. In that case, the state screwed up. They did screw up, and
They
it's
did.
their burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. They screwed up.
right. So there was actually reasoning for that outcome. In this one, I cannot think of one. I can't think of a reason.
Listen, Megan, I told you I went to a CLE, continuing legal education thing, where they had a mock jury deliberate without them knowing we were watching. It was a bunch of paralegal students, and we were watching the deliberations. And I mean to tell you, it was so ridiculous. The guy had been hit by a negligent driver on a motorcycle, went flying like 200 feet through the air and landed on the concrete. And these crazy people in this mock jury were like, well, I don't think we're going to give them any money for pain and suffering,
For these
because
crippling lifelong injuries.
Because what pain and suffering did he really have? I mean, 60 days after the event, he was back on the golf course. So, like, nothing for pain and suffering. He flew through the air like 200 feet and landed on the concrete. What's wrong with you lunatics?
That's
like
absurd.
That was absurd. So, and these were paralegal students, okay? So it was odd. So I'm just saying, juries can be nuts. They can be crazy.
Oh, by the way, Blah, thank you for bringing that up. Today is Narcissistic Abuse Awareness Day. That is a real thing. Today is the day that we celebrate awareness of narcissistic abuse. Now,
okay, Megan, what's the poll? What are the results?
What's coming up? Click.
Hold on. 11 to 20 million is winning by 50%. Only 8% of people think he will get nothing. 9% say 2 to 5. 33% say 6 to 10. Yeah. So we're 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go, folks.
I can't
John,
stand
you better man that mute button.
I'm ready. I'm here. My body is ready.
Okay. Everyone, all right, everyone, we need to take a few deep breaths. Everyone is feeling very anxious, and we need to take a few deep breaths.
Is Camille wearing black today? Yeah.
Amber looks like she is wearing black.
Amber's got black.
Well.
I see the hair now. Yeah.
You know,
Can I zoom?
Ellie Fant
Zoom
just
on the hair. Let me see if I can zoom on the hair a little bit.
posted. Ellie
There's
Fant
Amber's
just
hair.
posted it would be freaking ironic if he wins on narcissistic abuse awareness day, and it really would be.
It would be
Camille.
pretty poetic.
We're going. We're live.
Here we go.
All right, standby where we have seen crowds growing.
Shut up, reporter.
supporters,
Shut up.
and so forth as we get ready for this verdict to be read. It is about 3 o'clock.
Go away.
All right, are we ready for the jury?
Over it.
Yes, Your Honor. All right. Just for everybody in the gallery, reminder that this is a court of law. And regardless of the verdict, I will not tolerate any outbursts whatsoever. Okay?
Thank you, Judge Judy.
But we can do that here. We can have outbursts.
Yes. We're all about the outbursts.
She cannot stop us.
Quiet, please.
Quiet on the set. Who said that?
That's good.
Oh, I can't stand it. I just can't stand
So
it.
nerve-wracking. Oh,
My
Camille
heart
is
is
smiling
pounding.
at the jury. Wait a minute. Does that mean they're smiling at her? Because she just had a big grin on her face as she is watching the jury come in.
Well, who
I would
wouldn't
do
smile
anything
at
for Camille
Camille?
to smile at me. Anything.
Who wouldn't smile at her?
Cry, Amber, cry. She can't cry on demand, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, just so you know, as soon as this is read, I have to go on PJ Media and
If I
publish
can have the
my
attorney's
article.
approach for a moment.
So what's going to happen is as soon as it's read, I will have my initial reaction, and then I am popping over. I'll stay on the stream while you guys talk, and I'll try and pop in, but I have to get my article published. In fact, I got to go get on there right now. Get ready
She looks
to go.
nervous. She doesn't have her little smug look going today.
She should be
No,
nervous.
she really doesn't.
She's about to lose.
Yeah.
I think she's going to lose. I really do. I mean, I don't see how she pulls a win out of this. The only possible win is they find Johnny didn't meet his burden on the actual malice thing. It is a high burden. But I don't know.
That would be a win.
That would
Right.
still, the nature of the
She looks
lies.
like she's been crying. Actual tears.
All right, again, you're looking live.
Oh, we don't need to hear long.
I don't want your
Okay.
commentary.
We don't want.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what I need you to do, I need to give the forms back to you. When you find for a defamatory statement, one or more, you need to fill out the compensatory damages. It has to be at least $1 for compensatory damages and up to whatever you feel the damages should be.
What? They didn't fill it out properly? Where's
Oh,
the sound,
no.
law and crime?
Wait,
You had one
no.
job.
Back
You
to
had-
the deliberation room and do that for me, okay?
Oh my God! They have to go back to the room. They have to go back.
Yes.
So they have to go back to the room. No!
Oh no!
Holy shit!
And the roller coaster goes down.
So wait, they didn't give anybody any damages.
All right, so we'll be in recess till we hear back from them. Don't go too far, okay? Thank you.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so they did not fill out somebody's damages. All right,
No.
turn her off. Turn her off.
Go away. Get off my screen.
They did not
10,
fill
315,
out damages.
I'm going to do this as Pierre. Incroyable.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. They didn't fill out the damages. You had one job, jury. One job.
Wait, if they didn't fill out the damages.
Oh my god.
Okay,
wait,
guys.
Let's
That means that they voted in favor of
Wait.
Johnny, right? If they need to fill out the
talk about
damages.
what
No, wait. There were damages for both parties. We don't know which one they didn't fill out.
We don't know which one.
All we know this means is they got to the damages question. So they found that somebody made defamatory statements and that somebody did it with actual malice, such that
Come
they
on,
could get to
man.
the damages question.
We don't think,
But then
that
they failed to
Amber
fill
Heard
out a
won.
number.
Right. Stephanie wins a point. Yes, that's exactly
Stephanie
right.
wins the
Oh
point.
my
Wait,
gosh.
say that again. I missed what you were saying. What?
Okay, so if you get out your trusty rusty verdict sheet, which I don't have in front of me, but if you get it out,
Yes.
you will see that in order to get to the damages question, they would have had to have answered yes on somebody made a defamatory statement.
right.
And
Yes.
it was done with actual malice. Because if you didn't answer yes
You're
to either
right.
one of those questions for Johnny or Amber, you wouldn't get to
You
damages.
wouldn't get there.
If they had answered no on all of that,
Oh,
the
you're
judge
so
would have-
right. You're so right.
So
Somebody
it's on page
somebody-
4. It's on page 4 and on page 8 of the
Yeah.
of the.
Here, I'll show you. I have it still on my
Correct.
screen. Hold on. I'll show you. I still have it up. Hold on.
Yep.
Here it is.
Everybody, go look.
Here it
It's
is.
on page
this is
4
why-
and on
this is-
page 8.
Here we go. All right. So here's where they forgot to put in the punitive damages.
But
We, the
we
jury,
don't know, not just punitive, any damages.
compensatory and punitive.
Any
Right,
damages, apparently they
That's
put no
question
number in.
4 and question number 5.
Oh, so wait a minute. So they didn't even have that conversation?
Apparently,
They didn't
Oh.
follow the instructions? That means that we're going to be here for 2 more hours.
well,
At
maybe
least, I mean,
Maybe.
the damage question is actually harder than any other question.
Yeah.
yes, it is.
No.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh,
Hang on.
my God.
Megan, let's break this down. Okay. Let's
I'm gonna have
Stephanie
a heart
and break
attack.
it down for you. Okay.
Wait,
All right.
okay, Sean, are you doing this?
Sure. We can do this together. Okay.
You
So
go ahead.
everybody on the chat, take a second and go pull up and look at the special verdict forms. You'll
All right, I will drop the link. I'm dropping the link right now for you guys to open up and read with us as we try to get through this
Wait, I
highly
have to go
trying
get my
time.
trusty rusty verdict sheet that I filled out.
I filled out
earlier.
one. Here, I have mine right here.
I'm gonna
So
go
we
get
got
mine.
pages. We got paid. There's 8 pages. The first
Yeah.
4 pages are about Mr. Depp's claim against Amber, and the last 4 pages are about Amber's claim against Johnny. Okay. So on page 4 and on page 8 is the section about damages.
Yes,
All
and
right.
it says complete questions 4 and 5 only if you answered yes to all of questions 1, 2, or 3.
Right. Okay. And they basically look the same on both page 4 and on page 8 for whether it's, Amber prevailing or Johnny prevailing. Okay.
Right.
What the judge has said here is that when you find in favor of somebody, all right, you are required as the jury to fill out questions number 4 and number 5. And what that actually means is the jury needs to pull a number out of the sky, a
Yeah.
dollar number, and put it into that blank there. The judge said it has to be something, at least a dollar.
$1. She said at least $1.
And the reason she said that is because there must have been a yes on 1, 2, or 3.
Guys, calm
that's
down.
exactly right.
The courtroom is nothing's happening. Look at what's happening in the courtroom.
nothing's going on.
And
They
it's
just called the
important.
verdict, and then the jury screwed it up. The jury.
And it's important that she
Hold
said
on. There are people
compensatory
in this
damage.
stream. There are
There's
people
people
in
who
the
don't
stream
know.
that don't understand. Listen to me. The court is not on because they went to read the verdict, and the jury screwed up, and they did not put
a damages number where they needed to. And so they sent the jury back to the room. Hold on. They sent the jury back to the room to do it again. We could be here for a while, or it could be 5 minutes.
Change the tape to say what's actually going on.
All right. Yeah.
And also, but here's the most important takeaway from this. The jury decided yes on somebody's defamation. We don't know whose.
Oh, jeez.
Somebody won.
But
Somebody won.
Somebody won. Is, you know what? They could have decided nobody won. They could have decided neither one of you proved your defamation.
Well, wait a minute. No, they couldn't. Then it wouldn't matter. Wait, they could have, but then it wouldn't matter that they didn't fill it in because they would have said no to all those things, and they wouldn't have gotten down to that. The judge.
Exactly.
Right,
That's
they didn't decide that nobody won.
Yeah, that's my point. The point is, we know that it's not no. Somebody committed defamation. They've decided that, but we don't know who yet.
We don't know who.
Can we all agree that the real winner here is that Umbrella Man?
And you know what else? Can I say
Mr. Umbrella Man?
Right.
Yes.
But we also know this too. Okay. We know that they didn't fill anything in compensatory damages. So that means they're going to have to go back and they're going to have to have a conversation about compensatory damages, which is different than punitive damages.
Correct.
So they probably didn't discuss that at all. Right.
Well, maybe, I mean, who knows? The judge, and just now what she just said, did not say anything specifically about punitive damages.
Right.
Did she?
No,
she only
didn't.
spoke about compensatory damages. So is it possible that they came in with a number for punitive damages and nothing for compensatory damages?
It's possible.
It's
Maybe
possible.
they lumped it all in and didn't get it.
And
That's
does that,
possible too.
Wait a minute.
And in Virginia, punitive damage is about defamation per se.
Oh.
Meaning the lie was so bad that you don't have to prove damages because everybody admits that if you claim you raped somebody with a wine bottle, that's it. That's defamation per se.
In Virginia, yes.
In Virginia,
yes. That we did that. They did that in the post trial discussion about remember the motions that they did afterwards. They were talking about, they released the jury to go, and then they were talking about the instructions, the final bits in the instructions. They talked about it there.
Okay, well, here's the other really important takeaway from this, and that is going back to the conversation we had about the verdict form in the first place, which is, who does an 8-page verdict form? I mean, I understand there was no getting around it because this is so complicated, but this is like, I have seen a lot of trials, civil trials, criminal trials. I don't know that I've ever seen one where it was this many questions and sub-questions and complicated mess. And, maybe that's part of the reason why the jury got confused. It's too long. There are too many questions. It was not clearly delineated, maybe.
All right, guys, I'm editing my article right now, and I'm starting it out like this. At 3 p.m. on Wednesday, a jury in the Johnny Depp v. Heard case teased the public.
Yes.
With a verdict that wasn't filled out properly. That wasn't filled out properly. And Judge Penny Ascarati sent them back.
Yeah.
To add damages to their verdict sheet.
Which at least
to the groans of people.
I'm gonna be a real buzzkill right now.
Yes?
It's possible if they really didn't deliberate on this.
Oh yeah,
aspect.
we could be back here tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could. I'm rooting for this right now. I am rooting for this. You guys, you need to be thankful right now. The simulation is giving you exactly what you wanted. You did not want this to be over. You told me 1,000 times today you didn't want this to be over. You want to be right here. Don't try and deny it. This is where you want to be, right here with us. As long as humanly possible, this is what you want.
Guys, could this have been better if it really was a made-for-TV courtroom drama?
Is it? I know
No.
it couldn't.
This is a hell of a twist. This is like a great.
It's a hell of a twist. Maybe I should start. That's how I'm going to start it out. In a hell of a twist.
In a hell of a twist.
In a hell of a twist. at 3 p.m. on Wednesday, a jury in the Johnny Depp v. Amber Heard case teased the public with a verdict that wasn't filled out properly.
Megan, you need to tell your readers what it means, though. You need to tell them.
I
That
will.
They have,
this is just my opening sentence.
Okay.
Calm down.
They have decided.
Hey, Megan, Christina Bezot asked a good question. She said, does the judge know who won? And the answer to that is almost certainly yes.
Yeah, she just read the verdict. She
Right.
read the verdict, which is why she told them, you did this wrong.
Yeah, the judge knows. She just didn't tell us. So
This is why every judge should play poker. Because they can read that and have zero reaction. Then I want them
It's amazing.
on my team for every lying game or bluffing game that I
Right?
play.
Liz E says, this is so wrong. Come on, I'm supposed to be staining the deck right now. Well, buckle up, Liz. You're not staining the deck yet.
Yeah, put your stains away, Liz.
I'm trying to watch the French Open like a normal person here. And, you know,
Get it?
gosh.
We could never have predicted this. No, but see, this is what's great about the simulation. We couldn't predict it, but this is written for us. Don't you see the grand design? This must have happened. The twists, the turns, the plots. Real life is so much more entertaining than anything on television.
I can't wait for the made-for-TV of this.
It couldn't be better than this. It couldn't. We were here. I feel so blessed and lucky that we have been here and a part of it.
Who would you tap to play Amber Heard, though?
Oh, yes.
Amber
This is a
Heard.
fun
She's
game.
going to play herself. We
She
all
has to
know
play
it.
herself.
She has to play herself?
No
Yeah,
one
because
can
it's the only
overact like that.
It's the only she's the only person. Although maybe that girl, you know that girl who did she played that other scammer, Anna Delvey. In she was great. She was also in the one with oh god, the court's back.
Oh, well, they're back.
Oh, court's back. Come on. Come on, be quiet.
Quiet, please. We will have no outbursts in the court.
We will have no outbursts on this stream.
It's a good thing we're not in the court. We can't have outbursts on the stream.
We're just kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh. Don't be like those LawTube people.
This community will not take any outbursts.
I know. I got fired because I called the jury. I called the jury. Remember, I was the one who prophesized this like 30 minutes ago. I said the jury is dumber than us, and their predictions are dumb.
You did.
I was right. Everybody told me not to say that, but I was right.
And I think we were also
did
right
say,
that people just looked at the paper and went, oh, Johnny wins.
The judge is missing.
Guys, I also did say, as hedging my bets as lawyers will do, that I would never be shocked at whatever the jury does because I've seen jury do crazy things. Did I not say that?
You did say that.
You
It's
did.
true.
We've
have
all
the
been right.
receipts.
We've all been right, which is
Oh,
bizarre.
Kate Moss playing Amber Heard. That'd be a good TV.
Kate Moss. She's far too beautiful. She's far too beautiful. Stephanie, your blouse is getting some love. Love your
good.
blouse.
Yeah, isn't that pretty? I love this. I
The
have to-
chat loves it too.
Oh, good. I'm so glad.
Oh, Camille's back to smiling.
Camila's smiling.
Well,
She's
because
happy.
Oh, by the way, the
because-
lawyers got to read it too, didn't they?
Yes,
all of it?
Oh,
at least a
I don't
little.
think so.
Weren't
No.
they? No, you don't think so?
No,
No, they went
They
to
could
the
probably
bench.
sneak a little peek that said yes or no, right?
They went to the bench and the judge said to them, this is what I have. We don't know how much she said. She said,
Penguin,
we have
why
some-
would we be quiet? There's nothing happening and no sound in the courtroom because
Yeah,
the
nobody's saying
judge
anything.
is not on the bench. Calm down.
The sound is up. I've got it up all the way. There's nothing
As
going
soon
on.
as they turn the microphones on, we will shut up. I promise you. But the judge is not even in the room.
Is the chat mad
No,
that we're
no.
being so loud?
You know
No.
what you might see, but in this, sometimes what you'd see is that the jury might smile at one side or the other.
Oh, Keira Knightley would be a good Amber Heard. You're right.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
yeah,
my
she's
phone
really
is
good
dying.
with that. Oh
This is
no,
a disaster.
Your phone cannot
Oh,
plug
no.
it in.
I have to go see
Oh.
Ed's plug.
Here we go, guys.
Okay, here we go.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, and the mic's back off.
Why did they turn the mic off?
I don't know.
Oh, because the jury has to come in. Don't they usually keep the mic off when the jury comes in? Now
Yes.
now the bailiff is going to get the jury. Calm down. They will turn the microphone back up.
Who's the girl behind Camille that's kind of on the bottom there? She's pretty cute too.
I think they're all Johnny's team. He has
Okay.
like 8 or 9 lawyers.
He has a bunch of hotties.
Oh, look at this now. She looks like she's gonna throw up. Elaine
They
looks
don't
like
look
she's
happy.
gonna throw up. Oh my gosh.
No, they don't look good at all.
One
Elaine looks
side's
like she's
happy,
ready
one
to
side's
puke.
upset.
This is a scary moment. This is a panty changing moment.
It really is. Look at Elaine's face. Oh, ooh, Amber's not smirking now.
Nope, she's not.
And, oh, I bet none of them are looking at her in the face either, and she knows it.
This is a $50 million moment.
Woo-hoo. She does look like she's really been crying, like actual tears.
Yeah.
I almost made an inappropriate comment.
Tasha says, "I hope they puke all over each other."
You know, you can't get around the stress of this. This is real.
Is she wiping away tears? Is she already crying?
You've lost her.
They're going to do it right now.
Mr. Foreperson, is this the verdict of the jury? All right, is it unanimous? Thank you, sir. Jamie?
In civil case number CL 2019-2911, Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. 1. As to the statement appearing in the online op-ed entitled, "Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." In the Washington Post online edition, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change," end quote. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes.
Yes!
Has Mr. Depp proven by a greater weight of the evidence that, question, the statement was made or published by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes.
Yes!
Question, the statement was about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was false? Answer, yes.
Woo!
Question, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes.
Wow.
Question, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes.
Yes.
Question, due to circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice? Answer, yes.
Bye-bye.
Oh my God.
2,
Yes.
as to the statement appearing in the op-ed entitled "A Transformative Moment for Women" in the Washington Post print edition and the online op-ed, "Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change," in the Washington Post online edition. Quote,
Let's
then
go.
2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, end quote. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes. Has Mr. Depp proven by a greater weight of the evidence that, question, the statement was made or published by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was false? Answer, yes. Question, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes.
We know how this is going to go.
Question, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, due to circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice? Answer, yes. 3, as to the statement appearing in the op-ed entitled "A Transformative Moment for Women" in the Washington Post print edition and the online op-ed, "Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. In the Washington Post online edition. Quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, end quote. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes. Has Mr. Depp proven by a greater weight of the evidence that question, the statement was made or published by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was false? Answer, yes. Question, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Question, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, due to circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp? Answer, yes. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice? Answer, yes. As against Amber Heard, we, the jury, award compensatory damages in the amount of $10 million.
Holy crap!
As against Amber Heard, we, the jury, award punitive damages in the amount of $5 million.
Holy crap!
In civil case number CL 2019-2911, Ms. Heard's claim against Mr. Depp.
These are all going to be
One,
no.
As to this statement, appearing in the April 8, 2020 online edition of the Daily Mail, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, no.
Woo!
2. As to this statement appearing in the April 27, 2020 online edition of the Daily Mail, quote, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt did not do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911, end quote. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes. Has Ms. Heard proven by a greater weight of the evidence that question, Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the statement? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was about Ms. Heard. Answer, yes. Question, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. Answer, yes. Question, the statement was false. Answer, yes. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven by clear and convincing evidence that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice? Answer, yes.
Really?
3.
They're wrong
As to
on
the
that
statement appearing in the April 27th, 2020 online edition of the Daily Mail, quote, we've reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp, end quote. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, no. As against John C. Depp II, we, the jury, award compensatory damages in the amount of $2 million. As against John C. Depp II, we, the jury, award punitive damages in the amount of $0.
Does either side wish to have the jury polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Jamie?
Members of the jury, if this is your verdict, please answer yes. If this is not your verdict, please answer no.
Sense.
Juror number 6. Juror number 10.
Yes.
Juror number 15.
Yes.
Juror number 16.
Yes.
Juror number 22.
Yes.
Juror number 27. Juror number 29.
Yes.
I do find that the jury's verdict is unanimous. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes your service in this case. I want to thank you again for your dedication and your hard work during this trial. And I know I speak for everybody here when I tell you that we appreciate your sacrifices and your time and your public service in this matter, okay? So I'm going to have you go back to the jury deliberation room for one more time, and then we'll release you from there, okay? All right, thank you.
All right, listen, John, mute this. I need my answer.
right.
I need my question answered as soon as possible because I've got to write this down. Sean, explain something to me. Which statement did they say was defamatory that against Heard?
It's
The one.
item number 2.
Item number
page
2.
6.
Okay, so that was a yes. That was the only one that was yes, and they said it was with malice, which I don't understand, and they awarded $2 million from
That's
Johnny to Amber. So
That's
gets
bizarre.
He gets 15 and she gets 2. So basically,
Right.
she only has to pay him 13.
It's a split decision, and it hinges on the agency argument about his attorney.
But how do they figure that this was made? That statement was made with malice when he believes it's true. I'm
It's
shocked
pretty obvious,
by
right?
this.
If they don't believe we don't want to listen to them talking about the professionalism in the courtroom, right? Okay.
No. God, no.
Okay. Yeah, if they believe that Johnny Depp was innocent of all the deals and that Amber Heard defamed him in writing that, wouldn't somebody saying that, hey, she's making this shit up and she's defaming him for that? Wouldn't that be a true statement? I mean, I don't understand. It's
I don't understand how they find
Yeah.
find that defamatory when they just said all of her statements are false. She's not a victim.
Yeah.
I
And
can
yet-
explain it.
All right, go ahead.
Okay,
Explain because I
Stephanie,
need
go
to
ahead.
write this. So tell me
Okay.
what to write.
So my belief about what they did there was they didn't buy any of her garbage about him abusing her, but they also decided that it was defamatory and maybe not true, or they must have thought not true at all, that she made up the story, messed up the apartment, spilled the wine, and called the police back to start that hoax.
They
So
don't believe
that's-
that. They don't believe that she did that.
So because he said specifics,
Yeah.
like that's what they got. That's a real weird technicality, I guess.
That
but-
makes sense, though.
That's
Huh.
got to be
Right.
what it is. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. But what's clear from this, they didn't believe any of her lies about the abuse. They didn't believe it.
But they
Right.
did believe that she might not have staged that scene.
Yes, apparently.
Yeah, maybe.
Yes.
Right.
Although that's very
But
surprising to me.
but still, he could not have said that with malice because he
Right.
believed it to be true.
Right. Well, see, that's the part that I think they clearly screwed up on. How
Right.
do you find?
Okay,
that-
hold on. I gotta go. You keep talking. I gotta finish this
Okay.
with my editor.
Write
She's
your article.
asking-
Bye, Camille.
Okay.
I see you, Camille.
I'll stick around, but I
miss
just
you.
can't. I can't talk. I have to mute you. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. It seems like this is speculation on what the guy's motives and intentions were in that statement,
Right.
rather than like basing something on actual facts. And this comes back to just like I mean, a jury it's too confusing, too many questions, I guess.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Too confusing and too many questions. So it was under number 2, right? That they found. Yeah, they set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. That statement.
Yes, that's
that
correct.
was the statement that they decided. Okay,
Right.
she proved the elements of defamation on that case. What really surprises me on that is that they said it was done with actual malice, because
Yeah.
they would have to believe that Waldman guy did not believe that they actually did that.
And I didn't
And
see
I
any
think
proof
it's
of that
pretty clear
at all.
that
Yeah.
everybody.
Everyone
on Johnny's
listening,
side.
everyone listening who's pulling up the special verdict form, what Stephanie just talked about, it's on page 6. And
Right.
it's the second question for Amber's claims against Johnny. So
Well,
she won on that, and they gave her $2 million on page 6.
When you guys understood what happened with the damages, I was watching Fox with Ed when my phone died, and the Fox person got it wrong. She said, "Oh, they gave Johnny $10 million on one count and $5 million on the other." No, Martha, that's not what they did. They gave him $10 million total,
as compensatory damages,
and then $5 million as punitive, which the judge pointed out at the end is reduced to $350 because of a statutory cap in Virginia. So he
it's reduced to what?
$350,000 because of a statutory cap on punitives.
Oh, really? So now he's going to get 10,350 minus 2.
Minus 2 because they gave her $2 million in compensatory and no punitives.
So that's $8,350,000 is what he won.
Yes, which also shows that they didn't think anything he or Waldman did was worthy of punitive damages. It was nothing horrendous. By contrast, what she did was horrendous. That was a horrendous lie to tell about
the fact that they didn't give anything in punitive damages on the claims against Johnny also goes against the actual malice aspect of it.
It does. It kind of does.
It really does.
Because it looks like, wait a minute, which one is it? Did Johnny or his agent acting on his behalf, which was their theory, which that in itself kind of boggles the mind. Yeah, but they obviously.
So what happens to Amber now? I assume Amber doesn't have $8 million plus in cash just sitting around.
Well, she has.
So she'll probably get her.
She has the $7 million he gave her for the divorce, which she didn't give to the charities.
Oh,
so
that's nice.
She ought to be able to come up with some of it.
If she can't come up with it, do her wages get garnished on the next Aquaman film? Is that how it kind of works, or what?
You can get a garnishment of someone's wages. You can attach people's personal real property.
Right.
They've been talking about this home she owns in the desert where she's been going to retreat. That's supposedly worth couple $1 million. He could get that from her, I guess. But Johnny being Johnny, I seriously doubt he's going to try to collect this judgment. I don't think he wants the money. He wanted himself to be vindicated that he did not commit these horrible crimes that she accused him of. And he got that today. He won that today. No question.
Yeah. But, the interesting thing about so she's got to use who was the person who asked that question again? Can you put that up?
There's a lot of going on in the chat. Sorry.
So Amber's going to have to use state debt collection law in order to try. So Johnny's going to have to use state debt collection law in order to try and collect his judgment against Amber.
Right.
So the problem with that's going to be the woods are full of people who owe other people money, and so he's going to have to chase her. But what's interesting about that is, depending on how that judgment is written, his attorneys might be able to pursue that independently.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't understand, and maybe I missed what you were saying because I had to take off my headphones. But I still will not get over this. I will not get over how they decided that one statement by Waldman is somehow defamatory when they found in the other two statements that he wasn't an agent for Depp, but in this one they found that he was.
No. It's not that they found he wasn't an agent for Depp. It's just that they found on the first statement. Okay, let's look at the first statement. Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven the elements of defamation? On that one, they said
no.
No.
So they believed that it was a fake hoax. So why on earth the second one? Okay, I'll tell you where I think he got in trouble. You want to know where he got in trouble?
They believe it was a fake hoax as to the sexual violence she alleged he perpetrated on her. The next statement had nothing to do with that. The next statement was about a statement that she and her friends
the succubus freeloaders
spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist.
Okay, that's where he went wrong.
Second call.
That's where he went wrong because they didn't prove that claim, and they should have tried to prove that claim because I think they probably could have. That's where they went wrong, and that's where I actually did have like a tick on this one sentence. Was this part right here? So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, which we proved. I could prove with the video that they did it because it wasn't there when the cop's body cam was there. So that part was true. Rough the place up. Yeah, I believe they did that. got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist. That's the one thing that got him in trouble.
That's
Yeah,
very
who knows?
specific.
That's
They can't
very
prove that.
specific.
How do they know
didn't,
that she did
They
that?
didn't prove it. They didn't even try. So, okay, I can see why they said, but is it defamatory? Did he say it with actual malice, or did he truly believe that happened? And that's where I have a bone to pick with the jury.
I think he probably did truly believe it happened, but it's up to the jury to
He
decide.
took a binder of this evidence to the cops
and
told them to investigate this very thing.
So he truly believed that they did exactly what he said, which is why it's puzzling that the jury came back with yes, and this was told with actual malice. I think
Here's the question.
Yeah.
Whose damages did they not fill out?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Maybe hers.
I think they meant to give her 0. And when they went back, they were like, well, we have to put something in.
Why would they give her $2 million, though?
Why wouldn't they just say $2?
Yeah, that's weird. Why would they give her $2 million? Why would they go from nothing to $2 million? Unless they had meant to put something in there and just completely forgot. That's possible.
That could happen too.
Possible.
There are a lot of things to fill out on this 8-page form. You know, it's
So are the
possible
$2 million, I guess, from that statement, they're saying that she
that's worth $2 million.
wasn't getting paid as well on Aquaman 2 or something? Is that
because because Mr. Waldman made a statement that she and her friends cooked up a hoax to try to deceive the cops with the advice of lawyers, and that's pretty bad behavior, and that's defamatory and caused her to lose. Except she didn't prove that she lost anything.
She didn't prove that she lost anything. That's the whole problem.
The studio came in and said she's still getting paid. She's still in Aquaman 2. She didn't lose.
No, it's bizarre.
What was her face like?
I think that we were right before, and that jury people are dumb.
So I was pretty
Gadfly.
close. I was
My
pretty
man.
close when I said $7 million, guys, because after
You were.
accounting for the $350,000 reduction, so the punitives have to be reduced to $350,000. Did you get that, Megan?
No.
Yeah, they have to be reduced because of Virginia statutory law. There's a cap on punitives. So the judge said at the end, the punitive damages are reduced to $350,000 pursuant to the statutory cap, which means Johnny gets $10,350,000, and because she gets $2 million, you subtract that from his $10 million, and he gets $8,300,000.
So so he gets almost what he got back.
So that's
what
pretty
she
close
took from him
to what I thought would happen.
Yeah. Well, this is something.
I think the jury is just dumb, and they thought that there's not enough evidence for them to cook up that hoax, like exactly what his words were. And so they're just saying, well, it's defamation because there wasn't enough evidence for it.
Well,
I don't
there
think
was no evidence that
I don't
she
think they were
cooked it
looking
up with
into it
her-
as much as we were.
Was there any evidence that she cooked it up with the lawyers?
Yes. Well, not the lawyer. No, I've said all along, I didn't see any evidence that, well, except for the phone calls that they made to the publicist and the lawyer that night. So you could say that he believed, because she called them first, that they were getting their story straight with the publicist and the lawyer, and that's what he believed. I don't think that those statements were made out of malice. Now, if you go to Incredibly Average on YouTube, he has done amazing work over there on this very issue, and I believe watching his YouTube videos sure seems that way to me. He's broken down the 911 calls and what time they came in and what happened in between with the body cam footage. It sure seems like a setup to me. And
it does.
Look, I showed you the video of Josh Drew's testimony saying there was wine splashed all over the hallway that those cops had to walk over. Well, then we look at the body cam footage, and is there wine there? No, there is not. Those cops did not step over wine. So when did the wine get spilled, Josh? You spilled it probably after the cops left, because you knew, just like Adam Waldman said, you had to cook up something to make it look right.
Well, Meg, why wasn't it
No,
there when
I
the
agree with you, but these points weren't argued super hard.
They weren't.
In the courtroom.
They weren't.
So
Why
that's
wasn't-
why they probably came to that conclusion.
Why wasn't
Amber
the
put a
wine-
statement up on Instagram.
Oh yeah, what does it say?
I don't know. Someone just posted it in the chat. You should
All
go look
right,
at it.
I'm heading there.
I'm going.
Meg, why wasn't the wine in the? Did the second group of cops that came? Did they have their body cams on?
No, yes, it was the second group that had the body cams, not the
And
first.
showed no wine.
No wine.
I've got
No
Amber's statement right here.
This is
This
hilarious.
is I'll do my witch voice.
Okay.
This disappointment I feel today is beyond words. I'm heartbroken that the mountain of evidence still was not enough to stand up to the disproportionate power, influence, and wow, she's doubling down. Holy crap. Of my ex-husband. I'm even
she's
more
defaming him
disappointed.
again.
She's defaming him again. What an idiot. Oh my God.
What this verdict means for other women. It is a setback. It sets back the clock to a time when a woman who spoke up and spoke out could be publicly shamed and humiliated.
No, Amber, it sets back liars. That's who it sets back.
Jeez.
It
But
sets
notice,
back the
wait a
idea.
minute. Notice that she
Yes.
did not say spoke up when a woman who spoke up about sexual abuse.
Yeah.
All the
Attorneys
that's
vetted this
gone.
one.
Yeah.
Against women is to be taken seriously. I believe Johnny's attorneys succeeded in getting the jury to overlook the key issue of freedom of speech.
This is oh my God.
What?
and ignore evidence that was so conclusive that we won in the UK. I'm sad I lost this case, but I am sadder that I still seem to have lost a right I thought I had as American to speak freely and openly.
Wow.
You're posting this Instagram post right now, you idiot. What are you talking about?
Yes.
She sued
I
him
know.
for defamation too.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Hey, Stephanie, I'm reading this and I'm seeing, holy shit, she just did it again.
She just did.
She did.
Again.
Right?
She said
She just
violence
did it
against
again.
women. She did it
But
again.
you know what the interesting
Wait a
legal
minute,
thing that
Johnny. Johnny has made a statement as well.
Has he?
Yep,
Oh,
it's on
flip over to
Instagram.
his.
It's on Instagram. 6 years ago, my life, the life of my children, the lives of those closest to me, and also the lives of the people who for many, many years have supported and believed me, were forever changed, all in the blink of an eye. False, very serious and criminal allegations were levied at me via the media, which triggered an endless barrage of hateful content, although no charges were ever brought against me. It had already traveled around the world twice within a nanosecond, and it had a seismic impact on my life and my career. And 6 years later, the jury gave me my life back. I am truly humbled. My decision to pursue this case, knowing very well the height of the legal burdens that I would be facing and the inevitable worldwide spectacle into my life, was only made after considerable thought. From the very beginning, the goal of bringing this case was to reveal the truth regardless of the outcome. Speaking the truth was something that I owed to my children and to all those who have remained steadfast in their support of me. I feel at peace knowing I have finally accomplished that.
All right.
All right. And with that, I have to
Very
officially
nice.
leave you guys to continue
I
this
do
road
too.
trip. But congratulations to Johnny for putting a succubus demon in her place.
Yeah. Yes. Gadfly, we will miss you. But we will be back, Gadfly, because we're going to do a wrap up. When you get home, you let me know when you're available. And perhaps tomorrow we will do a wrap up on this because there's going to be a lot going on in the next coming days that we're going to want to cover.
Oh,
we're
yeah.
We'll still be here. This
Definitely.
is going to
I'm
be
not
Meg,
going
you wanna
anywhere
hear
forever,
something?
just for now.
You
Okay,
want to hear
good.
something wild?
Bye.
All right. See you later. Yeah. What's up?
I got to run too, actually. So
All right.
thank
John
you, Megan, for having me
Delarose.
on.
Thank you for
Wonderful
running the
meeting
stream
you,
for me.
Stephanie and Sean. You guys are wonderful people.
Bye,
so
John.
appreciate it.
Send me a
Sure
friend
are.
thing, John.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kuhlmeyer. Gotcha.
All
Meg,
righty.
you wanna
Talk
hear
to you later,
something
John.
Crazy?
Yeah.
Ed walked in here 2 seconds before the verdict was read, and he said, I guarantee you they're going to come back with a win for him and a win for her. And I was like, you're crazy.
She even admitted that she did not win. She said,
Well,
I lost.
Yeah, she lost, but she did win one count and got an award of $2 million, which reduced her award by $2 million. So, you know, he was right that she did get a little win.
CNN just came out with their headline. You want to guess what it is?
I can't. I don't want to guess.
Well,
something horrible.
Let me pull it up for you. Now, if you didn't know that the media was going to do this, then you have not been paying attention to my
Let me guess. Okay, it says something like huge loss for all women as abuse victim
Jury
ignored.
finds both Amber Heard and Johnny Depp liable for defamation.
Oh my gosh. That is so ridiculous.
Now, my readers will be happy to know that my headline, would you like to know what my headline says? Wanna know what my
Johnny
headline
wins
is?
big.
I should have, that would have been good. Why
You should
didn't I write
ask me.
that?
Ask your sissy. I have
Johnny
all kinds of
wins
good
big
ideas.
would have been great.
Yeah.
My headline is Johnny Depp wins defamation case against Amber Heard in split decision. Now that is more accurate than CNN, is it not?
Yeah, way more.
Way more accurate.
Actually,
and again,
call
I
your
pride
editor.
myself on being accurate, on being truthful.
Hey,
I have
call
told you.
your editor and change the headline. Johnny wins big, because that's accurate.
All right.
And
I'm
it's
gonna tell her.
better.
I'm gonna tell her that we should change our headline. Our headline to Johnny wins big.
And
Just
it should be a
piss off
big, huge
CNN.
letter. Okay,
Just
I gotta
piss off
go.
CNN.
I have to get back to my desk.
All right.
Bye, guys.
You know,
Okay, bye.
oh, you're leaving, Stephanie?
I gotta
She's
go.
out.
Oh.
What's the new one? She said she tested it and the new one won. What's the new? Oh, our new one. Yeah, she's changing the headline because we have this thing where they can test headlines to see how they do, which is a really fun thing. And so she just tested the new headline and it's winning big. So she's going to change it.
Oh. Huh.
That's a really fun thing to have as an editor, is a tool where you can test out headlines to see how they will play with the audience. Again, this is some kind of inside baseball for you guys with media stuff. We sometimes will put up a headline and it won't get the kind of attention we're looking for, and then we'll just try and we'll test out a new one, and if it gets way more traffic, if there's a spike, it's like, oh, boom, that's the one, that's the headline. Headlines are very important. Headlines make people click, and Johnny wins big is actually a way better headline. Stephanie was super right about that. It's got all the classic journalism, newspaper headline things that you want in it. So that's awesome. Okay, let's see.
You know, Johnny, the funny thing about this is that Amber Heard's statement was just full of anger and self-righteousness, and no humility at all. And Johnny's was full of class.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, it was just such a stark difference. I mean, remember we talked about these people with, with her mental health issue that don't deal with it, right? They deny their denial of responsibility, and you're seeing it right there, right?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, let me give you guys the link to my article. If you want to read my article, I need you to go clickety-click right now. It's at the top of the page. It is getting a lot of traffic. Here it is. I don't think the new headline made it up there yet, but it's still the old one. Oh, no. She said the headline, she tested it. I was wrong. She tested it, and the split decision one is doing better. So we're going with the split decision. She's going to test Johnny wins big again just to check, but we'll see. The chat is crying. Please go clickety-click on my articles. That helps me out a lot. The more eyeballs, the more I get paid. That's how that works. And I will show you. I'm going to show you the article right now. Share screen. If you go on pjmedia.com, it is the top article on the trending ones right now. It says, breaking, Johnny Depp wins defamation case against Amber Heard in split decision. In a hell of a twist, you guys saw me write this, in a hell of a twist at 3 p.m. on Wednesday, a jury in the Johnny Depp v. Amber Heard case teased the public with a verdict that wasn't filled out properly. So you guys can go on there and you can read that. I've got a bunch of stuff, including Johnny's statement and Amber's statement. And this is great. Great. Absolutely great decision. I don't agree with them. I break with them on I don't think Adam Waldman should be held for defamation on that statement. I think that was dumb, but I think they were looking for a way to give her something. Do you think they were looking for a way to give her something here so that both can be said to be defamers?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, juries will often, want to split the baby. They probably looked at Amber, and there were, remember, there were relatable moments for her on the stand, and there were moments in which she was, you could look at it and you could have some empathy for her. So,
not us, but other people out there. Certainly not us. David, You want my article to be "No one puts Johnny Depp in the corner." I just gave it to my editor. I asked her to test it. We'll see how it works. maybe that will work.
Hey, Megan, a friend just said that Johnny's page on Instagram has two pages.
What?
You might want to go check that and see if there's more to the statement.
Oh my God, there is. Here's the rest of it. I am and have been overwhelmed by the outpouring of love and the colossal support and kindness from around the world. I hope that my quest to have the truth be told will have helped others, men or women, who have found themselves in my situation, and that those supporting them never give up. I also hope that the position will now return to innocent until proven guilty, both within the courts and in the media. I wish to acknowledge the noble work of the judge, the jurors, the court staff, and the sheriffs who have sacrificed their own time to get to this point, and to my diligent and unwavering legal team who did an extraordinary job in helping me to share the truth. The best is yet to come, and a new chapter has finally begun. Veritas numquam perit, truth never perishes. Johnny Depp. That was good. As usual, though, Johnny's very poetic. We know
nothing but class. And I mean, it's just, again, the dichotomy is so stark, right? On one hand, you've got this person who has serious mental health issues. Get help, Amber. And
again, get help, Amber.
Right? She's serious mental health issues, and she just cannot take responsibility for anything that she does, no matter what. Even when a jury comes along and says, that what she did was wrong.
Quiet. She should have stayed quiet. She should have said nothing.
She should have just been classy. She should have just said, I disagree with the jury's decision, but I thank them for their service. And that's all she should have said. Right? That's all she should have said.
Yeah, but she opened herself up to more defamation.
Well, more interestingly than that is that she's potentially opened herself up to a court order abridging her First Amendment rights of free expression, which is an even bigger deal. I mean, getting a court to issue an order that prohibits somebody from being able to, say things can really only happen after there's already been shown to be an impact from the things that they're saying. So that, she just keeps stepping in the proverbial dog shit. And I guess it's not proverbial.
Yeah, she does. She just keeps on doing it. She keeps on doing it.
And again, that comes back to a manifestation of her mental health issues. Get help, Amber, right? Where she just can't take responsibility for what it is she's doing. She cannot wrap her head around the idea that anybody could see things differently.
Oh, Camille's making a speech. Hold on. Oh yeah, crap. Okay, hold on. I gotcha. We're getting there. Share. Hold on, guys. Shoot. We can back it up. I'm going to back it up so that you can see it. Don't worry. You don't have to go somewhere else.
And the public who value truth
found that they believe.
No, I don't want to hear from you, court people. No, I do not.
Here
they come. All right, here we go.
I'm going to go to the podium.
Oh, she looks so happy. Oh, they're so
and
happy.
Here they are approaching the podium. Ben Chu, Camila Vasquez, the rest of the Johnny Depp legal team.
Hi, everyone. Today's verdict confirms what we have said from the beginning, that the claims against Johnny Depp are defamatory and unsupported by any evidence. We are grateful, so grateful to the jury for their careful deliberation, to the judge and the court staff who have devoted an enormous amount of time and resources towards this case.
Our judicial system is predicated on each person's right to have his or her case heard, and we were honored, truly honored, to assist Mr. Depp in ensuring that his case was fairly considered throughout the trial. We are also most pleased that the trial has resonated for so many people in the public who value truth and justice. Now that the jury has reached its conclusive verdict, it's time to turn the page and look to the future. Thank you all so much, and thanks to the jury.
Thank you so much.
Let's go to these spoken to Johnny. How is he feeling? How's Johnny feeling?
Will Johnny and Amber ever speak to each other again?
Is this the end of the matter? Please, will there be any more legal action?
Can't hear you. You're muted. All right.
All right. Well, I have exciting news. So that was fun, but I have exciting news. I'm going to end this stream now, and I'm going to pop over on Rekieta Law. I'm going over there, and he's still streaming. I'm going to go and talk to him about that new article that was written about us, and that said that I'm a what was it again? Right-wing misinformation rag. That was much. So listen, guys, I am going to drop Rekieta's stream into the chat, and I want you guys to come pop over there because I'm going to be there in a few minutes. Sean, thank you so much for sitting here with me for all of these weeks and giving us all of your wonderful information and fun chair dancing. It has been amazing. And if we do wrap-ups, I'm sure you'll come back, right? If you're not working, if you're not busy. All right,
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, you take care, and it's been a blast. You guys in the chat, come on over to Rekieta Law. I'm going to be over there in just a few minutes. I said I was going to drop that in the chat, and I'm going to do that now before I go. Sean, you got anything you want to wrap up with?
No, I mean, I actually would be interested in talking with this guy, Rekieta Law, at some point. So,
Yeah, he's excellent. He's excellent. Love watching his stream. You got to start watching his overnight stream. You might change your mind after you hear some of the stuff that he has to say. But in the interest of free speech, I actually think that you would find it worthwhile, even if offensive.
Well, lots of things are worthwhile that are offensive.
Absolutely, and that's the message that I want to send. That offensive speech is free speech, and if you don't defend offensive speech, you don't really defend free speech. So think about that. That's a good thing to think about. All right, I have dropped it in the chat. Head on over to Rekieta Law. I'll be there in a few minutes. Thanks, Sean. Thanks, everybody. Talk to you soon.
Bye.